Chapter 251. Bai Ningbing resisted this impulse and squinted her eyes. She was after all intelligent and thought of some things. What does Shang Xanci have that is worth you putting in so much effort? Previously, she thought Fang Yuan was lusting after Shang Xanci's beauty, but now she overturned this thought. She understood Fang Yuan. Only great benefits would make him go through so much trouble. But after being together for so many days, Bai Ningbing already understood Shang Xanci's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan and was a mortal with no cultivation aptitude. Shang Xanci was indeed as beautiful as a flower, but this kind of appearance was not a strength on her, but a weakness. This appearance would attract the demonic claws of greed and evil, and she did not have the strength to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Gu Master beside her, she would have been captured long ago and turned into a plaything. What was the value of such a person? Her business talent was nothing compared to Fang Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not understand. Fang Yuan did not reply to Bai Ningbing. You two over there, move faster, don't dawdle. Not far away, a Gu Master pointed at Fang and Bai and shouted. Fang and Bai quickened their pace as Bai Ningbing lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? If someone finds out, these people will not rest until you die. Then did they find out? Fang Yuan countered with a question. The two put down the wooden chest and walked back. To eliminate his suspicions, Fang Yuan sacrificed his goods during the first beast group attack. After several beast group attacks, Zhang clan's goods were the most damaged. Many people sympathized with Shang Xanci, and even Shang Xanci had looked for Fang Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she suddenly realized that although Fang Yuan seemed to have sacrificed a lot of goods, the truly valuable goods were still kept until now. These goods accounted for more than half of the value of the goods, and his losses were not much. His methods were extremely secretive. If she did not discover it by chance, she would still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid it from me. The two of them picked up another box. Fang Yuan seemed to know what Bai Ningbing was thinking. He chuckled. To deceive the enemy, it's best to start by deceiving your own people. Besides, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You have your uses. Oh, what's the use? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but ask. It's a warning. You're the closest person to me. If you've found something fishy, then the others should have as well. But it was a coincidence today that Fang Yuan shook his head. Coincidences also represent certain trends. However, it's about time. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. What do you want? In the end, the cold jade owlcats did not manage to reach the third line of defense. The second line of defense stood firm and defeated the invading owlcats. After the battle, the survivors counted the casualties and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times has this horde of beasts attacked? I want to go home. Damn it. My luck this time is too bad. Should we continue forward? Maybe it's a good idea to stay and wait for the other caravans to help us. Everyone's mood was extremely low. Many people complained. They felt that the future was uncertain and did not want to continue forward. Panic, anxiety, fear, and other emotions permeated the entire camp. Leader Jia, why do you arrange for my Qin family to guard the first line of defense every time? What are your intentions? Vice Leader Qin, I've always been fair and just. Your Chen family is the strongest. Now that we're in the same boat, we're helping each other. Capable people do more work. Naturally, we have to take on more responsibilities. The sudden quarrel attracted the attention of many people. Jia Long and Qin Shuangjin glared at each other. The atmosphere was tense. My Chen family is the strongest? Leader Jia, you're lying through your teeth. We all know how many experts your Jia family has left. Qin Shuangjin sneered. Bullshit. My family's Jia Ping was sacrificed. What about your Qin family? Jia Long scolded. You too. Now is not the time to quarrel. Lin family's vice leader walked over and advised. In the end, Jia Long and Chen Shuangjin parted on bad terms. Even Lord Jia Long and Lord Chen Shuangjin are quarreling. Aren't Jia family and Chen Shuangjin very close? Sigh, at this juncture, everyone is in danger. They're all thinking about how to preserve their family's strength. No matter how good the relationship is, it's useless. According to the latest news, the two young masters of Jia family are quarreling. Chun family seems to have completely sided with Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jia Long is Jia Fu's subordinate. No wonder he doesn't have a good attitude towards Qin family. A few Gu masters conversed softly. Fang Yuan's heart moved. Several days later, the caravan, whose morale was low, advanced to Xiangyu Mountain. Xiangyu Mountain towered into the clouds, with large numbers of elephants resting there. The climate here was unique. From the foot of the mountain to the waist of the mountain, it was hot and humid, filled with rainforests. From the waist of the mountain to the peak, pure white snow covered the area, dry and cold, with cedar trees. Everyone was very careful. What made them happy was that in the few days they had been in Xiangyu Mountain, they had not been attacked by any beast groups. Is my good luck finally here? Extreme sorrow brings bliss. It's about time. What a pity. Almost all the goods were lost. We'll have to pay a lot of money this time. Be content. It's good enough that we managed to keep our lives. After Xiangyu Mountain, Mubei Mountain, and Shuangjiang Mountain, we will reach Xiao Village. Once we get there, I'll sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone talked at once, looking towards the future. Their morale rose slightly. It's snowing? One person raised his head and saw specks of white falling from the sky. Nonsense, this is the foot of Xiangyu Mountain. How can it be snowing? Someone did not believe it, but when he raised his head, his expression froze. It's really snowing. Damn it, this is not snow, it's feathers. Someone suddenly shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be? White feather flying elephant. Right at this time a strong wind blew, and white feathers flew like a snowstorm. Hundreds of elephants trumpeted and flew down from the sky, charging towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephant. How did we provoke them? They should be living at the waist of the mountain. Get into formation, quickly get into formation, and face the enemy. But it was too late. The elephant group charged down, and everywhere they went, people and horses were thrown off their feet. These white feather-flying elephants had white feathers all over their bodies. 2 curved elephant tusks were 10 feet long, thick and sharp. The huge impact made them invincible. The advancing caravan was caught unprepared. Just one attack from the elephant group took away the lives of over 100 people. Many servants were trampled into meat paste. Carriages were pierced by the elephant tusks, and 3 black-skinned fat beetles died in an instant. Winged snakes and ostriches scurried everywhere, causing a stampede. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Gu masters, all Gu masters, gather towards me. Jia Long shouted from the crowd. But he had just gathered over 10 people when the elephant group charged down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew into the sky and started to prepare for the 3rd attack. Sigh. Jia Long heaved a long sigh, knowing there was little hope of a counterattack. He could only shout, "Everyone escape! Escape to the surrounding rainforest!" Needless to say, many people had already charged into the rainforest. But the white feather-flying elephant's charge was extremely strong, and as they charged into the rainforest, the trees were instantly broken and countless people were trampled by the elephants. These flying elephants looked holy and elegant, but their nature was extremely bloodthirsty. A flying elephant aimed at Shang Xi and the others, charging down like a meteor. Misrun. I will lure it away. At the crucial moment, Zhang Zhu stepped forward and shot out a red light, hitting the flying elephant. The flying elephant was furious, turning around and aiming at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was a healing Gu master. His attack and defense were not strong, and he fled in a sorry state in the rainforest. The flying elephant charged, bringing with it a loud whistling sound. Zhang Zhu sprinted and threw himself forward in time. The flying elephant heavily crashed into his back, breaking several trees and scattering white feathers all over the ground. So close! Zhang Zhu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and just as he got up, his vision turned black. Bam! A thick tree trunk was swung by the white feather flying elephant's trunk, and it crashed into Zhang Zhu's body. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Zhu activated his defensive Gu, and his whole body was covered in a layer of golden light. Puff! The golden light dispersed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying far away. He saw stars and felt dizzy. He fell on the ground, unable to move. He could vaguely hear the sound of the elephant's feet, and it was getting louder and louder. His spine felt a chill, and his rich battle experience told him his life was in danger. He did not have time to think, and immediately rolled on the ground. By a hair's breadth, the white feather flying elephant missed him. Bam! With a loud sound, the white feather flying elephant fiercely crashed into the mountain wall, and its two tusks were deeply embedded into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant howled loudly and shook its head with all its might while retreating with its forelegs. Zhang Zhu's blurry vision finally became clear, and he stood up shakily. Seeing this clear scene, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been smashed into pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. The defensive Gu was in a weakened state and was on the verge of destruction. I need to quickly return to Mrs. side. He was extremely anxious. As a Gu master, he was in such danger. Miss and Xiao Dai were both mortals, and their lives were hanging by a thread. That white feather-flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, and Zhang Zhu turned around and ran, chasing towards a location in his memory. When he reached the location, Shang Xian Ci had already disappeared. Zhang Zhu was hesitating on which direction to go when a Gu master ran over with 3 white feather-flying elephants chasing after him. "Save me!" he shouted. "Damn it!" Zhang Zhu cursed. He recognized this person as a young Gu master from Qin tribe called Qin Xian. Zhang Zhu was worried about Mrs. Safety and could not care about saving Qin Xian, and immediately ran. Chapter 252. Zhang Zhu cursed loudly, but was still dragged into it in the end. After a thrilling chase of life and death, the two managed to shake off a flying elephant. Finally, they reached a cliff and were blocked by 2 flying elephants. The ground shook as the flying elephant charged over. "Lad, split up and run!" Zhang Zhu shouted, pouncing towards the left. "Oh my God!" Qin Xian shouted. But before he could move, the flying elephant charged over, smashing a huge hole in the cliff and stabbing its tusks into the mountain rocks. The 2 flying elephants were temporarily restrained. "Heaven is protecting me. I am not fated to die." Zhang Zhu fiercely gasped for breath. Lying limply on the ground, the cliff was shaking, and the 2 flying elephants were roaring furiously. They continuously shook their heads, causing rock fragments to fly everywhere, and the hole where the tusks were stabbed continued to expand. Zhang Zhu was shocked. Knowing these 2 flying elephants would soon escape, he quickly propped up his body and tried to get up. He had just stood up when suddenly the sound of wind came, causing his body to shake. Swoosh! A white-boned spear with spiral patterns pierced through his back to his chest. Then the spear tip was firmly nailed to the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the bone spear, dripping onto the ground. Zhang Zhu's movements turned sluggish. His mouth slightly opened, and fresh blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He slowly lowered his head, seeing this fatal spiral bone spear. At first, he thought it was the white feather flying snow's tusks, but soon he realized this was a Goo Master's attack. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head and see the culprit behind his back, but the next second, swoosh, another bone spear shot out. This spear directly pierced through the back of his head, and then came out from his mouth, the spear tip firmly fixed on the ground. Zhang Zhu was firmly fixed, his eyes widening in vain, but his pupils had shrunk to a point. He was dead. He died with everlasting regret. In a hidden corner, Feng Yuan watched from afar. These days, he had already thoroughly understood Zhang Zhu's background. This Zhang Zhu was his obstacle. He had to be eliminated. The two white bone spears gradually disintegrated, turning into specks of white light and dissipating in the air. Without support, Zhang Zhu fell to the ground. A white feather-flying elephant pulled out its teeth and rushed toward Zhang Zhu's corpse, stomping on it. She stomped them into meat paste and crushed their bones. The white feathers scattered, and the flying elephant rose from the ground and flew into the air again. Seeing this, Feng Yuan retracted his gaze. Zhang Zhu was already dead. The flying elephant crushed the body, saving Feng Yuan the work of cleaning up the crime scene. He quietly retreated. Not long after he left, the other white-feathered flying elephant also flew away. Its tusks pierced through the mountain wall, leaving 2 bull-sized holes. A large part of the mountain wall caved in, and rubble was scattered all around. Suddenly, the pile of rubble trembled and a head popped out. "Oh my God, you scared me to death." Thankfully, I had the berry earth goo and escaped from this calamity. Chin Xian crawled out of the ground, breathing roughly as he broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. This burial goo could allow a Goo Master to go underground and hide temporarily. The disadvantage was that once it was used, the Goo Master could only be buried in one place and could not move. Moreover, when activating it, the Goo Master needed to continuously use a large amount of primeval essence. Chin Xian was chaste all along, and only at the last moment did he have the time to use it. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. A Goo Master actually tried to assassinate Zhang Zhu. Looking at Zhang Zhu's corpse, which had already been stomped into meat paste, Chin Xian swallowed his saliva and fled in panic. The elephant group wreaked havoc for over 2 hours before leaving. Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were covered in mud, looking battered and exhausted. Xiao Dai's face was even greenish-purple. Evidently, she had bumped into something while running. Missy. She was scared out of her wits. Death was so close to her that her body trembled as she walked. Shang Xianci patted her hand, trying to comfort her. But in truth, her face was also deathly pale. Along the way, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed freely. Broken wheels, dead ostriches, black-skinned fat beetles, and winged snakes' corpses were strewn across the merchant road. As the survivors gradually gathered together, the sounds of moaning, wailing, and sobbing became one. As the leader of the caravan, Jia Long's face was ashen. The casualties this time were too severe. The entire caravan had suffered severe losses. Less than 1/10 of them were completely crippled. After gathering the caravan, there were only over 100 people left. Most of them were Goo Masters, while a small portion were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Chen clan had suffered great losses, not to mention the other caravans. Lin clan only had 3 Goo Masters left, and some unfortunate clan caravans had even died. The rainforest was also dangerous. Many people did not die from the stampede of the white, feather-flying elephants, but were instead greeted by the ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in the rainforest. Bai Yun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thank you for luring away a white feather-flying elephant for us. In the crowd, Shang Xianci found Bai Ningbing and took the initiative to thank her. Feng Yuan was not at ease with Bai Ningbing and was worried she was colluding with Zhang Zhu. Thus he personally went to kill Zhang Zhu, and by Ningbing was in charge of secretly following Shang Xanci and protecting her life. This is nothing. I have always been repaying kindness. Lady Zhang, the one who saved you was not me, but your past good deeds. Bai Ningbing said. She was usually reticent, almost never speaking. If she spoke, she would purposely change her tone and lower her voice. Right now, she no longer concealed herself and spoke with a normal tone. Her tone was cold and her voice was clear, clearly a female's voice, causing Shang Xanci and the servant girl to show a strange expression. Right, Bai Yin, have you seen Uncle Zhang Zhu? Shang Xanci asked with an anxious expression. I have searched everywhere but have not found him. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan had already returned. She knew Zhang Zhu was definitely dead. Lady, don't worry. Zhang Zhu is a Gu master with extraordinary skills. He might even be on the way back. She consoled. I hope so. Shang Xanci's brows were tightly furrowed, the uneasiness in her heart increasing. On the other side, Leader Jia Long stood at a high place and shouted, Everyone listen. The smell of blood here will soon attract other beast groups. We need to evacuate quickly. Everyone move quickly. Bring as many goods as you can carry. Those that cannot be moved, you have to abandon them. We need to leave this place in 15 minutes. The danger was not over yet. Everyone could only forcefully raise their spirits, suppressing the pain in their hearts as they busied themselves. Save me! Someone save me! My blood is still flowing. Bring me along, I only lost a leg, I can still walk. I beg you, I will give you Yuan stone as a reward. 2, 3, even 4 will do. The servants who were severely injured and couldn't move all let out pleading sounds. Very few people received help. These crippled people could not bring in manpower. Instead, they were burdens. Many people were heartlessly abandoned. Seeing the caravan leaving, many people went crazy and started cursing loudly. Some people crawled on the ground, trying to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang. You are the kindest and kindest. Lady Zhang, please have mercy. Shang Xanci's footsteps were hesitant. Her lips were trembling. Her face was pale and her gaze was flustered. The mountain wind blew her green dress. Her hair was disheveled. She was as weak as a grass in a storm. Lady Zhang, let's go. Now is not the time for you to be kind. Fang Yuan walked to her side, held her arm, and forcefully pulled her forward. Xiao Dai, who usually chattered like a sparrow, was now silent, her legs trembling as she hurried along. Believe me, everything will be fine. Fang Yuan's tone was gentle. Shang Xanci covered her chest, constantly breathing deeply, as if the air was thin, making it hard for her to breathe. At first, she only breathed through her nose, but gradually she opened her mouth, taking in large gulps of air. Her footsteps became more and more unsteady. Her limbs became weaker. If not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. Her whole body was soaked in sweat. The mountain wind blew, making her shiver. After this shiver, Shang Xanci's breathing gradually calmed down. After another 10 steps, she no longer breathed heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth. Her breathing was no longer heavy. After 50 steps, her footsteps became strong again, no longer needing Fang Yuan's support. The mountain road extended upwards. She walked up a slope. A gust of mountain wind blew, completely messing up her hair. She stretched out her hand, tidying it up as she walked. When she tidied up her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her eyes disappeared, only leaving behind a determined look. Thank you, she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her hand. Standing on the slope, she slowly stopped and looked behind her. Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked since I was born. She sighed. Her face was still pale, her voice extremely soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This was Shang Xanci, as expected of someone famous in the southern border. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but look at Shang Xanci in a different light. For a mortal girl, to be able to adjust so quickly after encountering such a tragedy, it was not easy. On this road there were incessant sounds of begging and crying. These sounds were nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Shang Xanci it was the greatest torture and interrogation, especially when Zhang Zhu was missing. Her greatest support had disappeared. Shang Xanci could bravely face all of this. It was truly praiseworthy. This road was an ordinary mountain road, but it was also a difficult and anxious mental road. Shang Xanci gritted her teeth, did not collapse, and walked forward with determination, as if in an instant she had matured. Fang Yuan chuckled, looking at Shang Xanci with a profound gaze. "Miss Zhang, you have a kind heart. Why don't you go and save those people who have been abandoned?" These words were met with an angry glare from Xiao Dai. Shang Xanci smiled bitterly. "If I could save them, I would definitely do it. Unfortunately, even if I tried my best, I would not be able to save them." He he he. Fang Yuan laughed. "This is what I admire about you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you make me admire you. Miss Zhang, on the road of life, there are many trials and tribulations. Sometimes the road is very muddy. As long as you do your best, you can feel at ease." Shang Xanci looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had already faintly guessed that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. Fang Yuan's words just now confirmed this point. In her mind, she had unintentionally given some help to Fang and Bai. These could only be considered small favors, but she had won the recognition and appreciation of Fang and Bai. After that, Fang and Bai had repaid her several times. First, Feiho Mountain helped her, then they helped her earn money, and just now they saved her life. She was a weak girl who had been exiled by her family, and most of her goods had been lost. What was there for them to covet? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action alone showed that although they were mysterious, their characters were pure and upright, and their hearts hid the truth, kindness, and beauty. It was his good fortune to run into them. Thinking of this, Shang Xanci's heart could not help but ripple. She stared deeply at Fang Yuan and sincerely said, "Thank you." Although it was only 2 words, it revealed the deep gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Shang Xanci knew that almost all the disasters were single-handedly directed by Fang Yuan, what kind of attitude would she have then? Chapter 253. The casualty count is out. We have 137 people left, 78 Gu Masters and 59 mortals. A vice leader reported in front of everyone. At this moment, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were gathered together, discussing their way out. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling. The caravan leader Jia long frowned deeply, his brows almost forming a knot when he heard this. A large caravan of over 1,000 people. To think that there were only so few people left. 78 Gu Masters sounded like a lot, but there were only 12 rank 3 Gu Masters here. There were 28 rank 2 Gu Masters, and the remaining 38 were rank 1 Gu Masters. In this number, one had to exclude the injured. In fact, those who still had battle strength left were less than half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could be abandoned as servants, but Gu Masters were different. Every Gu Master was a precious treasure of the clan. They could not be abandoned. Jia long knew that these injured Gu Masters were a huge burden to the caravan. In order to maintain their lives and heal their injuries, the caravan's already crumbling logistics would definitely worsen. But Jia Long did not dare to abandon them. Once he did, the morale would completely collapse, the Gu Masters would be in danger, and the entire caravan would collapse. Their final outcome would be to be devoured by beast groups. At this moment, The vice leader changed the topic. The only thing worth rejoicing over is that the caravan still has a lot of goods left. If we evenly distribute those ownerless goods, we will have a large amount of yuan stone. It can make up for our losses. In the disaster earlier, many people died, but the goods were not damaged. If they were evenly distributed, the survivors would instead benefit from it. Hearing this, the eyes of almost everyone in the tent lit up. Merchants pursued profits, even if they were in danger. This did not change their nature. Everyone looked at each other for a while, before Vice Leader Qin Shuangjin coughed. Evenly distributing, I feel it is not appropriate. In the battle earlier, my Chan clan sacrificed the most. We also killed the most white feather-flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods. 30%? How can that be? Your Qin clan sacrificed a lot? My Yuchi clan sacrificed a rank 2 peak stage young genius. No matter what, our Ji clan wants at least 20%. Everyone started to argue, gradually starting to argue. In front of benefits, there was no one who wouldn't be envious. Shang Xinci was the only one who remained silent among them. Powerful teams would want more. The weaker party insisted on an equal distribution. The quarrel grew louder and louder. It spread out of the tent and attracted countless inquisitive gazes. Shang Xinci suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly fell silent. Everyone, Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes swept around. The most important thing now is not these goods, but how to survive. Perhaps the horde of beasts would arrive in the next moment. We are already grasshoppers on the same rope, chained together by fate. However, the strength of each of us is limited. Only by working together can we have a chance of survival. She paused for a moment. I propose that we first contribute our goods and take out the items that are helpful to us. Here, on behalf of the Zhang clan, I will set an example. I am willing to give up all the goods in my hands for free. What? Free contribution. For a moment, many people were stunned. Qin, Shuangjin, Jialong, and the others' faces also changed. I'm tired. I hope that everyone can discuss an effective method as soon as possible. Goodbye. Shang Xinci nodded and turned to open the curtain. She walked less than 5 steps out of the tent when an even louder sound erupted. Now, with the addition of the Zhang clan's goods, the benefits were even greater, making people even crazier. Shang Xinci slowed down her steps, clenched her fists, and sighed deeply. She was also a businesswoman. Naturally, she pursued profits. The so-called voluntary contribution just now was, of course, not from her heart. It was just that the current situation forced her. She was like a baby carrying a large sum of money. Walking beside an adult, she had to protect herself. Returning to her own tent, Xiao Dai's eyes were red. She was curled up in a corner, crying. She and Shang Xinci had lived together since they were young. The shock that the white feather-flying elephant brought to her was only now bursting out. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci sighed inwardly and sat beside her to comfort her. Miss, I'm scared. Woo. Lord Zhang Zhu still hasn't come back. It can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai plunged into Shang Xinci's arms, crying bitterly. Shang Xinci patted her back and comforted her, but Xiao Dai still cried. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhang Zhu may never come back. Shang Xinci said in a low voice. When she said this, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body tremble in her arms. Miss, it can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai looked up, her eyes red, and kept shaking her head. Accept this fact, Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci suddenly shouted. We can only rely on ourselves now. Don't cry, you can't cry. Crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves? But we are all mortals. If it wasn't for Lord Zhangzhu, we wouldn't have been able to complete this journey. Xiao Dai's eyes were brimming with tears, her mood very low. That's right. If it wasn't for Uncle Zhangzhu, those people wouldn't have let me become one of the vice leaders. Xiao Dai, you're right. We are mortals. But mortals also have mortal strength. Shang Xianxi's eyes flashed with a resolute light. She stared at Xiao Dai with a burning gaze. She grabbed Xiao Dai's arm and shook it. Xiao Dai, do you believe me? Xiao Dai looked at Shang Xianxi in front of her and felt an inexplicable power. This power came from Shang Xianxi and then spread to her body, infecting her heart, making her feel as if she was being illuminated by light. Miss. Xiao Dai's eyes flashed. She had never seen her miss like this. At this moment, she felt that her miss was unprecedentedly bright and beautiful. I believe you, she softly but firmly replied. Very good, Xiao Dai. Listen carefully, we're in danger. Sometimes people are more terrifying than beasts. Let's take all our savings and go find He-Tu and Bai Yin together. Yes, miss, I'll listen to you. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. In the tent, Fang Yuan and Shang Xianxi sat facing each other. Fang Yuan looked at the beauty in front of him with a playful expression. You just said that you have already given away our goods for free? Given them to those greedy hyenas? That's right, Shang Xianxi admitted frankly. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, his gaze filled with admiration toward Shang Xianxi. She was truly a smart person. She knew when to give up and when to give up. She had courage. With Zhang Zhu dead, Shang Xianxi was only a mortal. Even though she represented Zhang tribe, her status was not equal to the other vice leaders. It was simply too easy for these Gu masters to take Shang Xianxi's goods. They could kill Shang Xianxi and push the blame to the beast groups. At that time, no one could say anything. Zhang tribe would also not investigate a huge scale for a mere Shang Xianxi. Thus, to Shang Xianxi, these goods in her hands were extremely troublesome and could bring her calamity. Thus, she wisely gave up on this calamity and threw it to others, trying to ensure her own safety. But she also deeply understood that this safety was not reliable. Thus she came here. I am here to apologize to you. He-Tu, I am very sorry. Shang Xianxi bowed towards Fang Yuan. You borrowed these goods. Logically speaking, these goods should be yours. I have overstepped my boundaries this time. I was extremely rash and rude. To express my apologies, please accept these. Shang Xianxi brought 2 wooden chests this time. Without opening them, Fang Yuan knew that these chests were filled with yuan stone. A large portion was earned by himself. He gave the other party a 50-50 split. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Shang Xianxi. The two's gazes met in midair, gradually forming a tacit understanding. Both of them were smart people. Many words did not need to be said. In Shang Xianxi's understanding, Fang Yuan was purposely hiding his identity. It was very likely that he was a Gu master. According to his various actions during their interactions, Shang Xianxi felt that Fang Yuan was a very reliable person. If there was anyone who could help her, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the best choice. Because Shang Xianxi trusted Fang Yuan very much. However, Shang Xianxi also had her misgivings. Firstly, she did not know Fang Yuan's true strength. There was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. Secondly, Fang Yuan definitely had his reasons for hiding his identity. He might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Without getting Fang Yuan's promise, Shang Xianxi donated the goods. After ensuring her safety, she brought all her savings to find Fang Yuan. She said that she was here to apologize, but in truth, she was implicitly inviting Fang Yuan, hoping for his help. She knew that Fang Yuan was the same type of person as her. This was a tacit understanding between smart people. The two looked at each other for a long time. Fang Yuan smiled and broke the silence. These yuan stone, please take them back. Shang Xianxi's expression changed slightly, her heart sinking. In her understanding, Fang Yuan rejecting these yuan stone was no doubt refusing to help her. But what could she do about this? Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had already repaid her a lot. There were very few people in the world who could do this. Shang Xanci could not ask for anything. But if He too did not help her, who else could it be? Bai Yin? No! The two of them had a close relationship. They would naturally help each other. Shang Xanci could not think of anyone else. A bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. I understand. But these yuan stone, just take it as me giving He Tu a gift. A man's wealth is his own ruin. If you don't accept it, I'm afraid I will have to give it away. Fang Yuan laughed. Miss Zhang, I think your understanding is a little wrong. When we first joined the caravan, Bai Yin and I were seriously injured, our lives hanging by a thread. Our strength was at its lowest, but we were coveted by some strong slaves. Humph! When a tiger leaves its mountain, it will be bullied by dogs. It was you who protected us and gave us the opportunity to recuperate. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kindness is a life-saving grace. And I am a person who will repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. Although you are a mortal, I approve of you and even admire you. It is fate that we met in this vast sea of people. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water, let alone a life-saving grace. Take Yuan Stone back. I will do my best to protect you. Ah! Shang Xanci heard this and could not help but exclaim softly. Her eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddened, and soon became misty. Chapter 254. How could the icing on the cake compare to providing timely help? Strong winds know the strength of the grass. A swaying board shows a person's heart. Fang Yuan saw Shang Xian's expression, but he was not pleased. What came next was the main point. He continued, But there is one thing I need to tell you. Sir, please speak. Shang Xianci stretched out her jade-like fingers and wiped the corner of her eyes, calming her mind. Bai Yun and I are demonic path members, Fang Yuan said. Shang Xianci nodded without any surprise. She had already expected this. Before this, Zhang Zhu had also guessed this and told her to be on guard against Fang and Bai. Therefore, Shang Xianci was mentally prepared and naturally accepted this fact. She did not have cultivation aptitude and was born as an illegitimate child. Her different life experiences made her mature early and had a deep understanding of this world's essence. Moreover, she did not have a good choice right now. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold. Demonic path members have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. We both have murder cases on our hands. Shang Xianci subconsciously pursed her lips. You need to believe me. Only then will I be able to help you. But don't worry, when I feel I have repaid your kindness, I will leave quietly. I won't let you have any connection with demonic path members. But before that, we will appear with the identity of Zhang Clan's Gu Masters. I hope Lady Zhang can fulfill this identity for us. Fang Yuan lightly said. Shang Xianci's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Sir He Tu, please call me Xianci. Sir may be a demonic path member, but you are an honest person with principles. Xianci is not pedantic. The righteous path has many hypocritical and filthy people. Being able to obtain Sir's protection is Xianci's fortune. He. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at Shang Xianci with deep meaning. I hope you don't regret it in the future. Du Xianci was about to speak when a voice came from outside the tent. Is Zhang Xianci in this tent? An arrogant male voice that was not old could be heard. Lord Gu Master, please wait. My lady is discussing important matters inside. Xiao Dai stopped him. Something important? He. Your Zhang clan's goods have already been donated. What's there to discuss? The newcomer sneered. Lord Gu Master, ah. Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, followed by the sound of her being kicked to the ground. Get lost, you lowly maid. You dare to block my, Fei's path. Shang Xian's beautiful eyes flashed with panic and worry, just as she was about to get up and leave. Fang Yuan stopped her. The curtains were suddenly pulled open, and a sinister-looking young Gu master appeared in front of the two. Zhang Xianci. The young Gu master's gaze immediately landed on Shang Xianci, not concealing his desire and greed. Hee, you sure made me look for you for a long time. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he raised his head. With an imposing manner of controlling the situation, he examined Shang Xianci's entire body. Shang Xianci was dressed in a green robe and looked like a delicate lotus. Such a beautiful figure had long been engraved into the hearts of many people in the caravan. He, Fei, yearned for her day and night. He tried to pursue her several times, but was rejected by Shang Xianci. He had wanted to use force, but because of Zhang Zhu's existence he could only endure. Now that Zhang family's only Gu master Zhang Zhu was dead, Shang Xianci was just a mortal. Such a beautiful woman. Fei had long coveted her, and now he finally had such a good opportunity. Fei's gaze was filled with desire and aggression, making Shang Xianci's heart tighten, and even more sorrow arose in her heart. She had taken the initiative to abandon the goods, but she still could not obtain safety. Her appearance had become a source of disaster. These righteous Gu masters usually appeared sanctimonious, but at this moment they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Shang Xianci was clear that this Fei was the one who could not wait any longer. Behind him there were many other pairs of wolf eyes. I wonder why Lord Fei is here. Shang Xianci stood up, bowed, and asked, Ha ha ha. Fei raised his head and laughed. I am here to help you, Excellency. Little sweetheart, your family's Gu master has not returned. He must be dead. You are just a weak girl. Only by relying on me can you safely survive. Little, pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me. This young master is just this kind. Come with me. Saying so, he moved forward to pull her away. Shang Xianci's complexion was pale, but she was a young girl after all, so she could not help but take a step back. This delicate and pitiful appearance made Fei's heart burn with lust. Miss, you can't go with him. Xiao Dai ran in and stretched out her arms, blocking in front of Fei. Fei was furious, and with a slap he slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai immediately fell to the ground. Her cheeks instantly turned red and swollen. She felt dizzy from the slap, and her ears were ringing. Xiao Dai! Shang Xianci quickly squatted down and helped her up. Miss, leave quickly. Even if I die, I will never let you take Miss away. Xiao Dai struggled to stand up and fiercely stared at Fei. Her gaze was filled with fear, anger, and determination. Lowly servant, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his hand and was about to strike down. Suddenly, a large hand stretched out from the void and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Fei was startled, and when he took a closer look, he saw an ugly man dressed like a servant, grabbing his arm. How audacious of you! Fei's face twisted, full of anger. He wanted to retract his arm, but Fang Yuan's hand was like an iron clamp, unexpectedly not moving an inch. Dog servant, you still won't let go. Fei was extremely angry. His killing intent rose, and he was about to mobilize his true Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His face was full of burn marks, and he was also missing an ear. At this moment he was sneering, revealing a gloomy and terrifying aura. Fei's heart suddenly palpitated. Fang Yuan had already let go. Then he lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked Fei's stomach. Bang! Fei only felt a huge force coming at him, and he was unable to resist it. An intense pain came, and his whole body flew out like a broken sack, breaking out of the tent and landing on the ground, at least 2 or 3 feet away. This movement was a bit big, and a person suddenly shot out from the tent. The people around the tent all stopped to watch. Even the curtains were torn apart. Through this big hole, Shang Xanci and Bo Dai saw Oh Fei lying on the ground, not moving at all. The 2 girls were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid attention to amicability, and even when they were wronged, they still had to show a smiling face. Shang Xanci's background was not good, and she had long learned to endure, and was used to living with her head lowered. Although there was once rank 3 Zhang Zhu, he was a healing Gu master, and could not do anything alone. Many conflicts were resolved gently, like water, or like a warm sun melting snow. And this sudden kick from Fang Yuan was like a shocking thunderclap, like a precipitous cliff. Without a trace of gentleness, it was forceful, overbearing, and ostentatious. The intense violence was far beyond the 2 girls' expectations. Oh Fei lay on the ground, staring blankly for a few breaths of time. Then the intense pain in his abdomen aroused his intense humiliation and resentment. He was kicked, and the person who kicked him was a servant. "Scoundrel, you actually dared to kick me. How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are dead meat. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Oh Fei let out an angry roar, standing up from the ground. His face was flushed with anger, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with anger, like a wild beast that was about to devour someone. Die. He took a step forward, crazily rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a steady step forward, raising his head and chest, blocking the 2 girls. Oh Fei got closer, and suddenly jumped up to 6 feet from the ground, before diving down towards Fang Yuan. "I will smash you into a meat patty," he shouted, stretching out his 2 palms. Under the effect of the goo worm, his palms suddenly expanded by more than 3 times, bringing with it a fierce sound of wind and a fierce force, fiercely slamming towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was really immortal, receiving this attack, he would definitely have his bones broken and flesh torn by Oh Fei's 2 palms, dying on the spot. However, he was not immortal. Not only was he not immortal, he was also a rank 2 upper stage Gu master. Not only was he a rank 2 upper stage Gu master, but he also had a rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Ever since advancing to rank 2, Fang Yuan's aperture could hold some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during this period of time when beast groups frequently attacked, Fang Yuan would store some snow silver primeval essence just in case. Thus, although Fang Yuan was a rank 2 upper stage Gu master, his battle strength was absolutely not like this. And this Oh Fei was only a rank 2 initial stage Gu master. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, messing up the 2 girls' hair. Looking at Oh Fei descending from the sky like a god, his 2 palms slamming down with great power, Xiao Dai's face turned deathly pale. Shang Xanci's heart jumped, and she could not help but shout, "Careful!" Fang Yuan sneered, bending his index finger and lightly flicking. Spiral bone spear gu. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out, rushing towards the sky. What? Oh Fei was shocked, his mind was in chaos, and he quickly dodged. The bone spear pierced through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and getting stuck in his shoulder bone, causing blood to flow out. Intense pain came, and Oh Fei's momentum came to a halt, and he miserably fell to the ground. "You are actually a Gu master!" he screamed, his voice filled with panic and astonishment. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to him, and directly rushed over, clenching his right fist and swinging his arm, smashing towards him. Oh Fei's vision darkened, and he could only see the fist shadow rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Damn it! He cursed, and quickly activated his goo worm, and subconsciously raised his palms to block in front of him. Bam! The strength of 2 boars and the strength of a crocodile burst out. The enormous strength directly caused Fang Yuan's iron fist to pierce through Fei's palms, shattering his defense, and then ruthlessly smashed into his face. His nose broke in an instant, and his whole face caved in from the punch. He flew out, blood spurting out like crazy. When he fell on the ground like a broken sack, he was already dead. Fuck, murder! A Gu master was killed. The spectators were all shocked. Some screamed and some roared. Fang Yuan's whole body was shrouded in a layer of white armor. This was the canopy Gu's activation. Without this layer of defense, he could not display his strength to his heart's content. Gu, he is actually a Gu master. Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open. Shang Xan Ci was also shocked, speechless. She looked at Fang Yuan's back, and suddenly thought of what he had just said. Demonic path people have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. Moreover, we have murder cases on our hands. Chapter 255. Murder, he really killed someone. What happened? What the hell is going on? Fei's corpse was lying on the ground like a dead dog. How could it not attract attention? In a short period of time, the commotion here had already spread to the whole camp. More and more people were gathering here. Many people saw Fei's corpse and could not help but exclaim, then began to inquire about what had happened. For a moment, the crime scene was surrounded by 3 layers of people, whispering and discussing. 2 people suddenly fought. It's amazing, he died in an instant. That person is the murderer. Someone carefully pointed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan crossed his arms and raised his head, standing on the spot with an indifferent expression. He ignored the surrounding people's discussions as if he did not see them. He is just a servant. How can he kill a Gu master? Naturally, someone was suspicious. Of course, he is not a servant. I saw him shoot out a white spear and kill Fei with one punch. His strength is amazing. A Gu master who was watching the process said, "A white spear." Qin Xian happened to hear this, and his heart jumped. He had accidentally witnessed the scene of Fang Yuan killing Zhang Zhu, and the image of Fang Yuan's spiral bone spear was deeply imprinted in his mind. Thus, he was very sensitive to the words white spear and immediately linked it to the same thing. What's going on? What the hell happened here? Jia Long's unhappy voice came. Ah, it's the leader and deputy leader. The crowd quickly opened up a path. Someone died. Yes, he was killed. Isn't this deputy leader O's youngest son? The deputy leader saw this scene and discussed in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Ah, my son! What happened to you? What happened to you? A figure rushed out and ran to Fei's corpse, then suddenly stopped. This person was Yonggong of clan, short and thin with a hooked nose. Fei's whole face collapsed, his brain and blood mixed together and flowed into a big pool. Obviously, his life force was completely extinguished. Yonggong stared at his son's corpse as tears rolled down his cheeks. My son, you died so tragically. Who was it? Who was so deranged as to kill my son? I'm going to tear him to pieces. He fell into a frenzy of rage and roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone's gazes unavoidably landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and said slowly, "Of course I killed him. Are you blind? I've been standing here for a long time. Can't you see me?" This answer was too arrogant, and the crowd immediately became restless. Jia Long and the other leaders couldn't help but frown. Fang Yuan's fearless look made them feel that something was wrong. In particular, Fang Yuan was dressed in the clothes of a house servant, which made it even more difficult for them to see through him. Thus, they all chose to watch from the sidelines. You are the murderer. Yonggong's gaze was like a knife as he stared intently at Fang Yuan. Even though he was furious, he did not make a move. This made Fang Yuan a little surprised. His own son had died in front of him, But this Ouyang actually restrained his killing intent and did not act impulsively. In fact, those who were able to do business outside were all blind. Ouyang had lived for so many years and was used to life and death in the business world. As a clan elder, he was able to stand tall in the O clan without falling. However, he did not want to make a move, but Fang Yuan did. To be honest, O Fei's appearance made Fang Yuan very happy. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and then make a strong appearance to intimidate the crowd. However, just one O Fei was not enough. If he could add this Ouyang in front of him, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Old man, you came at the right time. Your son dared to be disrespectful to my family's miss. The anger in my heart has not yet subsided. Your son committed a crime because you didn't discipline him properly. You are the main culprit. Hand over your life to me. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to hit Ouyang. Ouyang was so angry that his beard was crooked. What was Fang Yuan saying? What kind of fallacious reasoning and heresy was this? He was clearly the one who killed someone, but he was actually falsely accusing him as the main culprit. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and brazenly counterattacked towards Fang Yuan. With a boom, the two fiercely collided. Following the muffled sound, the airwaves surged. Fang Yuan retreated 5 to 6 steps before stopping his retreating momentum. The white light armor on his body flickered weakly a few times before it lit up again. The sky canopy goo in his aperture had already withered. Ouyang was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In the air, he vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. He barely managed to stand, but his face was already as white as paper. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. How can this be? This ugly man clearly has the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Ouyang is at a disadvantage. He is old and weak. His strength is lacking. Instead, that person is playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. The deputy leaders quickly analyzed the situation. You are courting death. After suffering this loss, Ouyang reacted and became even more furious, wishing he could directly chop Fang Yuan into 8 pieces. Earlier, he had not expected Fang Yuan to take the initiative to attack, and was also not familiar with Fang Yuan's information. In a moment of desperation, he did not have time to think and chose to block the attack. Kid, I will let you know the difference between rank 2 and rank 3. Ouyang roared and pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not afraid. He raised the sky canopy goo with a spiral bone spear in one hand and a blood moon goo in the other, and jumping grass under his feet. He fought with Ouyang. Everyone hurriedly retreated, creating a large space. Ouyang was rank 3 initial stage, while Fang Yuan was rank 2 upper stage. With a small realm and a large realm difference, the difference in cultivation could be said to be huge. But Fang Yuan's situation was very special. In his body was the snow-silver primeval essence borrowed from Bai Ningbing, and he mostly used rank 3 goo worms. His overall battle strength was even higher than Ouyang. In less than 5 rounds, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. This scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. What is going on? A rank 3 Gu Master is actually being suppressed by a rank 2 Gu Master. This is too absurd. Everyone could not believe it, and many people were dumbstruck. After another few rounds, Fang Yuan had completely gained the upper hand, firmly suppressing Ouyang. Only a few people saw through the trick. Although this ugly man has a rank 2 aura, his true cultivation is probably higher than this. Right? He definitely has a goo worm that can conceal his aura. We did not discover him when he disguised himself as a servant. This person's heart is sinister and ruthless. Every move is aimed at Ouyang's vital points. Ouyang's situation is very bad. Ouyang was complaining incessantly in his heart. He had thought he could win against Fang Yuan, but he had not expected Fang Yuan to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder he took the initiative to attack him without fear. His cultivation was not weaker than his. This was really too despicable, too shameless. After another few rounds, the battle situation was completely clear, and most people could see Yanggong's terrible situation. Yanggong's defeat is certain. If this goes on, he will be killed. Yanggong was originally inferior to him, and he suffered a huge loss at the start. He will not be able to take revenge for his son's death. This ugly man has great strength and is fierce and ruthless. Where did he come from? I know this person. He is the servant who won against many bandit monkey kings in Fei Ho Mountain. Everyone discussed spiritedly, with worry, curiosity, fear, shock, and other emotions. Both of you, please stop. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing that Yanggong was about to be killed by Fang Yuan as the caravan leader, Jia Long could not bear it any longer and flew up, wanting to interfere in the battle. Yanggong was already sweating profusely from Fang Yuan's attacks. His heart was pounding and his face was deathly pale. Hearing Jia Long's words, he was immediately overjoyed, seeing hope. He hurriedly withdrew and went over to Jia Long. Fang Yuan's eyes swept over quickly. Knowing that he could not catch up, he laughed and stopped his charge. Brother Jia Long came at the right time. Let's use the bone spear to kill him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. So this ugly man and Jia Long knew each other? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. And he called him so intimately, it seemed like their relationship was not bad. This was the second thought. No, maybe he called him that on purpose to confuse everyone. This was the third thought that came to everyone's mind. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly, while the onlooker is confused. The spectators did not get caught in the battle, so their thoughts were naturally sharp. Jia Long's heart was filled with doubts, because he did not say a word to Fang Yuan at all. Yanggong was bewildered. He could not determine the true relationship between Jia Long and Fang Yuan, even though he also thought that Fang Yuan was probably bluffing. But what if it was true? If that was the case, then he would fall into a pincer attack from Fang Yuan and Jia Long. Yanggong naturally did not dare to take the risk when it concerned his own life. He changed his direction and moved away from Fang Yuan and Jia Long, retreating towards the southeast direction. Let's talk nicely. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jia Long immediately stopped. Fang Yuan laughed and chased after him. Yanggong immediately understood that he had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap and was about to speak when someone from the crowd behind him suddenly attacked. Bai Ningbing suddenly attacked, ruthlessly. In an instant, 3 spiral-bone spears shot out. There is still one more person. Yanggong was horrified. He had no time to turn his head and subconsciously activated his defensive goo. But his goo was already at the end of its tether. It blocked 2 spiral-bone spears, and the third bone spear's tip directly pierced through the back of his head, exposing the front of his skull. Yanggong was dead. His death caused everyone to turn pale with fright, and the crowd immediately went into an uproar. This was the caravan's vice leader, a rank 3 Gu master. Yanggong's death caused the leaders' and vice leaders' expressions to change as they felt an intense threat. Audacious maniac! He actually dared to kill the vice leader. Let's work together and capture them. Who dares to capture me? Bai Ningbing threw away her straw hat, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Her cold gaze swept through the crowd as snow-silver primeval essence overflowed. It's snow-silver primeval essence. She is actually rank 3 peak stage. In the caravan, only Jia Long was rank 3 upper stage. The rest of the leaders were either initial or middle stage. Everyone's momentum stopped. Come if you want to die, haha. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood side by side. The last trace of snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was mobilized and played with in his hand. Oh my, what the? Another rank 3 peak stage. Everyone's hearts trembled as their momentum stopped. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing stared coldly at the crowd. The camp was deathly silent. Chapter 256. Whoosh! A gust of mountain wind blew, making the camp even more quiet. Over 100 people formed a circle, and in the circle there were 2 corpses lying on the ground and 2 people standing. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing's gazes slowly looked around. Their piercingly cold gazes made countless people avoid looking at them. Finally, Fong and Bai's gazes landed on Jia Long and the other caravan leaders. These people had charged out aggressively, but were immediately stunned by the cultivation displayed by Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Right now, they were standing on the road, unable to advance or retreat. Including O Yonggong and O Fei, the caravan now only had 11 rank 3 gu masters, 27 rank 2 and 38 rank 1 gu masters. Such strength was naturally much stronger than Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing, but this was a temporary caravan that was mixed together. These gu masters came from various clans and were usually on guard against each other. If they were to fight together, they would not be able to do so unless the situation was favorable. They had their own needs, but they were not united, and each had their own way of doing things. If the hearts of the people were not united, the caravan would not be easy to lead. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing displayed rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were no doubt 2 tough bones. No caravan could swallow them, and even if they attacked together, the whole caravan would suffer heavy losses. For a moment, Jia Long, Chen Shuangjin, and the others looked at Fong and Bai, and then quietly sized each other up. None of them wanted to become cannon fodder for others. Moreover, in this situation, beast groups were attacking frequently. The caravan was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. The external pressure and the hesitation in their hearts made them hesitate. Fong Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Their reaction was within his expectations. The rest was up to her. Although this happened suddenly, and he had not communicated with Shang Xianci, Fong Yuan believed that with Shang Xianci's intelligence, she should have sensed this opportunity already. Sure enough, Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai walked out of the tent. Leaders, these 2 are my Zhang clan's hidden elders, Lord Heitu and Lord Baiyin. Shang Xianci introduced. Although her voice wasn't loud, she was the only one speaking, so her words were clearly heard by everyone. The leaders all had different expressions, while the crowd was chewing over the names Heitu and Baiyin. Shang Xianci smiled faintly. The 2 lords had a secret family mission and coincidentally joined this caravan halfway. The caravan leaders looked at each other in silence, since they were hidden elders. Even the head of the Zhang clan might not know of their existence. There was also a secret family mission, so it was not easy to find out their motives. Shang Xianci's words stopped them from asking any more questions. Of course. Although this statement was reasonable, it was only Shang Xianci's side of the story. The caravan leaders were all astute people, and each of them had their own considerations. No one completely believed it. Those who doubted it were still doubtful. But regardless of whether they suspected or believed, the strength of Fong and Bai was there for all to see. Therefore, there could only be one way to deal with this matter. Hence, I see. This is all a misunderstanding. Jia Long suddenly laughed 3 times, his face brimming with enthusiasm. He cupped his fists towards Fong and Bai, sincerely praising them. To think we had 2 such heroes hidden beside us. This father and son pair of O clan are really too outrageous. Their style is very problematic. I have advised them several times, but alas, they did not listen to me. Today they will be executed on the spot. It can be said that they deserve it. These words immediately determined the nature of this matter. The other vice leaders also reacted at this time. They inwardly scolded Jia Long for being shameless as they cupped their fists towards Fong and Bai. Zhang clan's reputation has spread far and wide. As expected of our southern borders, first-rate clan. I am Lei Gong Chung of Lei Clan. To be able to meet the two of you, it is my great fortune. It is our fortune that the two of you were able to get rid of evil for the people." The vice leaders were full of smiles as they lied through their teeth, distorting the truth. The murderers became the representatives of justice, and the O Clan father and son pair became heinous evildoers. As for the other Gu masters of O Clan, there were only 3 left who cared about their unsightly expressions. O Yanggong was dead anyway, without a rank 3 Gu master. Who would dare to step forward? Who could step forward? "You scoundrels! Why are you not greeting the 2 Lord Gu masters?" One of the vice leaders pretended to be unhappy as he shouted, "We greet Lord Heitu and Lord Baiyin." Among the crowd, more than 20 people quickly bowed towards Fong and Bai. The whole camp became noisy again. "The caravan has suffered heavy losses and is in imminent danger. We were fortunate to meet the 2 of you. Please come to the tent and discuss the matter." Jia Long approached and invited them with a sincere tone. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. The former looked at Shang XNCI, who was walking over, and inquired, "XNCI, what do you think?" Seeing this, Jia Long immediately raised Shang XNC's level by a level in his heart. Shang XNCI slightly shook her head and said in a delicate tone, "I am tired, let the leaders discuss." Fong Yuan praised her cleverness in his heart. It was time to retreat in order to advance. He nodded and added, "Our Zhang clan's goods have already been donated for free. We have no interest in these things, so we will not participate." This. Jia Long hesitated and wanted to persuade him again, but Shang XNCI had already turned around. Fong and Bai did not give Jia Long a chance, only throwing the crime scene to them and letting them deal with it. They showed an imposing manner. "Everyone disperse. Go back to your own matters. Don't we need to consolidate the camp?" 2 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters appeared. This is a good thing. Also, O Clan, come out and collect these 2 corpses. Jia Long took charge of the situation. O Clan's remaining 3 Gu masters ran out. 1 rank 2 middle stage and 2 rank 1. They held back their anger and tears, lowering their heads as they carried the O Clan father and son's corpses away. The crowd gradually dispersed. When the cheerful caravan leaders returned to their tents, they could no longer maintain their expressions. Their hypocritical smiles disappeared and were replaced with seriousness, bewilderment, indifference, and worry. Jia Long slowly sat on the main seat and said in a low voice, "2 Gu masters suddenly appeared. What do you all think?" "Humph. These are 2 madmen, openly killing people, lawless and out of control. Poor O Yanggong, we were just sitting here with him. In my opinion, these 2 are very suspicious. What hidden elder, that is Zhang Clan's girl's side of the story. Looking at these 2's actions, they are very likely to be demonic path members." That's right, demonic path members sneaking into caravans is a common occurrence. I reckon that Zhang Clan girl has already been abducted by them. Jia Long nodded. Everyone's thoughts are roughly the same as mine. Zhang Clan members have a flamboyant character and foundation. We are all outer sect members. We are clear of it. How could there be a hidden elder? But these 2 are a bit troublesome. They are both rank 3 peak stage. Yes, it is a bit troublesome. These 2 don't look old, but they are already rank 3 peak stage. Such aptitude. He. Everyone. There are pros and cons to everything. In my opinion, there is also a good side to this matter. Borrowing their strength, we can greatly increase our strength. A vice leader said, "The key is, how can we make use of them?" Just now, I took the initiative to invite them because I wanted to discuss it together and have them contribute. In the end, I failed. Jia Long sighed. "Humph, don't want to contribute? When the beast group attacks, who can stay out of it? At that time, it will not be up to them." A vice leader snorted in displeasure. "This matter needs to be discussed at length." Demonic path gu masters have always been unruly, arrogant, and extreme. Just relying on external pressure is not enough. We need to attack from both sides. Oh, I wonder what suggestion Brother Gongsun has? Actually, this suggestion is very simple. I'm just afraid everyone is not willing. It is to give a portion of the goods to the two of them. At that time, they will have to protect their own goods and will naturally need to put in effort. Once he said this, the tent fell into silence. Jia Long looked around and suddenly said, "This suggestion is very good. Humans die for wealth. Birds die for food. Demonic path gu masters do not have the support of their clans. Their desire for cultivation resources is even stronger. Everyone, you don't need to worry about losses. Did you forget O clan?" These words made everyone's eyes brighten. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance caused Zhang clan to become an influential force in the caravan, and O clan was trampled to the last place by them. With the death of O clan's father and son, there were only a few people left in O clan's caravan. There was no need to worry about them. The O clan had too many goods under their control. "Uncle, I have an important matter to report to you." Qin Xian had been paying attention to the tent, and after the caravan leaders finished their discussion, he walked to Qin clan's vice leader, Qin Shuangquan. Qin Shuangquan grabbed his hand. "I know what you want to say. This is not the place to talk. Let's go." The two returned to their own tents, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Qin Xian said, "Uncle, do you remember when I reported to you how Zhang Zhu was killed?" Qin Shuangquan nodded with a grave expression. Zhang Zhu was killed by a bone spear. And today, He Tu and Bai Yun also used bone spears. That's right. Uncle, these two people have ulterior motives. They are ruthless and malicious. If we publicize the evidence of their crime, everyone can work together to kill them and kill the danger ahead of time. Qin Xian said excitedly. Qin Shuangquan slowly shook his head and sighed. Qin Xian was puzzled. "Uncle, you don't agree." "It's not that I don't agree, but it's not feasible. I saw it with my own eyes. We have evidence. As long as we publicize the fact that they killed Zhang Zhu, no one will tolerate two traitors who would stab people in the back. Humph, evidence? We have witnesses, but what about material evidence?" Qin Shuangquan sneered. "Even if we have material evidence, what's the use? My nephew, it's not enough to just have evidence. The key is to have strength. Just now, they killed the O clan's father and son. You saw it, everyone saw it. Everyone is a witness, but what's the use? We all come from different clans. Our hearts are not united. How can we deal with these two evil thieves? Uncle, are we just going to let them go? They're too dangerous. I won't be able to sleep. If they find out that I'm an insider..." Qin Xian became more afraid as he spoke. "Humph, you think too highly of yourself. You think they don't know you? Maybe they already know. Maybe they already saw you, but they didn't make a move. Why? Because you're nothing to worry about. Qin Xian, don't be naive. In this cold world, only strength is everything." Qin Shuangquan sighed. Chapter 257. The sky was dark and gloomy. The clouds were very low, as if a storm was coming. The caravan moved forward on the mountain path with heavy footsteps. The large black-skinned fat beetles in the caravan were all dead. There were only 2 winged snakes left, each with a disability, but there were more backpack toads left. Because of their small size, they moved quickly and could easily avoid the attacks of wild beasts. As for the ostriches, although they were about the same size as the backpack toads, they liked to bury their heads in the soil when they were frightened. This method of deceiving others and themselves caused them to suffer the most casualties. Shang Xnci was mixed in the crowd, looking at the dozen or so backpack toads beside her with a complicated gaze. The goods on these backpack toads were all Zhang clans. Although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not participate in the discussion, the caravan leaders still allocated a large batch of goods to her. So this is because of strength. Shang Xinci sighed in her heart. Previously, when Zhang Zhu was around, these leaders had a calm attitude. But now they were polite and even had a hint of flattery. There were also those Gu masters and family servants. Right now, their gazes towards her were filled with respect and wariness. All these changes are because of these two. Shang Xinci looked at Fang Yuan and by Ning being not far away. Her gaze was somewhat complicated. On one hand, she felt a sense of security from Fang and Bai. On the other hand, she who had a kind heart felt fearful of Fang and Bai's ruthlessness in killing people. Hee, it seems we scared that girl. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were walking side by side, and after sensing Shang Xnci's gaze, she softly laughed. 7 to 8 days had passed since they killed O clan father and son. The influence spread to the whole caravan. Of course, this included Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Fang and Bai. Shang Xinci's gaze also avoided eye to eye with Fang Yuan. This reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. This master and servant pair had grown up in Zhang clan village and were influenced by the righteous path. When Fang and Bai showed their demonic nature, they could not help but notice the difference between them. There was still a long way to go before he could accept two demonic cultivators. Fang Yuan was not worried about this. External pressure would force them to accept and compromise. People always have to live. Next, after a few beast attacks, the estrangement in their hearts would gradually disappear. The problem now is him. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Xan. This young Gu master seemed to be the guy who escaped with Zhang Zhu. He thought that the white-feathered flying elephant had already crushed him into meat paste. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Even if a Gu master's cultivation was not high, if they had 1 or 2 special Gu worms, they could not be underestimated. Without the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan no longer had any means of detection, allowing him to escape with his life. No one knew how much he knew, but no matter what, Fang Yuan had a way to deal with it. He was a cautious person, always thinking about failure before thinking about victory. When he made the plan, he had already considered the possibility of being discovered. So, after he killed Zhang Zhu, he purposely displayed his powerful strength. If someone really found out, seeing Fang and Bai's valiance and ruthlessness, most people would feel fear and hide it. O clan's father and son were on the tip of the spear, if not for O Fei. Fang Yuan would have found a chance to cause trouble, or when the beast groups attacked. He would have displayed his powerful methods. Of course, if he was exposed, Fang Yuan had many methods to retaliate. The caravan leader Jia Long was a very good chess piece. He was Jia Fu's man, and Fang Yuan had obtained Jia Fu's token at Guyue village. As long as he showed the token and did some things, he could obtain Jia Long's trust. But no matter how perfect a plan was, there would be mistakes when it was implemented. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. Even if Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, there was a chance of failure. However, it was also because of this that life was so exciting. Fang Yuan's first thought was the worst result. If his luck was extremely bad, when he killed Zhang Zhu, someone would see it and leave behind solid evidence. In the end, it would cause Shang Xnci'ai to realize the truth and develop deep hatred towards him for biting the hand that fed him. Then what should he do? It was very simple. Just kill Shang Xnci'ai. She was only a mortal now. Killing her was easy. Shang clan leader also did not know she was his own daughter. If he did it cleanly, there would be no repercussions from Shang clan. Looking at the result now, Zhang Zhu was dead, and Fang Yuan's luck was not the best, leaving behind a trail. But it was not the worst. At least Shang Xnci'ai was still kept in the dark. Fang Yuan was sure of this. Because Shang Xnci'ai was still young, in Fang Yuan's eyes, her emotions could not be hidden. Crocodile-elephant group is ahead. A crocodile-elephant group is charging towards us. Alert, alert! At this time, the investigative Master head flew back, bringing bad news. The caravan was slightly disturbed, but soon calmed down. It's only crocodile elephants, don't panic. We don't have enough manpower, we can't defend here. That's right, everyone scatter and enter the rainforest. The Masters gave the wisest order. The caravan members' hearts were already stretched taut, and they quickly scattered. If they encountered such a situation before Fei, Ho Mountain, perhaps there would still be people who were worried about the goods and hesitated. But now they resolutely gave up, not even looking at these goods, and focused on escaping. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing protected Shang Xnci and her servant, charging into the rainforest. He was not surprised at the crocodile-elephant group's arrival, because it was his plan. Rumble, the crocodile-elephant group, rushed over, and soon there were miserable cries and sounds of trees being knocked down. Fang Yuan brought Shang Xnci and the rest, carefully evading in the rainforest. But there were many crocodile elephants, and they still encountered one. The crocodile elephant was small, about the same size as a yak, which made it more agile. Its whole body was covered in scales similar to a crocodile's, and its defense was thick, far surpassing the white feather-flying elephant. The elephant's tail was also like a crocodile's tail, dragging on the ground. Seeing this crocodile-elephant charging over like a small mountain, Xiao Dai cried out in alarm. Shang Xian's face was also pale. Don't worry. Fang Yuan indifferently instructed, and brazenly charged towards the crocodile elephant. One man and one elephant fiercely collided with each other halfway, causing a loud sound. Fang Yuan took 2 steps back, and the white light armor on his body shook 3 times. And that crocodile elephant's skull was shattered, blood gushed out, and it was knocked to the ground, pushing back for over 10 steps. Then it crashed into the trunk of a large tree. Only then did it suddenly stop. Amazing! Seeing this, Xiao Dai's eyes opened wide in shock. This was only an ordinary crocodile elephant and not a 100-beast king. Fang Yuan had snow-silver primeval essence, and also the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, so it was very easy for him to prepare it. However, Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai had never seen such a fiery scene. That Zhang Zhu did not have great strength, and was a healing master, so he mainly dodged and assisted during the battle. Fang Yuan's head-on collision and unbridled fighting style naturally left a deep impression on the master and servant. About 2 hours later, the crocodile-elephant group gradually retreated, and the caravan people walked out of the rainforest one after another. After calculating, only a master and a dozen servants were sacrificed. The losses were not huge. After arranging the goods, the caravan moved forward again. A few days later, they left Xiangyu mountain boundary and set off towards Bay Mountain. In the next half a month, the caravan encountered the attacks of black rock bears, iron-crowned deer groups, and so on, because Fang and Bai were almost inseparable from each other's protection. Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai were unharmed. After staying together like this, the master and servant's attitude also changed. Shang Xianci became much closer to Fang Yuan, and when they conversed, they laughed and did not avoid each other's eyes. And Xiao Dai had completely turned into a worshipper of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Worshipping strength was a common trait of all living beings, because only by being strong could they have a higher chance of survival. Moreover, although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were of the demonic path, they were extremely principled. In the eyes of the master and servant, they did not ask for anything else, and had never touched them, only repaying their kindness. This action was filled with the aura of a hero. Even in the righteous path, how many people could do this? Even if Fang Yuan was ugly, in the hearts of the master and servant, he was many times more adorable than many hypocritical righteous path people. A few days later, the caravan entered Bay mountain boundary. Zombies started to appear in the surroundings. Bay Mountain was not called Bay Mountain in the past. Over 100 years ago, there was a large clan on the mountain. A demonic path Master changed everything. He was once a servant of this clan, and on the day of his wedding, his beautiful wife was forcefully taken by a Master of the clan and raped to death. He buried his hatred deep in his heart, and by coincidence he obtained the inheritance of the demon Zombie King. After enduring for close to 100 years, with his rank 5 cultivation, he mobilized his zombie army and attacked this clan, slaughtering everyone. He did not even spare their corpses and turned them into zombies. After doing all this, he erected a huge tombstone on the ruins of the stronghold. On the tombstone, his wife's name was carved. This matter shook Southern Border. From then on, this mountain was called Bay Mountain. Zombies roamed the mountain. They killed wild beasts or passers-by, sucking their blood for food. And their corpse poison would infect corpses, forming new zombies. Thus, Bay Mountain was filled with endless zombies. To ensure the safety of the trade route, every year, clans would organize zombie squads to clean up these zombies. But no matter how they cleaned up, the zombies could never be killed, never ending. After all, the size of the zombie squads was limited, and Southern Border had many mountains, the journey was dangerous, and the expenditure was huge. The investment was high, but the returns were small, and it was impossible to turn Bay Mountain upside down. Any fish that escaped the net after a period of time would form the scale of zombies. After several large-scale alliances, the enthusiasm of the people was exhausted. This night, the caravan camped at the foot of Bay Mountain. The starry sky was bright, and Fong Yuan looked up at the dark shadow of Bay Mountain, his eyes flashing with a contemplative light. The time is ripe. These people have lost their value. It is time to get rid of these troubles. Chen Xian was going to die, but it would be even more troublesome to get rid of him alone. What did he know, and who did he reveal it to? Was there anyone else besides him who saw it? Fong Yuan had no idea, but Fong Yuan did not want to find out, because in his plan, if Chen Xian died, the others would also die. Only when they were all dead could it be considered clean. Chapter 258. Ding Hao hid in a bush and looked at the caravan at the foot of the mountain, licking his lips in excitement. According to the information left behind in the cave, as long as I kill 1,000 people and gather a zombie group, I can leave this place and go to Marsh Mountain to officially become Master's disciple. He was originally a mountain villager who was recruited by a caravan that passed by the village as a labor. But when they passed Bay Mountain, the caravan was attacked by large numbers of zombies. He was abandoned and used as cannon fodder, bringing up the rear along with dozens of other servants. The rest of the people were all dead, so he fled to the mountains in a panic. Just when he was at his wit's end, he found a cave that was very safe, and the surrounding zombies did not dare to wander around the entrance. When he entered the cave, he discovered a demonic path inheritance. It turned out that the demonic Master had slaughtered a clan and left behind a secret inheritance after erecting a tablet on the ruins. This inheritance was hidden very deeply and could only be inherited by mortals. Ding Hao first awakened his aperture in this cave and slowly cultivated, passing the test step by step. He originally had C-grade aptitude, but there was a rare goo in the cave that raised his aptitude to be grade after using it. Ding Hao cultivated wholeheartedly in Tombstone Mountain and spent more than 8 years cultivating to the 3rd transformation realm. He reached the standard and made it to the final secret chamber. In the secret room, the demonic Master only left behind an inscription, calling himself Second Zombie King. If a descendant really came here, it meant they were fated. If they were willing, they could go to Marsh Mountain and become his disciple, roaming Southern Border with him. As the final test, Second Zombie King required the descendant to kill 1,000 people and create a zombie army. There were also detailed standards, such as how many white hair zombies, how many black hair zombies, and how many green hair zombies. But if there was a blue hair zombie, just one would be enough to reach the entry standard. Ding Hao was an honest person. Honest people often had an advantage, and that was steadfast. He cultivated alone on Mu Bei Mountain for more than 8 years. He endured the loneliness and loneliness and could only accompany the zombies, slowly accumulating his cultivation to rank 3. He was originally a servant and could only observe the world of Gu masters from the sidelines. Thus he did not understand it. When he was at a loss, this inscription had undoubtedly given him a brand new direction in life, giving him another goal to strive for. The second zombie king was originally a servant, and they were of the same origin, which increased Ding Hao's sense of identity. After reading this inscription, Ding Hao began to work hard. He began to kill people and accumulate zombies at the same time. Ding Hao soon discovered that the 2 tasks actually complemented each other. After killing someone, he could use the corpse to create new zombies. With the addition of new zombies, the power in his hands would increase, and he would be able to kill more people. Tombstone Mountain was located on one of the 3 most important trade routes in Nanjiang. There would be caravans passing through every month. Ding Hao spent another 3 years. At this time, he was finally close to success, and the caravan at the foot of the mountain was the last stepping stone for him to succeed. This was the perfect prey. There were large caravans and small ones. Whenever a large caravan passed by, Ding Hao would hide far away. Ding Hao did not dare to fight against a medium-sized caravan. Ding Hao only dared to attack those small caravans and secretly commanded the zombies to kill them. When luck was good, those caravans would take the initiative to abandon some livestock or servants. When luck was bad, they would encounter a tough opponent and the zombies would be slaughtered, resulting in a great loss. They could only accumulate again. But this caravan at the foot of the mountain was worse than a small caravan. It was already crippled. It was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, struggling at death's door. It seemed like he could knock it down with just a light finger. Ding Hao was confident he could take care of this caravan. He felt that this was a great gift from the heavens. In the dead of night, a dark cloud slowly floated by, blocking the moonlight. The surroundings of the camp darkened. Kill! Ding Hao's eyes shone as he shouted in his heart. The arranged zombie army moved stealthily towards the camp from all directions. What's that sound? The investigative Gu master outside the caravan camp was extremely vigilant. There's a discovery. The Gu masters beside him were all nervous. The gazes of the 5 Gu masters were fixated on the darkness in front of them. Although the moonlight was blocked by the dark cloud, a huge bonfire was still lit in the camp. The bonfire let out a crackling sound as the mountain wind blew. As the fire changed, a zombie with white hair all over its body hopped into the investigative Gu master's vision. The Gu masters looked at each other and laughed. Haha, white hair zombie. TSK. Making a fuss over nothing. You scared me. Little San, go and get rid of this unlucky zombie. The leader of this group of Gu masters said indifferently. This kind of white hair zombie had the weakest battle strength, even weaker than ordinary wild beasts. Yes, boss. A young Gu master laughed as he walked over. Be careful of its corpse poison. It will be troublesome if you get infected with it. I don't have a Gu to decipher it. The healing Gu master in the group reminded. I know. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The young Gu master who walked out waved his hand impatiently. If he was really infected with the corpse poison, he would have to ask other Gu masters to heal him, at least half a piece of yuan stone. But this kind of white hair zombie's attacks were rigid and easy to dodge. Since entering Mu Bei Mountain, the young Gu master had killed many. This kind of thing, as long as I pay attention to dodging, I will be fine. Ugh. The young Gu master was mumbling to himself when his voice suddenly stopped and his relaxed steps froze on the spot. His pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What's wrong? The 4 Gu masters at the back felt something was wrong and quickly asked. The young Goo Master was alerted by this voice, and his body shook as if he was electrocuted, turning around and running. "Quick, send the signal. There are zombies." He shouted with a panicked expression. "It's just a white hair zombie. What's there to be afraid of? Fuck me." The 4 Goo Masters shouted at the same time. About a few hundred white-haired zombies hopped towards the camp. Among the white-hair zombies, there were even stronger black-hair zombies mixed in. The bonfire was still burning, and there were many shadows in the darkness. No one knew how many more zombies were approaching. Clang, clang, clang. In the camp, the sound of a gong suddenly resounded. There is a zombie group approaching the camp. They have surrounded the whole camp. "Quick, quick, quick! Everyone get up and defend!" Jialong and some vice leaders climbed up the temporary wooden wall, their expressions extremely grave. "Damn it! Which god did the traveling merchants offend this time? Their luck is so bad. I have been to Mubei Mountain more than 10 times, but I have never seen such a large zombie group like today. Everyone, there is no point in complaining. At this point, if we want to live, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Let's work together and defeat this zombie group." Everyone in the camp shouted angrily, raising their morale. In contrast, the zombie army outside was silent. Only the sound of jumping footsteps could be heard. The formation of the 2 sides formed a strange and distinct contrast. The slaughter soon unfolded. The Goo Masters relied on the wooden walls to defend and used all kinds of long-range attacks. Colorful lights appeared around the camp. Icicles, fireballs, vines, rolling rocks, and so on, giving the zombie vanguard a severe warning. Large numbers of white-hair zombies fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, burned into charcoal, frozen into ice cubes, and crushed into meat paste. "Kill, kill, kill." Ding Hao sneered as he hid in the middle of the mountain. He was no longer a novice. He had accumulated these years of experience. These white-hair zombies were cannon fodder. Their purpose was to waste the Goo Master's primeval essence. Sure enough, after a while, the Goo Master's attacks became sparse and weak. "I can't go on. I don't have much primeval essence left. I also need to recover my primeval essence. Someone take my place. Damn it! Why are these white-hair zombies endless?" There were too few Goo Masters in the caravan, and the white-hair zombies were endless. Finally, they resisted the pressure and reached the wooden wall. Under the impact of the zombie horde, the makeshift wooden walls suddenly let out a sound of imminent danger. "Damn it, hold on. Call the reserve team to reinforce us." Both sides fell into a deadlock on the wooden wall. One side wanted to charge in, while the other side wanted to defend this pass. The large amount of white-hair zombies was expended, causing Ding Hao to feel some heartache. "It's your turn, my babies." He willed, and a group of black-hair zombies charged up from the rear and entered the battlefield. White-hair zombies moved slowly. They would be harmed by sunlight and could not walk in broad daylight. If they were fed fresh blood, they could grow into black-hair zombies after a few years. These zombies were covered in black hair. They had greater strength, stronger defense, and faster jumping speed. Although they would also be burned by sunlight, they were not as afraid as the white-hair zombies. The black-hair zombies' battle strength was equivalent to 100 Beast King. The group of black-hair zombies that Ding Hao sent numbered more than 50. They gathered together and charged. They found a weak point in the camp's defense and immediately smashed through a wall, causing it to collapse. Even though the camp had mobilized manpower to block them, but there were still several black-hair zombies that charged deep into the camp. A black-haired zombie swept its arms and sent a rank 1 Goo Master flying. The Goo Master fell on the ground, unable to get up. The black-hair zombie jumped and pounced towards him. "My life is over." The Goo Master closed his eyes in despair when he suddenly heard a loud sound. He opened his eyes and saw a solid figure blocking in front of him. As for that black-hair zombie, it was lying far away. "It's that Lord Hey Tu from Zhang Clan." The Goo Master's heart shook. How? That black hair zombie's chest caved in from Fang Yuan's punch, but it did not die. Instead, it jumped up and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's whole body was covered in a layer of white light armor. He slightly frowned, and when it got close, he grabbed its arms and tore them apart. The black hair zombie was immediately torn into two halves by Fang Yuan's enormous strength. Blood mixed with corpse poison splattered, but was pushed away by the white light armor. Fang Yuan casually threw away the two halves of the corpse. With such injuries, even a myriad beast king level blue hair zombie would die. Thank you, Lord Hei-Tu, for saving my life. The saved Goo Master was completely intimidated by Fang Yuan's imposing manner. He shouted in admiration and admiration. Fang Yuan ignored him and looked at the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 259. At this time, most of the wooden walls had already collapsed, and an endless stream of zombies charged into the camp, tangling with the Goo Masters. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this zombie army was controlled by Ding Hao from behind the scenes. If it was an ordinary zombie group, they would swarm together, or after the white hair zombie died, the black hair zombies would come forward. How could there be such coordination? There was clearly someone controlling them from behind, and the person controlling this zombie group was undoubtedly Ding Hao. Fang Yuan remembered. After Second Zombie King slaughtered the clans of Mu Bei Mountain, he left behind an inheritance here. The beneficiary of this inheritance was Ding Hao. This person later became Second Zombie King's eldest disciple, and although he was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely loyal. Later on, during the righteous demonic battle on Yitian Mountain, he took the initiative to die in place of Second Zombie King. I wanted to find you, but to think you would come to me on your own accord. You've saved me a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had planned to use Ding Hao to eradicate the caravan and kill everyone else. Although he had methods to attract the beast groups, it was not easy to control the scale. The caravan's strength was being whittled down, and if he attracted a large number of beast groups, it would bring danger to his own life. If he had to protect Shang XNCI, it would be even more troublesome. In this situation, Ding Hao was the best chess piece. But this Ding Hao, where is he hiding now? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and scanned the surroundings. If he wants to command the zombie army, he naturally has to choose a high ground that can overlook the battlefield. Of course, he has other goo worms that can observe the camp from a bird's eye view. But no matter what, his hiding place can make it easy to escape. Fang Yuan lost the earth communication eargrass and had no investigative methods, so he could only rely on his guesses. The battle became more intense, hundreds of zombies fell, and the Goo Masters also suffered heavy casualties. In front of the endless zombie army, they retreated step by step and soon reached the center of the camp. Here, in a hurry, they had piled up goods to form a bunker, and some rank 1 Goo Masters used many methods to reinforce it. There are too many zombies. We can't defend this place anymore. We need to break out. Hey, break out? How? There are at least dozens of black hair zombies. We should defend. When the sun rises, the zombies' battle strength will fall. We don't need to do anything. The zombies will retreat. The crowd began to argue, and their opinions were divided into two factions. One side wanted to break out of the encirclement, while the other side wanted to defend. The two sides were still arguing, and the zombie horde was already closing in. The biggest flaw of this temporarily assembled caravan was exposed at this moment. That was the inability to achieve true unity. They lacked a strong voice to preside over the overall situation. Fang Yuan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this time, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Stop arguing!" The quarrel immediately stopped. In everyone's eyes, he had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and was one of the strongest experts in the caravan, especially at this moment of life and death. Fang Yuan undoubtedly had the right to speak. Fang Yuan looked around, his gaze as cold as a knife. Under the illumination of the fire, his ugly face looked ferocious. Those who want to stay behind are all idiots. If we could break out of the encirclement, why would we stay here? The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed, appearing extremely domineering. The Gu masters who were clamoring to defend to the death showed indignant expressions, but did not dare to say anything. And those Gu masters who insisted on breaking out of the encirclement showed joyful expressions. Lord He-Tu is wise. Lord He-Tu, we will follow you. At this time, only Lord He-Tu can turn this desperate crisis around. They spoke one after another, wanting to prop up Feng Yuan and let him take the most dangerous vanguard role. But Feng Yuan sneered and scolded again. All of you shut up! Those who are clamoring to break out, you are all a bunch of idiots. The Gu masters who were praising Feng Yuan earlier stiffened, their expressions changing uncertainly. Those who were defending to the death showed mocking and gloating smiles. Sir He-Tu, what do you mean? Jia Long's expression was ashen, his tone gloomy and his gaze unkind. Whether we defend to the death or break out, we need to investigate the situation. Do you know how big this zombie horde is? If there is a large army hidden in the darkness, wouldn't breaking out be walking right into a trap? If this is all, you who are defending to the death can clearly escape early. But you want to wait for the smell of blood to attract more zombies. Aren't you courting death? Feng Yuan's spit flew everywhere. Being scolded, no matter who it was, their expression would not be good. Chen Shuangquan asked darkly, Then, sir, do you have any good suggestions? Feng Yuan stared angrily and pointed at Qin Shuangquan. So you fools, your brains are stuffed with shit. I have spoken for so long, but there are still people who don't understand. Of course, we have to break out. We have to first try to break out. Investigative Gu masters, put in more effort. Qin Shuangquan's expression turned even uglier after being scolded by Feng Yuan. A ball of fire accumulated in his heart. But when Feng Yuan killed O Clan's father and son, it left a deep impression on him. He could only restrain the anger in his heart. Feng Yuan's domineering attitude made everyone dissatisfied. But at the same time, under such circumstances, such a domineering person gave them an indescribable sense of security. Soon, under Feng Yuan's manipulation, a small team was organized to break out of the encirclement. Break out in that direction. Feng Yuan pointed towards the southeast direction and said solemnly, Yes, Lord He-Tu. Remember, reconnaissance is the priority. Survival is the priority. If you can't do it, then retreat. Feng Yuan smiled and patted the team leader's shoulder. The team leader's heart immediately relaxed. His impression of Feng Yuan was no longer as hateful as before. The zombie horde neared the final line of defense and the battle started. The breakout team rushed out 300 steps and helplessly retreated. Too terrifying, I found at least several hundred zombies in the darkness over there. The investigative Gu master reported with lingering fear. Everyone's expression slightly sank when they heard this. No worries, you guys rest first. Second team, you guys break out from that direction. Feng Yuan commanded. This team rushed out 400 to 500 steps and had no choice but to retreat. Densely packed zombies. The investigative Gu master's face was pale. Feng Yuan tried his best to let them rest, then said to the newly formed third team, Go in that direction. But that direction is a valley. The team leader was somewhat puzzled. Slap. Feng Yuan slapped him. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The team leader was stunned by this slap. He did not dare to meet Feng Yuan's furious and fierce gaze, quickly turning around and breaking out in the direction Feng Yuan pointed. Feng Yuan formed 3 breakout teams, and after probing them one by one, they finally eliminated all possible locations. Now only that high slope is left. If I am not wrong, Ding Hao is definitely hiding there. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart and continued to arrange the breakout teams. These people really don't want to give up. Ding Hao frowned, but soon relaxed. If it was an ordinary zombie group, you guys might have broken out. Unfortunately, the owner of this zombie group is me. He secretly mobilized the zombies in the darkness to replenish their numbers, ensuring that there were no weak spots. At the same time, he arranged heavy troops at several locations. After a few rounds, the breakout teams suffered heavy casualties. Enough, if we can't break out, don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. Sigh, it seems we can only defend to the death. Everyone persevere until sunrise. These zombies are made of paper. Bullshit, we are about to succeed. This time I will personally lead the team by Uniguard. Fong Yuan cursed and forcefully tried to break out. The Gu Masters could only form a team due to his forceful attitude. 8 Gu Masters suddenly rushed out, with Fong Yuan leading the way. His huge strength combined with snow-silver primeval essence, as well as the sky canopy goo, he easily broke out of the encirclement. Oh no, that place is a little weak. Ding Hao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He had not thought that Fong Yuan would choose this place to break out, because this place was a dead end, and adding on the fact that he had constantly mobilized troops to deal with the breakout from other directions. The zombies in this direction were the least. We really succeeded. They broke out. The people in the camp behind him were dumbstruck. Although 5 Gu Masters had fallen in the process of breaking out, Fong Yuan and the other 2 Gu Masters had survived. We are saved. Quick, quick! Let's break out in this direction. The people in the camp cheered. Don't even think of succeeding. Ding Hao gritted his teeth and quickly mobilized the zombie group to fill the gap. The people in the camp had yet to organize themselves, but the direction Fong Yuan had broken out from was already filled with white hair zombies. There were also 5 black hair zombies, and they pounced towards Fong Yuan and the other 2. The other 2 were instantly terrified. Follow me! Fong Yuan shouted coldly and pounced towards the direction Ding Hao was hiding. The 2 panicked people had no time to think and subconsciously followed. You didn't choose any other direction, but ran towards me. It seems even the heavens want you to die. Ding Hao's lips curled up, and he proudly looked at the 2 zombies beside him. These 2 zombies were tall, and their bodies were covered in green hair. They were green hair zombies, stronger than black hair zombies, and had the battle strength of 1,000 Beast King at night. After so many years, Ding Hao had only saved these 2 zombies. Go! He willed, and the 2 green hair zombies immediately shot out. 80 steps later, they collided with Fong Yuan and the other 2. Fong Yuan faced one head-on, and even though he had the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, he could only fight evenly, and both sides took several steps back. As for those 2 Gu Masters, they were being suppressed by the other green-haired zombie and were already in a precarious situation. Let me! He activated the jumping grass, and with a leap he joined the battle. The 2 Gu Masters were overjoyed and were about to thank Fong Yuan for his help. But suddenly, 2 spiral bone spears shot out. Swoosh, swoosh! The 2 Gu Masters were killed. Ding Hao had been paying attention to the battle and did not expect such a change, and a huge suspicion rose in his heart. His distraction caused the movements of the 2 green-haired zombies to become sluggish. Next, Fong Yuan's words shocked Ding Hao even more. Chapter 260. Ding Hao only felt a clap of thunder in his mind, making him dizzy. Who is this person? He actually found me and knows my name. It's impossible. All these years I have been careful and never let the cat out of the bag. How could he find me? His mind was in a mess. The 2 green-haired zombies, as well as the black zombies and white zombies around the camp, were all motionless. The people in the camp did not expect this scene and were stunned. But Ding Hao immediately reacted and hurriedly gathered his mind. The battle in the camp started again. Fong Yuan saw that the 2 zombies did not continue to rush over. He knew that he had already succeeded halfway. So he shouted, Ding Hao, if you don't come out, you will regret it. Ding Hao hid in the bushes and mobilized the zombies to surround Fang Yuan. On the other hand, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Fang Yuan coldly snorted. "Of course it was my master, the second zombie king." "Ah!" Ding Hao couldn't help but exclaim. The words master and second zombie king were like boulders that suddenly fell into the lake in his heart. With a loud bang, huge waves were set off. He could not help but stand up and walk out of the bushes. He stared at Fang Yuan with shock and doubt in his eyes. "Who are you?" Ding Hao asked eagerly. Fang Yuan coldly snorted and said in a tough tone, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? I am the eldest disciple of the second zombie king. Hey Tuesday, Ding Hao, I will count to 3. If you don't remove these 2 zombies, you are the eldest senior brother? Wait a minute. How does Master know my name?" Ding Hao's heart was full of doubts. But even so, he still called the 2 zombies back to his side. Fang Yuan's face turned serious, and he scolded. "Who is your eldest senior brother? Master hasn't accepted you as a disciple yet. Why are you shouting?" Ding Hao was scolded and could not refute. Fang Yuan's tone softened. "You talk to yourself in front of the stone tablet all day. How can Master not know your name?" "Ah!" Ding Hao suddenly exclaimed. For the past few years he had been alone, with only zombies as his companions, when he was depressed and in pain. Then he would hide in the last cave and talk to the stone tablet about his worries. He didn't expect that Fang Yuan would expose his privacy. I thought it was an ordinary stone tablet." Ding Hao stammered. "Humph, what level are you at? Of course you can't see the profundities of the stone tablet. How can you see through Master's remarkable abilities?" Fang Yuan sneered disdainfully. In fact, even if a rank 9 Gu Master looked at the stone tablet, they would not be able to see the profundities within. That was just an ordinary stone tablet. But in Fang Yuan's previous life, after Ding Hao had made a name for himself, he recalled his life of struggle and had once said this. Ding Hao licked his lips. Although he believed most of it, he still had some doubts. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, cupping his fists. "Lord He Tu, since you are Master's disciple, then please show me the unique rigid heart Gu of our inheritance." This was the rigid heart Gu. It was unique to the zombie king bloodline and was shaped like a heart. It had 7 orifices and was as stiff as stone. It was rank 3 and was as cold as iron as if made of bronze. The rigid heart Gu could produce the rank 2 driving corpse Gu, similar to the charred thunderbeam mother Gu that could produce charred thunder potato Gu. The rank 2 driving corpse Gu was also a consumable Gu. It could be used on corpses and form zombies, but it had an advantage over the charred thunder potato Gu. The zombies it created could grow to a higher level. For example, white hair zombies could grow into black hair zombies, and black hair zombies could become green hair zombies. Fang Yuan had the charred thunderbeam mother Gu, but he did not have the rigid heart Gu. In the face of Ding Hao's request, he was not nervous at all. Instead, he confidently scolded, "Bullshit! I'm carrying out a secret task arranged by my teacher. I'm following the caravan in disguise. How could I bring the Gu with me? This rigid heart Gu feeds on zombies. How can I get zombies under everyone's eyes?" "Ah, this." Ding Hao was stunned. "What this? You think I can't kill you?" Fang Yuan timely revealed his snow silver primeval essence. His rank 3 peak stage cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Ding Hao's pupil shrunk. He was only rank 3 middle stage. Fang Yuan continued. "Although our bloodline can control zombies and form an army, but controlling zombies requires mental control. If the soul is not strong, the mental control will be weak, and the number and quality of zombies you can control will be average. Although you have 2 green hair zombies, if you want to control them while fighting yourself, there will be many flaws. It's easy for me to kill you." Ding Hao heard this and licked his dry lips, taking a step back with some fear. But Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic. Before leaving, Master told me that there is a Ding Hao in Mubei Mountain, and wanted me to inspect him to see if he had the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to kill me before I even looked for you. Humph. This eldest senior brother, I didn't do it on purpose. When Ding Hao heard that Fang Yuan was sent by the second zombie king to inspect him, he couldn't help but panic. Who's your eldest senior brother? You haven't obtained Master's approval yet. You don't doubt me now? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ding Hao quickly cupped his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, Eldest senior brother, since you know about the rigid heart, goose food, and our shortcomings, no matter how stupid I am, I understand eldest senior brother's identity. Fang Yuan kept a straight face and didn't say anything, only looking at the two green hair zombies. Ding Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. With a thought, he sent the two green hair zombies away. Then he walked in front of Fang Yuan, bowed, and said in a low voice, Eldest senior brother, please forgive me. I just wanted to devour this group of people and accumulate enough zombies. I really didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. If I had known earlier, I would have gone down the mountain to welcome you. I have long been determined to follow Master. Heaven and earth can prove my loyalty. Fang Yuan softened his tone. Master knows your loyalty. Before I left, my teacher also instructed me to take a look at you on account of your admirable loyalty. Even if you didn't meet the standard, as long as the gap isn't big, it doesn't matter. I see. Ding Hao was overjoyed. But Fang Yuan's face darkened and his tone was cold. You dared to slaughter the caravan and destroy my secret mission. Do you know how much hard work your second senior sister and I had to put in to sneak into this caravan? Eldest senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose. Ding Hao's face was sad. His heart was just excited, but Fang Yuan's words hit the bottom. Second senior sister is also in the caravan? I will withdraw the zombies. What? Fang Yuan was furious. He bent his finger and knocked Ding Hao's head. Is your brain a mess? Can't you use your brain? Are you going to make me suspect by withdrawing the zombies for no reason? Idiot. Ding Hao covered his aching head and hurriedly nodded and apologized. Yes. Eldest senior brother is right. Eldest senior brother, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Fang Yuan pointed at Ding Hao. You've made a huge mistake, but since it was an unintentional mistake, I'll let it go. Next, you must do as I say and make up for your mistake. Ding Hao was scolded like a grandson, and he kept nodding and bowing to Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not make any requests. Instead, he asked, Tell me the truth. How many white-haired zombies, black-haired zombies, and green-haired zombies do you have? Do you have blue-haired zombies? Ding Hao looked ashamed. I'm stupid. I've lived in Tombstone Mountain for almost 10 years, but I haven't raised a blue-haired zombie. I only have 3 green-haired zombies. I left one in the cave abode to guard and brought the other 2 with me. As for black-haired zombies, I have more than 120, and white-haired zombies nearly 4,000. Fang Yuan also expected that he didn't have any blue-haired zombies. After confirming it, he was slightly relieved. He purposely made a sound of surprise and casually said, You're not far from the standard. It's good enough to have 3 green-haired zombies. As for blue-haired zombies, I only have 2. As for the second zombie king's standards for accepting disciples, he was clear. The second zombie king had left more than one inheritance. In his previous life, he had accepted 7 or 8 disciples, and Ding Hao was one of them. Later, the second zombie king joined Yitian Mountain. When the righteous faction besieged Yitian Mountain, the second zombie king's disciples commanded the zombie army and shone brilliantly, forcing the righteous alliance to retreat. Ding Hao no longer had any doubts after hearing Fang Yuan's words. He looked at Fang Yuan with admiration in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, you're amazing. You actually have 2 blue-haired zombies. I admire you. Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and showed an expression of being proud, but deliberately suppressing it. Raising blue-haired zombies is both difficult and easy. Let me tell you, you first have to find the corpse of at least a rank for Goo Master. However, you have to try your luck and see if the corpse had used goo worms to raise its strength. If it had, it would at least be green-haired. If it is raised with fresh blood for a year or two, it will have blue hair. I see. Ding Hao heard it and combined it with his past experience. He immediately knew that Fang Yuan's words were true. He quickly said gratefully, "Thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother." Fang Yuan nodded slightly. He carefully observed Ding Hao's expression and knew that the other party had completely trusted him. Ding Hao was originally a family servant and had been hiding in Mubei Mountain for nearly 10 years to cultivate. He was an honest person and was really gullible. In fact, even a scheming person would be moved by Fang Yuan's words and would at least believe most of it. Since things have come to this, let's put on a show. If you do well, I will pass the inspection, Fang Yuan said. Ding Hao's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, "Eldest senior brother, please say it. I will do my best to do it." Fang Yuan gave detailed instructions and charged back to the camp. With Ding Hao's secret cooperation, Fang Yuan safely returned to Shang XNC's side. Everyone was surprised, happy, respectful, and in awe when they saw the expert Fang Yuan return of his own accord. From their point of view, Fang Yuan could have escaped, but he came back. "It's my fault for burdening you, benefactor." Shang XNC's face was full of shame and guilt. "It's fine. You're just one of the reasons. Besides, Baiyun is here too." Fang Yuan waved his hand and said this deliberately, making Shang XNCI and Xiao Dai even more moved. Chapter 261. The zombies' attacks gradually slowed down, and the situation fell into a deadlock. As time passed, Goo Masters sacrificed themselves, or zombies fell to the ground from time to time. 2 hours later, Ding Hao followed Fang Yuan's instructions and suddenly increased his momentum, breaking through the already perilous front line. There were only 30 or so people left in the caravan. They had to break through. They had the same opinion. Everyone could see. If they broke through, there was still a chance of survival. If they stubbornly defended, they would definitely perish. Breaking through was a bitter struggle. They were surrounded by layers upon layers of white-hair zombies and black-hair zombies blocking their way. "Don't protect these mortals anymore. They are a burden to us," Jia Long shouted. Shang XNCI and Xiao Dai turned pale. "Don't be afraid, I am here." Fang Yuan guarded beside them. The rest of the mortals were mercilessly abandoned. Only the 2 of them were left. Jia Long and the others did not dare to say anything, because they still had to rely on Fang and Bai's strength. The caravan moved with difficulty, and just as they were about to break through, 2 green-hair zombies suddenly appeared. "Let's retreat." Fang Yuan pulled Shang XNCI and Xiao Dai and said in a low voice. Bai Ningbing's movements paused. Wouldn't they fall back into the encirclement if they retreated? But Fang Yuan had already retreated with Shang XNCI and Xiao Dai. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, looking at the empty space in front of her. She finally turned around and retreated with Fang Yuan. The caravan and the 2 green-hair zombies collided and a chaotic battle broke out. The green-hair zombies were as strong as 1,000 beast kings, and although the caravan had many rank, 3 Goo Masters, they were at the end of their rope. As they fought, the surrounding black-hair zombies and white-hair zombies also closed in, surrounding the caravan. On the contrary, Fang and Bai's pressure was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan retreated dozens of steps and began to break through again. Along the way, there were many white-hair zombies, but Fang Yuan charged left and right with extreme power. The white-hair zombies fell to the ground and died if they touched them. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. Was this Fang Yuan's true strength? These white-haired zombies are so weak. When she made her move, she immediately discovered something strange. The white-haired zombies that blocked their way were several times weaker than the ones they had encountered before, and they looked rather foolish. Without a decent offensive, he was just like a punching bag. Could it be that Fang Yuan had already seen through this flaw and was only making use of it now? Strange, these white-haired zombies all looked the same. How did he discover these weaknesses? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan, however, was cursing in his heart. Before he left, he had told Ding how to pretend to be strong, but actually weak. He had to act realistically. What was this now? Ding Hao was sweating profusely. There had never been a moment like this, when he was so focused on controlling the zombie army. He was very nervous, feeling that he had ruined the eldest senior brother's secret mission. Guilt and worry made him try his best to cooperate with Fang Yuan's act. Previously, he didn't know Fang Yuan's identity, but now that he knew that he was his eldest senior brother, how would he dare to make a move? So powerful! Xiao Dai exclaimed. Shang Xan's beautiful eyes were also shining. Fang Yuan galloped unhindered in front of them, and no one could stop him. He had a kind of invincible spirit. Who didn't love heroes? Which girl didn't have a Prince Charming in their heart, a hero who would save the damsel in distress? Xiao Dai had it, and so did Shang Xanci. At this moment, the master and servant looked at Fang Yuan's broad back, their hearts rippling. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, in their eyes, this ugliness exuded acute radiance. His bravery, his spirit, gave the two girls an inexplicable sense of security in their hearts. It made them want to rely on him, to rely on him. His acting is too fake, this coward! Fang Yuan wished he could kick Ding Hao until he had no descendants. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he also thought of Ding Hao's mental state. Seems like this is the only way. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. He suddenly removed the sky canopy goo and charged towards a white-haired zombie's claw. Immediately, Fang Yuan's flesh split open and he was injured. Good, that's it. Fang Yuan cheered in his heart. This was the best chance to gain Shang Xanci's trust. How could he let it go? Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed and immediately left Shang Xanci and ran towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the Yanggu, and that was the key to her turning back into a male. She could not lose it. Oh my God! Ding Hao saw Fang Yuan injured, and he immediately shivered in fear. His heart was filled with self-blame and worry, and his face was panic-stricken, and he kept muttering to himself. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. Eldest senior brother! Ah! Shang Xanci and Xiao Dai cried out together. Fang Yuan was suddenly injured, and they both trembled with heartache. What are you doing here? Go back and protect them. Bai Ningbing rushed over, and Fang Yuan shouted at her. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes instantly widened. She could see this guy was deliberately injured. What a bastard! Don't go too far. Bai Ningbing's eyes twitched as she threw down this sentence. With Ding Hao controlling from the side, the white-haired zombie bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but it was all bark and no bite. Bai Ningbing kicked away a white-haired zombie and rushed back to Shang Xanci's side. How is He too? Shang Xanci grabbed Bai Ningbing's arm and asked. He's fine. Bai Ningbing curled her lips. Why didn't you replace him? He's injured. Shang Xanci, who had always been gentle, said with a rare resentment. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. She couldn't tell Shang Xanci that Fang Yuan took the initiative to get injured, right? Thus, she casually came up with an excuse. He's this kind of person. Once he starts charging, he will never stop unless he falls. Shang Xanci's beautiful eyes flickered and slightly reddened. Xiao Dai covered her mouth, and her eyes were already moist. Looking at Fang Yuan again, the master and servant's hearts rippled. What kind of person was this? Fearless in the horde of zombies, charging forward with an indomitable will. Without a doubt, he was a hero full of sadness. Ding Hao saw that Fang Yuan was injured, and his heart trembled with fear, not daring to stop him. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan brought Shang Xanci and the other two out of the encirclement of the zombies. That's it. He smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, looking at the only injury on his body helplessly. It was such a good opportunity to perform, but he only got one injury. His acting was not good enough. But even if it was only one injury, it was enough to make Shang Xanci and Xiao Dai extremely worried. Hey Tu, are you okay? You're injured. The wound is so deep, it's all because of me. Shang Xanci's eyes were filled with tears. A lot of black blood flowed out. Lord He Tu, you're poisoned. Xiao Dai said with concern. Fang Yuan puffed out his chest, and with a deep voice he said fearlessly, "What's this small injury? The corpse poison is a bit troublesome, but I have the clear heat goo to detoxify it. You don't need to worry." He started laughing. On the ruins of the camp, flames soared to the sky. In order to cut off all means of retreat, and also to illuminate the camp, everyone in the caravan ignited whatever they could before leaving. Fang Yuan and the other three rushed out of the encirclement of the zombies and found themselves in the outer circle illuminated by the flames. The flames shone on Fang Yuan's face, his chest, and his wound. He was smiling, his appearance was ugly, but in the eyes of the two girls he exuded a different kind of heroic charm. They had once dreamed of a hero saving a damsel in distress, and the hero in their dreams was handsome and confident. To be honest, the image of Fang Yuan in their hearts was very different. But for some reason, the two girls felt that he was a true hero. He was confident, he was fearless, and his heroic spirit was unparalleled. Many years later, Shang Xanci would ask herself, how did Fang Yuan walk into the depths of her heart? Every time, she would involuntarily think back to this night. Behind them, zombies were everywhere, and the soaring flames shone on Fang Yuan's face. His face was full of burn marks, and when he smiled, he revealed his white teeth. His deep and dark eyes looked at her. The usually cold eyes, under the cover of the orange flames, revealed a kind of warmth. Save us. The people in the caravan who were deep in the zombie horde saw the situation on Fang Yuan's side and shouted for help. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Shang Xanci had already extended her hand and grabbed his arm. You're injured. Don't go. Let's go. Do you remember what you told me before? Do what you can. Do what you can feel at ease. Fang Yuan laughed and patted Shang Xanci's hand. Don't worry. I don't want to go. I have no grudges with them. Let's go. However, it was also inappropriate to walk like this. What if someone knew that he killed Zhang Zhu and shouted out in despair? What would Shang Xanci think? In truth, his worry was unnecessary. Chun Xian and Chun Shuangquan, who knew, had already died in battle. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and shouted, You guys hold on. Wait until I settle them down. Then I'll come and help you. Brother He Tu is righteous. I hope Brother He Tu will go and return quickly. If Brother He Tu saves my life, I'm willing to repay you with a large sum of money. The people in the caravan all shouted. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at the master and servant's puzzled eyes and said, Give them some hope. I hope they can create a miracle. Sai, I can only do this much. Fang Yuan's image in the hearts of the two girls suddenly became much bigger. Fang Yuan led the three and ran along the mountain path. Under the moonlight, the mountain path was covered with frost and snow. According to the previous discussion, he also arranged for a group of zombies to block the path. The four rushed over, and Fang Yuan gave Bai Ningbing a look and then stayed on the spot. You guys go first. I'll block these zombies and catch up to you later. The two girls immediately hesitated, but under Bai Ningbing's persuasion, they ran all the way and soon left Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan waited for a while and pretended to tangle with the zombies. Seeing that the time was ripe, he activated jumping grass and crossed the zombies and returned to Ding Hao's side. The battle was still going on. There were only 3 people left in the caravan. But what shocked Fang Yuan was that one of the green hair zombies was also destroyed. After asking Ding Hao, Fang Yuan found out that a goo master had used a rare rank 3 detonation goo. Eldest senior brother. Ding Hao quickly bowed, his face pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He had never tried to split his mind to control zombies at such a high intensity. Most importantly, cooperating with Fang Yuan's acting had exhausted him. In the past, when he commanded the zombies, they would either retreat or attack. It was not like today when they attacked with bare fangs and claws, but had to attack empty space. After being hit by Fang Yuan, he had to control these zombies to stay still. Eldest senior brother, how are your injuries? I really didn't mean it. I have healing goo here. Ding Hao quickly explained. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. You are good. You are very hardworking. My injuries are not important. I took them myself. Now put in more effort and eliminate all these people. Yes. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Ding Hao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, he gathered his spirit and pushed countless zombies forward. The 3 survivors knew that they were going to die. One closed his eyes and sighed. One scolded Fang Yuan and one cried loudly. Under death, everyone's nature was revealed. The zombies drowned these 3 people, and Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Did anyone escape? No, definitely not. According to eldest senior brother's instructions, I also arranged a large circle of zombies outside. Ding Hao quickly replied. Very good, you have done well. Clean up the battlefield. Be careful not to leave any traces. Yes, eldest senior brother. Ding Hao had ambushed caravans all these years, but did not expose himself. He had a certain level of skill. Cleaning up the battlefield was easy, and even Fang Yuan secretly nodded his head, pretending to be ordinary zombies attacking caravans. However, although he was older than Fang Yuan, he was not as experienced as Fang Yuan. During this period, Fang Yuan gave him a few pointers and made up for his mistakes, which made him admire him. For example, Yuan stones could not be taken all, and had to be left behind. The zombies would not pick up Yuan stones. Another example was not to turn all the corpses into zombies. After all, there were deep and shallow zombie poisons and could not be 100% turned into zombies. Eldest senior brother, please accept these Yuan stones. After a cup of tea's time, Ding Hao sensibly presented the Yuan stones he had obtained. Fang Yuan glanced at it. There were about 13,000 Yuan stones. He accepted them without hesitation and put them all into tussita flowers. How was your harvest this time? Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and asked warmly. Ding Hao's pale face showed excitement. The harvest this time is huge. I got 5 complete bodies, all rank 3 goo masters. There are also over a dozen goo master corpses. All of them have been nurtured. After turning into zombies, they are at least black-haired zombies. Ha ha ha, the harvest is good. Take good care of these black-haired zombies. There will definitely be new green-haired zombies. Ding Hao nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. This is the first time I have devoured a caravan. It is all thanks to eldest senior brother that you attracted beast groups along the way, weakening them. Ding Hao's harvest is all thanks to eldest senior brother. You are also not bad, you commanded well. But looking at your face, you have used too much energy. Your mind is haggard, and your soul has already been injured. You need to rest for a while. In our lineage, the maintenance of the soul is very important. If the soul is not strong, the mind will be weak, and it will be harder to command the zombies. Fang Yuan smiled, his voice gentle. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your concern. Ding Hao had been alone for the last 10 years. This was the first time he was so cared for by others. He could not help but be excited and moved. This agitation caused him to feel a strong dizziness, his body swayed, and if not for Fang Yuan supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. I am ashamed. My cultivation is not up to par. I feel dizzy and my mind cannot operate properly. Ding Hao barely managed to stand up. No worries. Go back to the cave and have a good sleep. When you wake up the next day, although your head will be splitting, your mind will be mostly recovered, and you can freely command these zombies. Feng Yuan smiled. Yes, I have experience in this area. Once I summoned too many zombies and almost fainted on the spot. He he he. Ding Hao laughed. I will be leaving soon. Little junior brother, I have acknowledged you. Have a good rest. Wait for me to return. I will bring you to meet Master. By the way, where is that cave of yours? It is at the waist of the mountain beside Een Pond. It is very easy to find. The Een Pond is in the shape of a pentagram, very unique. Ding Hao was overjoyed. He quickly replied, Eldest senior brother, do you really not want to come to my cave for a while? No, time is tight. I have a secret mission for my master. Oh no, someone faked his death. There is still a fish that escaped the net. Where? Ding Hao's heart shook. He quickly turned to look. Chi! The next moment, a bone spear pierced through his head. Plop! Ding Hao fell to the ground. A thick spiral bone spear pierced through his head. Blood and brain matter flowed along the spiral carvings, slowly flowing down. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen with disbelief. The smile on Feng Yuan's face gradually disappeared. He became expressionless. He slowly bent down, grabbed Ding Hao's feet, and slowly dragged him to the ruins of the camp. The fire was still burning. The zombies that had lost their master began to jump aimlessly. The corpses lying on the ground attracted them, tempted them. They crawled on the corpses and began to gnaw and tear. Feng Yuan dragged Ding Hao's corpse, walking through the corpse-strewn battlefield, his ears filled with the sounds of zombies feasting. He threw Ding Hao into the fire and quietly watched as Ding Hao's corpse slowly melted. The goo worms on his body also let out mournful cries and were burned to death one by one. Once Shang Xancii was recognized by the Shang clan leader. She would be closely investigated by the Shang clan. This battlefield would definitely be of utmost importance. If Ding Hao was unfortunately caught and interrogated to reveal the truth, then Feng Yuan would be in danger. Even though he was honest, easy to deceive, and a good pawn compared to Shang Xancii, his value was far from enough. Moreover, it was dangerous. It was safest to abandon him. And the goo worms on him also had to be abandoned. As long as Feng Yuan brought them with him, Second Zombie King would be able to find Feng Yuan. Moreover, it would be extremely inconvenient for Feng Yuan to feed the rigid heart goo, and it would also leave traces for the Shang clan's investigation. As for these zombies, after losing their master, they all became ordinary zombies. After they finished gnawing on these corpses, a portion would stay here, while the rest would leave and wander around Mu Bei Mountain in search of blood and food. It was believed that after their treatment, the entire scene would be more realistic. Seeing Ding Hao's corpse burned to ashes, Feng Yuan slowly turned and left. Chapter 262. In the night sky, the crescent moon hung high. The moonlight was like water. Shang Xancii stood on a rock and looked into the distance, her face full of worry. Brother He Tu, why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened to him? Little Butterfly echoed. How could something happen to him? Don't worry. Bai Ningbing leaned against a withered tree, thinking what was this Feng Yuan up to again. Time passed bit by bit. Shang Xancii became increasingly anxious, her brows furrowed tightly. Bai Ningbing also felt something was amiss. It had been at least 15 minutes. Did something really happen to Feng Yuan? She did not care about Feng Yuan's life or death. What she cared about was the yang gu in Feng Yuan's hands. She could not help but feel a trace of anxiety in her heart. Half of this anxiety came from Feng Yuan's disappearance, while the other half came from the helplessness in Bai Ningbing's heart. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. With the Yanggu in his hands, Bai Ningbing had to hold back in order to deal with Fang Yuan. That is, if Fang Yuan acted shamelessly, she would not be able to find a way to deal with him. After traveling with Fang Yuan, she knew what Fang Yuan's character was like. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting closer to rank 3. The agreed time was approaching. Bai Ningbing became increasingly anxious. Just as the three were discussing on how to rush back to support Fang Yuan, the latter finally appeared on the mountain path. Shang Xnci let out a sigh of relief, but when Fang Yuan walked in front of her, her heart jumped again. "Brother He Tu, you're injured again." Fang Yuan purposely added a few more wounds on his body. He inhaled a breath of cold air. "You guys just left and a green-haired zombie came. Luckily, I ran fast. Let's go quickly, it might be chasing us now." Hearing his words, the other 3 naturally did not dare to stay for long. They hurried through the night. At this point, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved. He behaved himself along the way. After passing Mu Bei Mountain, they arrived at Twin Generals Mountain. This mountain was a pair of twin peaks, separated by a cliff valley in the middle, facing each other from a distance, giving off a majestic aura. Without the protection of the caravan, it was very difficult for the 4 of them to walk through the forest. Fortunately, the Blood Tear Mountain was just beyond the Twin Generals Mountain. Blood Tear Mountain had the Zhao family village, and it was no longer a barren mountain. There were signs of human habitation. The most difficult part of the trade route had already been passed, and the danger was greatly reduced. Fang and Bai were wanted by the Bai clan, so they naturally did not go to the Zhao clan. The 4 of them didn't stop. After passing the Blood Tear Mountain, they passed the 1,000 Caver Mountain, the Giant Mountain, and the Green Algae Mountain. During this period, Fang Yuan's cultivation rose from rank 2 upper stage to peak stage. During the whole journey, they only stopped at a remote village for a short while to resupply. The closer they got to Shangliang Mountain, the wider the mountain path, and the more pedestrians there were. Finally, one day, Shangliang Mountain appeared before their eyes. "Phew, is that Shangliang Mountain?" Shang Xinci placed her hand on her eyebrows to block the sunlight. She gazed into the distance and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Miss, we are finally here." Xiao Dai laughed and shook Shang Xinci's arm excitedly. Bai Ningbing was silent and only watched. "When we reach Shangliang Mountain, we will part ways. Miss Zhang, I have already repaid your kindness," Fang Yuan said. "Ah!" Xiao Dai exclaimed. She didn't expect Fang Yuan to say this, and stood on the spot at a loss. Shang Xinci's expression changed. She looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes, and her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. These days, although Fang Yuan was quiet, he had already become her pillar of support. Now that he was going to leave, Shang Xinci immediately felt an emptiness in her heart, and she felt very disappointed. All good things must come to an end. Fang Yuan sighed. Indeed, Shang Xinci pursed her lips tightly and felt a little breathless. After spending these days together, she understood Fang Yuan's character. This was a man who meant what he said and had a firm will. "Let's go. This place isn't very safe yet. We will part ways at the city gate." Fang Yuan took the lead. The atmosphere of the group fell to a freezing point. Even the chattering Xiao Dai didn't say a word. The closer they got to Shang Clan City, the closer they would part ways. Shang Xinci's footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Shang Clan City was her destination. Logically speaking, success was close at hand, but now she would rather not reach Shang Clan City. But the journey was ultimately limited. They arrived at the foot of Shangliang Mountain. The tall city gate of Shang Clan City was right in front of them. It was time to part ways. Fang Yuan stared deeply at Shang Xinci. He nodded and said 2 words. "Take care." These 2 simple words caused Shang Xinci's body to shake. Fang Yuan turned and left. Wait, Shang Xinci gathered her courage and suddenly said. In front of the city gate of Shang Clan City, people were coming and going. It was very lively. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Yuan. The crowd around her was surging. We will meet again. Benefactor, in your heart, you have repaid the debt of gratitude. But in my heart, you have saved me time and time again. Your kindness is as deep as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain. Benefactor, you said it before, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I will repay you. The young girl's tone was firm, revealing her determination. Fang Yuan smiled at her and turned to leave, his figure gradually fading into the crowd. Shang Xinci stood on the spot for a long time. Missy, they are so heartless, leaving just like that. Xiao Dai walked over and held her arm. They don't want to implicate us, even in Shangliang Mountain. Their demonic path identity cannot be exposed. Shang Xinci had a kind heart and always thought of others in a positive light. So that's it. Xiao Dai realized. Although they are demonic Gu masters, they're good people. I have decided I will make a name for myself in Shang Clan City. With my talent, I will definitely make a name for myself. Although I am a mortal and cannot cultivate, I can hire Gu masters to do things for me. In the future, I will definitely repay their kindness. Yes, Missy, I believe you. Strange, since you protected Shang Xinci along the way. Why did you break up on purpose when we reached Shangliang Mountain? I have to remind you, we don't have investigative Gu-worms. There are so many people in Shangliang City. Don't go overboard if you want to play hard to get. If we lose them, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot. That would be a huge joke. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan and reminded him with a sneer. Fang Yuan ignored him and watched Shang Xinci and Xiao Dai walk into the city before attracting his gaze. According to his previous life's memories, the moment Shang Xinci entered Shangliang City, Shang Clan leader sensed her bloodline. But to confirm and investigate, the domineering Shang Clan leader put all the members of the caravan that Shang Xinci joined under house arrest for investigation and interrogation. After finding out the truth and confirming Shang Xinci's true identity, Shang Clan leader generously compensated the caravan with twice the amount of goods. Shang Xinci went from a mortal girl to the beloved daughter of Shang Clan leader. This caused a huge commotion and became an interesting topic. Thus, he had to part ways with Shang Xinci. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were too many Gu that could not see the light of day, especially spring-autumn cicada. Once he was investigated and his aperture was searched, he would be in big trouble. In a normal village, Fang Yuan was not worried about being exposed, because usually the clan leader with the highest cultivation was only rank 4. But here, Shang Clan leader was rank 5, but not the highest. Shang Clan had a supreme elder with rank 6 cultivation. If his consciousness entered Fang Yuan's aperture, no matter how well spring-autumn cicada was hidden, it would be discovered. There was another benefit to bidding farewell. In Shang Xinci's heart, it would make it seem like he had no desires and did not covet anything from her, deepening the impression that he was just repaying her kindness. In the future, when he meets Shang Xinci again, he would gain her trust. Actually, the fastest way to form a close relationship with Shang Xinci was to have sex with her. Fang Yuan could feel that Shang Xinci had a good impression of him. If he took her virginity, this future Shang Clan leader would fall in love with him. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, his charisma had already moved Shang Xinci's heart. He knew that if he made a request, Shang Xinci would not reject him. But he could not use this method. Once he did so, he would be Shang Clan's son-in-law and would be kidnapped to Shang Clan's war chariot. Fang Yuan could no longer act as he pleased. His every move would be watched by others. His hands and feet would be tied, and even his cultivation would have to be suppressed. If his cultivation increased too quickly, the bone-flesh unity, Gu, would be exposed. Once the bone-flesh unity goo was exposed, it would cause a commotion in the world, attracting the greed of all parties. Fang Yuan was very clear. The bone-flesh unity goo's terrifying value. Even Shang clan could not monopolize it. If Spring Autumn Cicada was also exposed, those rank 6 goo masters that were rarely seen, and even rank 7 goo masters would jump out one after another. After reaching rank 6, a person's battle strength would change, and every goo master would have the strength to contend against an entire clan. Once he had sex with Shang Xanci, after Shang Xanci confirmed his identity, be it her or Shang clan leader, they would both find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also a demonic goo master. With an unknown origin, investigations and interrogations were unavoidable. If he escaped, he would have to face Shang clan's pursuit and arrest warrant. This was on a completely different level from Bai clan's arrest warrant. Bai clan itself was in a precarious situation and had no power, while Shang clan was one of the overlords of southern border. By then, Fang Yuan would only have one choice, and that was to escape southern border. Shang Yanfei sat cross-legged in the air, his whole body bathed in flames. The flames were scarlet like blood, quietly burning in the dark void. As Shang clan leader, he was occupied with clan affairs every day and did not have much time to cultivate. But even so, with his unparalleled aptitude and comprehension, he was able to push his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage, and was only a step away from peak stage. Today's cultivation was about to end. The blood flames slowly faded, slowly converging, and finally returning to Shang Yanfei's long red hair. Without the light of the fire, darkness gradually spread, becoming the master of this place. But suddenly, Shang Yanfei opened his eyes. His pupils were blood red, his gaze like lightning, piercing through the darkness. Chapter 263. Shang Yanfei willed and vanished into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already in Shang clan's outer city. Noisy voices entered his ears. There were all sorts of stalls lining both sides of the street. The passers-by only saw a flash of blood flame as a handsome black-robed man with blood-red hair appeared out of nowhere. Oh my God, that scared me. Who is this? He dares to abuse goo worms in Shang clan city? Many people looked at him in bewilderment. Only a few recognized Shang Yanfei, but they did not dare to believe it. Shang Yanfei did not care about these gazes. Following the bloodline connection, his sharp gaze landed on Shang Xanci. The 2 girls were standing in front of a stall. "Missy, this hairpin is beautiful." Xiao Dai took out a jade hairpin from the stall and placed it on Shang Xanci's hair. Shang Xanci forced a smile. After leaving Fang Yuan, she was in low spirits. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, was captivated by the bustling scene of the city and became lively again. Suddenly, Shang Xanci sensed something and turned around. She saw Shang Yanfei at the first moment. In the crowd, the black-robed, red-haired Shang Yanfei stood out like a crane among chickens, extremely conspicuous. But what attracted Shang Xanci was not his appearance, but a mysterious connection and calling that originated from her bloodline. Without saying a word, the moment Shang Xanci saw Shang Yanfei, she knew this middle-aged man's identity. This was her father. Father. To Shang Xanci, this word was so mysterious and so distant. It contained so much grief and sorrow, and had accumulated so much grief. When she was young, she had asked her mother countless times about her father, but her mother remained silent, and now she finally saw her father. So this was the reason Mother wanted me to come to Shang clan city before she died. She realized at once, tears falling down uncontrollably. The moment Shang Yanfei saw Shang Xanci, he thought of her mother and understood her identity. Similar, they were too similar. This child's gentleness was exactly the same as hers. Shang Yin Fei's heart ached. He seemed to see her again. That was on a misty spring afternoon. The willows by the lotus pond swayed with the wind. Under the shabby eaves, Shang Clan young Master Shang Yin Fei met a Zhang Clan young lady who was hiding from the rain. A gifted scholar and a beautiful woman. Love at first sight. They poured out their hearts and pledged their love to each other. However, there was nothing one could do about the affairs of the world. Rivers and mountains and beauties were like fish and bear's paw. How could one have both? The young Shang Yin Fei's heart was burning with a strong flame. This flame originated from a man's natural ambition for power and authority. Between ambition and tenderness, between responsibility and freedom, between the pressure of a powerful enemy and the promise of a beautiful woman. He finally chose the former and gave up on the latter. Thus, he defeated his brothers and sisters and ascended to the throne of Shang clan leader. Thus, he became a rank 5 Gu master and had countless beauties. Now he had many sons and daughters. So he could not find her because Zhang clan and Shang clan had been enemies for generations. When one was in the Jianghu, one had no choice. The identity of the patriarch had helped him, but it had also shackled him. The king's every move would cause the winds and clouds to change, and he would receive the attention of the world. As the Shang clan leader, how could he ignore the clan's influence because of his personal feelings? These years he had tried to convince himself, hiding his guilt and uneasiness, using righteousness and responsibility to numb himself. He thought he had forgotten everything, but when he suddenly saw Shang Xanci, those memories in the deepest part of his heart, those tenderness, came pouring down like spring rain, enveloping his heart. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, surging. Blood was thicker than water. Kinship turned into a long river. Shame turned this long river into a sea, instantly drowning and engulfing him. He took a light step forward, disappearing on the spot and appearing in front of Shang Xanci. Xiao Dai cried out in shock. The surrounding people cast shocked and shocked gazes. But the two involved did not sense it. "You, what is your name?" Shang Yin Fei tried to speak. His voice was magnetic and filled with warmth. Shang Xanci did not reply. Tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes. She took a step back, tightly pursing her lips as she stared at Shang Yin Fei, her gaze showing stubbornness. It was this man who hurt Mother's heart. It was this man who caused me to suffer discrimination and bullying since young. It was this man who captivated Mother's dreams. Even before she died, she was still thinking about him. It was this man, he is my father. At this moment, her emotions were surging, countless emotions mixed together, forming a violent whirlpool that swallowed her mind. She fainted. "Missy!" Xiao Dai, who was suppressed by Shang Yin Fei's aura, suddenly woke up and screamed. But Shang Yin Fei was faster than her, pulling Shang Xanci into his embrace. "Who dares to violate the city rules, using goo worms? Do you want to go to jail?" A group of city guards sensed something was amiss, cursing as they rushed over. "Ah, Lord Clan Leader!" Seeing Shang Yin Fei, their expressions changed, kneeling on the ground. The entire street was in an uproar. You are actually Shang Clans." Xiao Dai stammered, unable to speak. Shang Yin Fei grabbed Xiao Dai's arm. Blood flames flashed, and the three disappeared. "Line up, one by one. To enter Shang Clan City, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. Once inside, do not misuse goo worms. Violators will be sent to jail for at least 7 days." The guards stationed outside the city shouted. On the wall of the city gate, there were many wanted posters. Some of the wanted posters were already old and yellowed. They were covered up, and only a corner of them was visible. Some wanted posters were brand new and were casually pasted on the wall. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing followed the crowd, getting closer to the city gate, and indeed found a wanted poster, issued by Clan Village. By Clan Village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but snort. "Please stop. The city guard arrived in front of Fang and Bai. The two wore ordinary clothes, looking like commoners. Bai Ningbing pulled down her straw hat. "This is 20 yuan stone." Fang Yuan was not nervous, handing over a money bag. After the guard checked, he immediately gave way. Although the city wall next to him was densely packed with wanted posters, it was convenient to look at and compare them. But he did not even glance at them. Those wanted posters were nothing more than a show. Shang clan prioritized profits. As long as one could pay yuan stone, they could enter the city. Every day, large numbers of demonic gu masters would pass under the guard's eyes. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The loot that the demonic gu masters robbed would be sold in Shang clan city. At the same time, if they wanted to replenish their gu worms, Shang clan city was the best choice. It could be said that the demonic gu masters were one of the biggest pillars of Shang clan city's prosperity. Of course, the demonic gu masters could not be too brazen, entering the city with great fanfare. After all, Shang clan city was a righteous sect. They had to consider their image. The two walked past the tall city gate and saw a wide street. The street was crowded with people, with tall and straight green trees planted on both sides of the road. Sunlight shone on the trees, and all kinds of noodle stalls, xiaobing, tofu pudding, vegetables, and jewelry vendors were all huddled under the trees, setting up all kinds of stalls. The two walked for a while, and on both sides of the street there were tall bamboo buildings, yellow mud houses, or brick houses with white walls and gray tiles. Shops, restaurants, inns, and blacksmiths appeared in front of them. "Brother, do you need a place to stay? Our place is very cheap, only half a yuan stone per night." A middle-aged woman walked up, her face full of smiles. Fang Yuan stared at her and walked away without saying a word. His appearance was frightening. The middle-aged woman's heart jumped and did not dare to pester him any more, shifting her target to Bai Ningbing. "Brother, it is not easy to be outside. Our inn is good. We even have little girls at night. You want to go to the brothel street. That is not cheap. We mortals trade our lives for money in the outside world. Our hard-earned money won't make a splash in those places. Our inn's little girls are the best, cheap. Some are ripe peaches, and some are so tender that water could be squeezed out of them. What kind do you want, brother?" The middle-aged woman lowered her voice, her expression ambiguous. She looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's dressing, and mistook them for mortals. Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with black lines. "Scram!" She snorted, her voice chilling to the bone. The middle-aged woman's expression changed, her body stiffened, and she stopped on the spot. "So it is a female. Ha ha ha! Big Sister Zhang, you must have made a mistake this time." The surrounding people who were also trying to pull people up started to clamor. The middle-aged woman could only smile. Along the way, Bai Ningbing had improved greatly in terms of disguise. Even the experienced customers mistook her for Season's restaurant. An hour later, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a 5-storied building. This building had white walls and black tiles, vermilion doors and pillars. The smell of wine wafted in the air, and the aroma of food permeated the air. It was a famous restaurant in Shang clan city. "2 customers, please come in." The waiter was very good at business. Seeing Fang and Bai, he hurriedly walked over and invited them. The two had walked for half a day, climbing up the mountain. They were hungry, so they entered the restaurant. "2 customers, please sit here." The waiter led the way. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. "This hall is too noisy. Let's go upstairs." The waiter immediately showed a difficult expression. "I won't hide it from you. There are indeed private rooms upstairs, but they are only open to gu masters." Fang Yuan snorted, sending out a portion of snow-silver primeval essence. The waiter hurriedly bowed. "I have eyes but failed to recognize MT." "Tai, please go upstairs." At the entrance of the stairs, the waiter stopped, and a young and beautiful girl with a sweet appearance immediately walked over, saying in a sweet voice, "2 lords, may I know which floor you want to go to?" Our Four Seasons restaurant has 5 floors. The first floor is for mortals, the second floor is for rank 1 Gu Masters, and the third floor is for rank 2 Gu Masters, with a 20% discount. The fourth floor is for rank 3 Gu Masters, with a 50% discount. The fifth floor is for rank 4 Gu Masters, with a free reception. Fong Yuan laughed. Let's go to the fourth floor. Chapter 264. Steamed lamb, roasted duck, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, stir-fried carp, assorted intestines, sesame butter rolls, honey yam, shredded fresh peach, 8 treasure ding, steamed bamboo slices, scarlet lips, camel hump, deer antler, bear paw, 3 fresh cassava soup, beeswax pork knuckle, 3 fresh shark's fin. After a while, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing sat in a private room on the 3rd floor. In front of them was a table full of delicious dishes. Fong Yuan took a pair of bamboo chopsticks and casually ate a few mouthfuls. He first ate the steamed bamboo slices, refreshing and invigorating. Then he ate a piece of shredded fresh peach, sweet but not greasy. Then he took the bear paw, tender and tasty. The steamed lamb was also crispy and tender. With some seasoning, the taste was even better. Bai Ningbing drank a mouthful of the 3 fresh cassava soup. Her mouth was filled with saliva and the fragrance lingered in her mouth. Her appetite was also aroused. After being with you for so many days, it's rare to see you so generous. While eating, she did not forget to mock Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled and did not reply. He knew Bai Ningbing's suspicions and impatience. He had been close to Shang Xianci, putting in all his effort to protect her. When they reached their destination, they purposely parted. Bai Ningbing could not see through this, and Fong Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage, only a step away from rank 3. Back then, he and Bai Ningbing had set up a rank 3 agreement, and now they were at the final juncture. But of course Fong Yuan would not keep his promise. In his eyes, honesty was nothing more than a compromise made out of helplessness, or a beautiful disguise, a realistic mask. Fong Yuan was clear about this, and so was Bai Ningbing. So she was impatient, because she had a premonition that this scoundrel Fong Yuan would definitely break his promise. But she could not do anything to Fong Yuan. The Yanggu was in Fong Yuan's hands. She had to act cautiously. Now that there was no pursuit from Bai clan, there was no beast tied, Fong and Bai ate at the same table, seemingly harmonious and warm. But in fact, their relationship was extremely tense. If they took another step forward, they would fall apart. And this step was when Fong Yuan officially advanced to rank 3. Once he advanced to rank 3, there would be no room for negotiation between him and Bai Ningbing. They would have to face each other head-on. How should he deal with Bai Ningbing? Fong Yuan pondered as he ate. It was impossible for his cultivation to remain stagnant. There would come a day when the conflict would erupt. The current situation was very delicate. Fong Yuan had the upper hand because he controlled the Yanggu. But in fact, Bai Ningbing also had a hold on Fong Yuan's weakness. She had traveled with Fong Yuan and had personally participated in the inheritance of the White Bone Mountain. She had also personally witnessed how Fong Yuan had attracted the beast horde to attack the caravan. She knew too much. Compared with the potential threat of Ding Hao, Bai Ningbing was undoubtedly much more dangerous to Fong Yuan. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we don't have to worry about Shang Xianci anymore. However, my cultivation wasn't high enough. Perhaps the best time to kill Bai Ningbing would be on the trade route, but at that time I would still need to borrow her power to ensure my survival. Moreover, Shang Xianci was beside me, so it would not be easy to make a move. Bai Ningbing has always been secretly on guard against me. She also has the protection of ice skin jade bone, so she could not kill me in one strike. Moreover, her battle awareness is outstanding, and after this period of training, she has become even more ruthless. Fong Yuan's mind was churning, and at the same time, Bai Ningbing was also racking her brains. Ever since I left Qingmao Mountain, I finally have a chance to breathe. I must obtain the Yanggu and turn back into a man. If I directly snatch it, the chances of success are not high, unless I can kill Feng Yuan in an instant. But that scoundrel Feng Yuan, although his cultivation is only at rank 2, his overall battle strength is much higher. He is a freak. His battle experience is incomparably ruthless. Moreover, his thoughts are deep and ruthless, and he does all sorts of evil deeds. There is no morality that can restrain him, and he can do anything. More importantly, I have yet to find out his trump cards. But it is not that I do not have any advantages. His cultivation now depends on me. And I also know a lot of his secrets. Maybe I can use these things to force him to compromise. Use poison Valgu and sign an irrevocable contract with him. Other than that, I can also use Plunder Gu, Miracle Hand Gu, and so on to steal the Yanggu. Bai Ningbing was not stupid. She had been patiently observing along the way, thinking of her schemes. The two ate at the same table, separated by only 2 to 3 steps. They looked like good friends, but they were scheming against each other in their hearts. As the external pressure subsided, the conflict between the two of them became more prominent. In the relatively safe environment of Shang Clan City, they had the time to think about these things. But the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was troublesome. Feng Yuan did things without any qualms. But wasn't Bai Ningbing the same? In her philosophy of life, it was fine as long as she lived an exciting life. Weight, moral principles. What was that? The two of them were very similar. They both looked down on the world, had strong wills, thirsted for strength, and only believed in themselves. From other people's point of view, they were all damned demons, scum that harmed society, and their deaths were a blessing to the world. Precisely because of this similarity, the two of them felt it was troublesome. The most difficult enemy to deal with was often themselves. More importantly, they had a weakness in each other's hands. If they did not strike first and give the other a chance to breathe, the other side would be finished. The more they thought about it, the more they felt a headache. Bai Ningbing is not easy to deal with. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He had too few resources at hand. Feng Yuan has no weakness at all. Bai Ningbing squinted, her gaze cold. The two could not think of any good ideas, and looked at each other at the same time. Their gazes collided in midair, and then looked away. The dishes in front of them were delicious, but their minds were heavy and they could not taste it. Although there was a 50% discount, it still cost Feng Yuan 15 yuan stone. As expected of Shang Clan City, the prices were not cheap. The two filled their stomachs and left the restaurant. Feng Yuan had just walked onto the street when he heard the discussions of the passers-by. Did you know? Just now at the southern gate, Shang Clan leader actually appeared. How is that possible? It's true he came and left quickly. The entire street was in an uproar. Bullshit! What kind of person is Shang Clan leader? Why would he appear on the street for no reason? Rumors spread. Some said it was Shang Yan Fei. Others denied it. Feng Yuan chose the eastern gate, while Shang Xanci entered the southern gate. When this matter reached the eastern gate, it was already distorted beyond recognition. To Bai Ningbing, this was just a small rumor. She did not pay attention to it. The surrounding people quickly started to talk about other topics. But to an observant person like Feng Yuan, it was the clearest piece of information. He could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Shang Xanci's matter did not deviate from his memories. Now he just had to wait for the fruit to ripen and fall on his head. Look, that's a flying blue whale. E-Clan's caravan is here. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. For a moment, the pedestrians on the street all stopped in their tracks at the same time, looking up at the sky. A huge shadow loomed over them. In the sky, a giant blue whale slowly flew over. It was not appropriate to call it flying. It was better to call it swimming. Flying blue whale, this was a giant beast that could roam freely in the sky. It lived above the eastern sea's 9 heavens. It had a gentle and peaceful nature. Gu-masters often used whale enslavement gu to control it and use it for traveling. The flying blue whale's body was huge, like a small mountain, and the caravan hid inside its body as it flew in the sky. Compared to the caravan traveling in the forest, it was not only less dangerous, but also faster. But the flying blue whale had to eat thousands of kilograms of food every day. Unless it was a large clan, they could not afford to raise it. In the whole of southern border, only E clan had a flying blue whale. E clan was one of the overlords of southern border. Its status was similar to Shang clan, and it had countless connections with Eastern Sea's forces. Truly breathtaking. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She thought back to the Bai clan village in the past. If this kind of flying blue whale were to fall on the Bai clan village, the entire Bai clan village would probably be destroyed. The giant figure moved on Shangliang Mountain, and the flying blue whale slowly landed on one of the mountain peaks. Fang Yuan could see from afar that it opened its mouth, and countless black dots slowly moved out of its mouth. These black dots were E clan's caravan, but the distance was too far, he could not see clearly. E clan's caravan is here. It seems the market is going to be turbulent again. I heard E clan brought a rank 5 gu this time and is going to auction it on Shangliang Mountain. E clan has connections with Eastern Sea. They must have brought many specialties of Eastern Sea this time. It is worth buying. The passers-by's topic had already completely shifted to E clan's caravan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing continued to walk upwards. Guyue village only occupied a corner of Qingmao Mountain, while Shang clan city almost covered the whole of Shangliang Mountain. In southern border, even the number 1 clan, Wu clan, did not have such a large mountain city. The whole Shang clan city had all kinds of buildings, bamboo buildings, mud houses, brick houses, shacks, tree houses, mushroom houses, caves, towers, forts, and so on. When these buildings were mixed together, it was as if Shangliang Mountain had been draped in a layer of colorful clothes. Shang clan city was the center of southern border's trade. It occupied the largest area without a doubt. But if anyone thought this was all of Shang clan city, they would be gravely mistaken. This was only the outer city of Shang clan city. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to a huge cave. You too want to enter the inner city? Please pay 100 yuan stone each. The Gu master guarding here stretched out his hand and demanded, just to enter, we need 100 yuan stone. Bai Ningbing expressed her shock. The space in the inner city is small. This is to prevent unrelated people from entering. At the same time, it is convenient to maintain public order. The Gu master politely explained. Chapter 265. Fang Yuan paid 200 yuan stone and entered the inner city with Bai Ningbing. Although the inner city was built in the mountains, the streets were wide enough to allow 10 carriages to travel side by side. Once they entered, the human traffic decreased to less than half of the outer city. But Gu masters could be seen everywhere. Rank 1 Gu masters were everywhere. Rank 2 Gu masters mixed in, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 3 Gu masters. Ordinary mortals were few in number, after all. To enter this place, each person had to pay 100 yuan stone. Many Gu masters were unwilling to spend this money, even if they had servants to serve them. The lighting in the inner city used a type of charcoal. Charcoal burned for a long time and did not produce any smoke. Fang and Bai walked an average of 100 steps, and they would see a hole dug in the wall with a pile of charcoal burning inside. Although the heat emitted by the charcoal was not high, with so many charcoal burning continuously, the air in the inner city was still hot and dry. Unlike the outer city, where there were all sorts of buildings, it was very messy. The buildings here had a unified structure and looked similar, using red, heat-resistant rocks. All sorts of side roads extended out from the 2 sides of the street. At the same time, every 500 steps on the street, there would be a huge pillar. The surface of the pillar had a spiral stone staircase that went around the pillar with a railing on the outside. Through the stone staircase, people could go up or down to the streets of the next level. The inner city was not a normal city. It was three-dimensional. From top to bottom, there were countless streets and houses, all connected to each other, extending in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked towards the mountain. This was not their destination yet. At a certain place, there was a checkpoint. The Gu masters guarding it had higher cultivation, and the defenses were even tighter. "Please stop. Do you have a token?" The guard stopped Fang and Bai. Shang clan gave out tokens with different authority to different people. "This is our first time here." Fang Yuan said. Of course he did not have a token. "In that case, please pay 200 yuan stone each." The guard said. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and the guard let them in. The two thus arrived at 4th Inner City. Shangliang Mountain had been under Shang clan's management for thousands of years. The entire interior of the mountain had been remodeled by Shang clan. Roads were dug, buildings were built, and areas were laid out. Thus, the inner city was extremely large. From the inside to the outside, it was divided into 5 districts. The first inner city was also called the Central Inner City. It was the center of Shang clan's political power and also an important military location. The second inner city, also known as the Family City, was only for Shang clan disciples to stay in. The third inner city had an elegant environment and fresh air. It was a high-class area. The fourth inner city was the middle area. The fifth inner city was a low-end district. Further out was the outer city, where there was a huge flow of people. Compared to the inner city, the management of the loading and unloading of goods was more chaotic. This kind of building structure was like a termite hill on Earth. The termite hill was 4 to 10 meters high, and the ants lived inside. The tiny tunnels were interconnected, and it was extremely intricate. As soon as the two of them entered the fourth inner city, they felt the air was moist and the temperature was dropping. The fourth inner city was a grade higher than the fifth inner city. Not only was the entrance tax doubled, but it was also reflected in other aspects. First of all, they did not use cheap charcoal, but planted a large amount of rank 1 grass goo. Its name was Moonlight Creeper. This vine leaf plant was attached to the walls on both sides of the street, spreading out and could be seen everywhere. Their rhizomes were dark blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a faint blue moonlight. In one section of the tunnel, there were tens of thousands of leaves, emitting a gentle blue light. Because of the large number of vine leaves, the air here was moist and water vapor spread. At the places close to the ground, it condensed into mist. The moonlight refracted in the mist, forming a light mist. It gave people the illusion that they were strolling in a fairyland when they walked on the street. The buildings here were decorated with carvings. There were artificial lawns, flower beds, and occasionally fake mountains, pavilions, and so on. There were even fewer people on the road. Rank 2 Gu Masters had already become the mainstream. After all, to a Rank 1 Gu Master, just the 200 primeval stones at the entrance was a huge expenditure. The most obvious feeling was that the streets of the fifth inner city were still very noisy. But here it was much quieter. The two walked deeper into the city and arrived at the city gate. Without a token, if you want to enter third inner city, you will have to pay 600 yuan stone. The guard Gu Master leader was already rank 3. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone and finally arrived at 3rd district. This place was different from 4th inner city. All the construction materials used were star stones. This stone was widely used by Gu Masters to refine Gu and could emit bright starlight in the darkness. The whole of 3rd inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking around, there was a sea of starlight, and one's vision was clear, without the obstruction of the light mist. The air was also very fresh. Looking around, there were pavilions with red walls and green tiles. Bamboo forests and famous trees were transplanted, fake mountains were built, and even spring water was drawn in, causing water to flow. There were few people on the streets. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. So rich and imposing. By Ningbing estimated, just the cost of the facilities in front of them was a dizzying amount. Shan clan was the wealthiest clan in southern border. Some people said that a single leg hair was thicker than a person's waist. Although this was an exaggeration, it was not groundless. Shan clan's wealth was like a mountain. The whole of Shan clan city was a three-dimensional mountain. Shan clan's businesses were spread all over southern border. How much wealth Shan clan had, no outsider could say for sure. But Fang Yuan at least knew. Just the cost of building this third inner city was comparable to the combined wealth of a dozen Guyue villages. At this place, even rank 2 Gu masters were rarely seen. Occasionally, the two would see a Gu master, almost all of them rank 3. This was Fang Yuan's destination. If he went deeper, he would reach second inner city. But to enter second inner city, it was not a matter of Yuan stone. He needed a token issued by Shan clan. And this token had to be of a high standard. Tong Yu Shop. Fang Yuan looked at the signboard and walked in. This was a shop that sold guworms. Esteemed guests, please have a seat inside. A young girl in charge of reception walked over and said softly. Her aura was revealed. She was actually a rank 1 Gu master. Although Fang and Bai were wearing mortal clothes, one was ugly and one was in dire straits, this Gu master girl still had a respectful attitude, showing her outstanding character. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were led into a private room. This was an individual room with sandalwood tables and chairs, carved beams and painted rafters, and paintings hung on the pure white walls. The words were like dancing dragons and phoenixes, the strokes strong and firm. Through the window, one could see the courtyard, with green trees and red flowers and the chirping of birds. The young Gu master girl served 2 cups of fragrant tea and left. As soon as she left, an old man walked in. I wonder if esteemed guests, are you here to buy or sell? The old man was a rank 2 Gu master. He cupped his fists and asked with a smile, I want to buy and also sell. Fang Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The old man laughed, and 2 rays of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. They were 2 bookworms. The bookworm was only a rank 1 Gu worm, but it was extremely precious, comparable to the liquor worm. Once it appeared in the market, it would be snatched up by people. Thus, it was often priceless. It was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis, and although it had a head, chest, and abdomen, its body was like a spindle, round and cute. Its whole body was pure white, and its surface seemed to be coated with a layer of enamel, giving it a glossy shine. Touching it, it was smooth and moist, like a high-quality porcelain. Bookworm was a storage-type Gu, similar to the Tusita flower. The difference was Tusita flower stored objects, while bookworm stored intangible knowledge and information. Even if it self-destructed, it would only explode into a harmless white light. Please take a look, the old Gu master said. The 2 bookworms were refined by him and could be considered as being lent to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang and Bai each mobilized a portion of snow-silver primeval essence, injecting it into the bookworm. The bookworm immediately turned into a white light, entering between the 2's eyebrows. Immediately, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's minds gained a wealth of information. These contents were deeply imprinted in their minds, as if they had been repeatedly recited. Bai Ningbing was secretly tongue-tied. Tong Yu Shop sold tens of thousands of guworms. There were so many of them that it dazzled one's eyes. Among them, there was no lack of rare guworms like bookworm and liquorworm. From low to high, it covered rank 1 to rank 5. Of course, there were no rank 6 guworms. Every guworm had a detailed introduction, explaining their effects. There was even a price, and for some higher-ranked, rare, and precious guworms, there were all kinds of token standards. This meant that Gu masters had to have the token issued by Shang clan to have the qualifications to buy these Gu worms. Fang Yuan needed to buy large amounts of Gu worms. After roughly looking through it, he retracted his mind and called out the bookworm, returning it to the old man. Although he had tens of thousands of yuan stone on him, there was still a huge gap to buy these Gu worms. The crucial point was not just money. Some of the Gu that he planned to buy also had token standards. Dear customer, what do you like? If you buy in large quantities, our Tongyu shop will give you a corresponding discount. The old man smiled. Seeing Fang Yuan and by Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence, his tone became even more polite. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, I have Gu worms to sell. Saying so, he summoned a bone spear Gu. The old man was not surprised. There were many who came to Tongyu shop to buy Gu worms, but there were also many who sold Gu worms. He held the bone spear Gu, and with just a glance his face showed a trace of astonishment. He had never seen a bone spear Gu before. Of course, he had never seen one before. This was Grey Bone Scholar's unique Gu worm. It was never sold in the market. Esteemed customer, please enlighten me. The old man's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan nodded, drinking a mouthful of tea. No problem, this is called bone spear Gu. It is a Gu worm of a clan. I will lend it to you. You will know once you try it. The old man tested it on the spot, muttering, This Gu, although it is only rank 1 and is not well raised, but its attack is not bad, and it is unique, it is worth this price. Chapter 266 310 Seeing the old man's figure, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquorworm's market price was 580 yuan stone. Bookworm was slightly higher sometimes, reaching 600. Black and white boar Gu was also 600 yuan stone. But these Gu were all rare rank 1 Gu, and because they were few in number, their prices were high. An ordinary rank 1 Gu was around 250 yuan stone, and a consumable rank 1 Gu, like the vitality leaf, was 50 yuan stone per piece. Setting the bone spear Gu's price at 310 was already not bad. The old man from Tongyu shop did not try to lower the price. But even so, Fang Yuan had to raise the price as much as possible. To him, haggling was a skill that he had mastered in his previous life. After a few words, the old man had no choice but to raise the price by another 10 yuan stone. 1 bone spear Gu, 320 yuan stone. All right, let's go with this price. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and a bunch of light spots flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear Gu floated in front of the old man, scaring him a little. So many. He immediately regretted. Every increase of 10 yuan stone, he would have to pay close to 600 yuan stone. In fact, when Fang Yuan was at Bai Gu Mountain, he had taken 200 bone spear Gu. But along the way, due to the lack of food, most of them had died and only this much was left. 56 Gu, that is 17,920 yuan stone. I will order someone to bring the yuan stone over. The old man kept the bone spear Gu. No hurry, let's look at this Gu first. Fang Yuan smiled and summoned a spiral bone spear Gu. This is a rank 2 Gu. It seems to be the bone spear Gu. The old man showed a shocked expression. That's right. After the bone spear Gu fusion is completed, you can obtain the spiral bone spear Gu. It has a penetrating force and is quite powerful. Its power is quite impressive. Fang Yuan introduced in a timely manner. The old man tested it, and it was indeed as Fang Yuan said. He quoted a price of 780 yuan. After a few rounds of bargaining, Fang Yuan raised the price to 800 yuan per pill. He had taken good care of these spiral bone spear Gu. There were 20 in his aperture. In this way, it was sold for a price of 16,000 primal stones. Let's look at this Gu, 7,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan quoted the price and took out the bone spike Gu. He continued with the introductions. The old man held the bone-spike goo, but did not dare to test it carelessly, smiling bitterly. This goo is a rank 3 goo, but it deals 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. When the bone spikes pierce through the flesh, it would definitely be extremely painful. To use it, a healing goo is needed. 7,000 is too high. 6,500 yuan stones. This number is just right. Let's not haggle. I'll give you a little more. Let's make it $6,700, Fang Yuan said. In the previous 2 rounds of confrontation, this made the old man realize how troublesome Fang Yuan was. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal! That will be 40,620 yuan stone. Fang Yuan's eyes turned as he reported the exact number. The old man suddenly bent his back. He bowed towards Fang Yuan. Esteemed customer, I have never seen these goo worms you want to sell after so many years of managing the shop. Moreover, they're all interconnected. Layer by layer, they seem to be of the same origin. May I ask, esteemed customer, do these goo belong to the same inheritance? Fang Yuan nodded. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell. That's right, I inherited an inheritance by chance and obtained these goo worms. The old man's expression turned joyful. In that case, esteemed customer must have the corresponding goo refinement recipe. Esteemed customer's luck is truly enviable. Why don't you sell these recipes to my shop as well? Fang Yuan frowned. The rarer something was, the greater its value. Bone spear goo, spiral bone spear goo, bone spike goo. Not only he had them, Bai Clan also had them. So be it if he sold them. But he had obtained the complete fusion recipe from Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. It was the only one in the world. Such things could not be sold easily. As long as they are goo worms and recipes below rank 6, they are all valuable. But how much yuan stone can you offer? Fang Yuan thought about it and asked. As long as the price was right, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. The 40,000 yuan stone he obtained from selling bone spear goo, and the others was far from enough for his plan. The old man raised 2 fingers. 200,000 yuan stone! Fang Yuan had sold so many goo worms, but it was only 40,000. A formless recipe, however, could be sold for 200,000. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. The method to catch fish was far more valuable than the fish itself, because being able to catch fish meant that there would be an endless supply of fish. To Tang Yu's shop with a recipe, it meant that bone spear goo and the others could be produced continuously. It would become a long-term trading point with no other shops. Thus, the price of the white bone recipe would naturally be much higher. But Fang Yuan sneered. 200,000. You dare to offer this price? The old man's face turned red. This price was indeed too low. He immediately said, 300,000. Fang Yuan shook his head and was about to leave. The old man gritted his teeth. 500,000. This price is more reasonable. I will sell it to you for 680,000. Fang Yuan leisurely sipped his tea. The old man had a bitter expression. 500,000 is already my highest price. Esteemed customer, you sold so many bone spear goo, we can actually hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is already not bad to be able to sell it for 500,000. Fang Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. This recipe in my hands is unique in the world. At least 650,000. Otherwise, I will not sell. You are not the only shop in Shangclan City, am I right? Esteemed customer, you might not know this, but although there is more than one shop in Shangclan City, they are all under the jurisdiction of my young manager. Esteemed customer, if you cannot sell it here, you will not be able to sell it anywhere else. If you do not sell the recipe, I am afraid you will not be able to sell these goo worms. The old man cupped his fists. His tone was soft but firm, containing a hint of threat. Oh, then I would like to try. Fang Yuan retrieved all his goo worms and stood up to leave. Esteemed customer, I will advise you nicely. Please stay and sell it. The old man urged him to stay. Fang Yuan ignored him and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing could only follow, closely behind. Esteemed customer, you will definitely come back to me. The old man sneered. After Fang and Bai left Tongyu shop. The moment Fang and Bai left, the old man came to the secret room and activated his primeval essence, shooting out a goo. This goo turned into a ray of light and entered the bronze mirror on the wall of the secret room. Ripples appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror, and a young man's face appeared. Subordinate greets young master. Seeing this young goo master, the old man quickly knelt on the ground. What do you want? This young man was one of Shang clan's young masters, Shang Jibao. He was only 18 years old, the prime of his youth. But he had been indulging in wine and women for a long time. His face was thin, his skin was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. The old man told him about Fang Yuan's matter. Shang Jibao's eyes shone with an excited and sinister light. Very good, he cried. Heaven never bars one's way. I was just worrying about how to keep my young clan leader position, but heaven sent me such a huge gift. I need to get this inheritance. With this great achievement, I will be able to pass this year's evaluation. I will do my best, but I am only in charge of Tongyu shop. The other shops, I will arrange it. If these two want to sell their goo worms, they can only lower their heads to me. Shang Jibao snorted in disdain. 8 Treasures shop. I am sorry, the higher-ups have informed me that you want to sell goo. Please go to Tongyu shop. Yuan Fong building. So it is 2 esteemed guests. If esteemed guests can sell the recipe, everything can be discussed. Standalone pavilion. You 2 are esteemed guests. I am doing business. Why would I chase away my guests? But I have no choice. After going to 3 shops, Fang Yuan did not manage to sell his goo worms. Haha. To think you would suffer such a setback. It seems that old thing was right. This is his territory. Bai Ningbing did not hold back on attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was rejected several times, but his expression was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei has many children, but there is only 1 young clan leader position and 10 young master positions. Every year, Shang clan leader will conduct an evaluation to choose the young clan leader and get rid of the worst among the 10 young masters. The vacated position will be filled by his other children. Bai Ningbing had a flash of inspiration. So, it is like this. This means that this Shang clan young master is either competing for the young clan leader position or protecting the young master position. Otherwise, he would not make such a big fuss. Fang Yuan clapped. This is Shang clan's 3rd inner city. We cannot use force here. Even if by clans people come to capture us, they cannot do so here. To Shang clan young masters, the restriction is even greater. The evaluation is near. Our every move will be watched by others. We are not in a hurry. Let's find a place to stay first. Once they reached Shang clan city, they would not have to worry about food. At most, they would raise these bones spear goo for a few more days and see who can outlast the other. At the same time, 1st inner city. Did you find out? Shang Yanfei stood by the window, looking at the scenery of the courtyard. This lady is indeed clan leader's flesh and blood. Furthermore, her soul was normal, and she wasn't possessed by someone. We have already contacted Zhang clan's clansmen and confirmed her identity. But there is something strange. She came to Shangliang Mountain with a caravan, but we could not find anyone else in the caravan with her. External clan Elder Wei Yang reported. Shang Xnci did not speak, but sighed inwardly. Oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make up for my guilt. I have already let down a woman. I will not let down this daughter of mine. Shang Xnci sat in front of the table, looking at the rising steam of the tea. Her eyes lost focus. From Xiao Dai, she learned of Shang Yanfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the great Shang clan leader, a man with great authority. Every move of his could affect the entire southern border. Then why did he not go and see her mother? Shang Xanci was naturally intelligent. She quickly understood why Shang Yen Fei abandoned her and her mother. But even before her death, her mother still missed him. Shang Xanci's heart was filled with sorrow and hatred, but most of all she was at a loss. She did not know how to face this father who suddenly appeared. But it was impossible to escape. Someone knocked on the door. "Sire, can I come in?" Xiao Dai immediately became nervous. Chapter 267. Shang Yen Fei smiled and entered the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly bowed, but Shang Xanci sat by the table, motionless, not even moving her eyes. Shang Yen Fei also sat beside the table. His voice was extremely gentle. "Sire, how are you feeling now?" Shang Xanci was not an unruly person. She stood up and took a few steps back, bowing lightly. "Shang clan leader need not worry too much. I fainted because I was too emotional. I have recovered now. I can hear and see clearly. I am fine now." Shang Yen Fei quickly waved his hand. "Sei, you are fine. Sit down and talk." Shang Xanci only called him Shang clan leader. Such a deliberately distant tone made his heart ache. Shang Xanci sat down again. Xiao Dai reacted and poured some tea for Shang Yen Fei. "Tell me, how have you been living these years?" Shang Yen Fei gently looked at Shang Xanci. "I'm doing okay." Shang Xinci's answer was brief. It was obvious that she did not want to talk about it further. On the other hand, Xiao Dai grumbled. Miss has always been ostracized by the clan since she was young. After Madame passed away, they became even more aggressive. They even wanted to annex our family's property. They were too hateful. "Master, you have to uphold justice for Miss." "Little butterfly, pour your tea properly." Shang Xinci rolled her eyes at Little Butterfly. Xiao Dai immediately shut up and stopped talking. Shang Yen Fei suffered a setback, but was not angry at all. His heart was filled with tender affection. He smiled. "By the way, how did you get here?" "It's a long way from the Zhang family to here." "Master, you almost couldn't see the young miss." "Our journey this time was filled with danger. There are thousands of people in the caravan, but only the 4 of us were left. Fortunately, we met the help of Sir Hei-Tu and Sir White Cloud. Otherwise—" Xiao Dai couldn't hold it in and blurted out. "Xiao Dai!" Shang Xinci glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai could only shut her mouth again. Shang Yen Fei memorized the 2 names Hei-Tu and Bai Yin as he smiled and said, "From now on, you will live here. It is very safe. When you are free, you can take a walk in the courtyard or the streets outside. You've just arrived here, so you're not familiar with the place yet. It's easy for you to get lost. I will send one of your maidservants over. She is familiar with the environment here. I'll be leaving first. You guys cultivate well." Oh. Shang Yen Fei could tell that Shang Yen Fei needed time to adjust himself. He had to give her time and space to adapt. "Old Master is such a good person. Although you are the Shang clan leader, you are so kind. Miss, he is your biological father after all," Xiao Dai advised as she watched Shang Yen Fei leave. "I know. From the first time I saw him, I understood Mother's good intentions. Before Mother died, she told me to come to Shangliang Mountain, but she didn't say anything, because she wasn't sure if he would recognize me as his daughter. Although he did recognize me now, I didn't feel good about it. Everything happened so suddenly. Miss, no matter what, no matter where you go, Little Butterfly will always be by your side." Little Butterfly sat in front of the table, grabbed Shang Xinci's hand and encouraged her. Shang Xinci nodded, moved, and put her other hand on Xiao Dai's hand. Of course, it would be even better if Miss could stay. After all, this was a Shang clan. "Oh my God, glory, splendor, and wealth are at your fingertips, miss. Even John Clan is not fit to carry Shang Clan's shoes, miss." Xiao Dai made a face as she shouted. "You." Shang Xinci was angry and amused at the same time. She felt helpless toward Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai giggled. Her laughter slowly infected Shang Xinci, dispelling some of the depression in her heart. Shang Yen Fei walked out of the room. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. He was dressed in a black robe and had blood-red hair. His face was handsome. His eyes flickered with cold light. His habitually pursed lips revealed his resolute and decisive personality. He was Shang Yen Fei, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was vicious and merciless. For the position of clan leader, he had forced 2 brothers and 1 sister to commit suicide. He was decisive in killing. When he had just ascended to the position, a remote village thought it was too far away and attacked a Shang clan's caravan. He stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and spent a huge amount of resources on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. He beheaded all the captives who surrendered, piling up their heads into a small hill, and placed them in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He was ruthless. After ascending to the position, he consolidated his authority, promoted his trusted aides, and suppressed those who disagreed. At once, he established more than 10 external clan elders. In just 3 years, he was the only voice left in the entire Shang clan's higher-ups. He had great foresight and talent in management. After so many years, Shang clan's caravan had expanded by more than 3 times. More than 100 clans expressed their allegiance to Shang clan, becoming an enormous hidden force. He appointed people based on merit. Even his own children were no exception. Originally, Shang clan had 15 young master positions. After he ascended to the position, it was reduced by 1/3. What was even rarer was that he had outstanding talent with a great aptitude, and while he was in charge of the clan, his cultivation also continued to rise, making others jealous and envious. This was Shang Yen Fei, the man who stood at the peak of the southern border's mortals. Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female Master bowed towards him. "Tianlan, from today onwards, you will serve Lady Ci Heir with all your heart. Understand?" Shang Yen Fei said coldly. "Subordinate understands." The young girl nodded. "When you are around Lady Ci Heir, pay more attention and ask around. Miss Ci Heir may not like to talk much, but the servant girl beside her is very outspoken. She is your breakthrough point. I want you to find out how they came to Shangliang Mountain." "Yes, subordinate understands." "All right, you can go now." Subordinate takes her leave. Tianlan was an orphan Shang Yen Fei adopted. She was loyal and could be used without worry. She was also very capable, and 3 days later, she completed her mission. "Hey Tu Baiyin, demonic Master." Shang Yen Fei rubbed his chin. "If this is true, I have to thank the 2 of them properly. But to prevent other possibilities, I need to investigate again." Thinking of this, Shang Yen Fei called Wei Yang. "Go find these 2. One is Hey Tu. The other is Baiyin, a male and female, demonic Masters. Their appearance is 3rd Inner City. It has already been 3 days. Have those 2 been living in Nanqiu Garden?" "Yes, young master. From that day onwards, they have been living in seclusion. At most, they would come out to buy some milk from cows and sheep. Subordinate guesses that the milk is used to feed those gooworms." "Damn it." Shang Yezi gritted his teeth. His gaze was like a knife, wishing he could crush Fang and Bai. The evaluation was about to begin, and among the 10 young masters, he was the last. If he did not have any results, he would definitely be eliminated. Shang Yen Fei had many children, but there were only 10 young master positions in Shang clan. Between ordinary children and young masters, Shang clan's treatment was like heaven and earth. Young masters were the center of attention. They could control one of Shanliang City's businesses. They had limitless glory and great profits. Young clan leaders were even more incredible. But if they were ordinary children, their treatment was no different from ordinary clansmen. Shang Yizi had already experienced the power of a young master. If he was to return to the life of an ordinary child, he might as well die. Thus, he had to get that inheritance. Not only did he have to get it, he had to lower the price. The lower the price, the better his results would be. But Fang and Bai were stubborn like rocks, not willing to lower their heads to him. If this was fourth inner city or fifth inner city, he could play some tricks and force them to lower their heads. But these two were staying in third inner city. Even if Shang Yizi had 100 guts, he would not dare to use force here. This can't go on, they are wasting time, but I can't. Looks like I have to go personally. Humph. The more Shang Yizi thought, the more restless he became. Finally, he brought a group of confidants to Nan Chiu Garden. Nan Chiu Garden was a garden for esteemed guests to stay in. In third inner city, there were no inns, only small gardens like this one. Staying here for a day would cost 30 yuan stone. 10 days would be 300. In a month, it would be close to 1,000 yuan stone. Nan Chiu Garden's price in third inner city was considered cheap. Some large gardens cost 100 yuan stone a day, and some special gardens, even if you had yuan stone, you would not be able to stay. You had to have a Shang clan token. In Shang clan city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Especially in third inner city, the prices were very high. When Shang Yizi brought his men to visit, Fang and Bai were playing chess in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. Shang Yizi snorted and said in an indifferent tone, "You two sure are in a good mood. Why didn't you go to other shops to ask?" "What is there to ask? Those who want to buy will naturally come here. Don't you think so?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Shang Yizi was furious. Fang Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions with difficulty, and said arrogantly, "I see that you too have it tough. Forget it. 500,000 yuan stone it is. Are you happy now?" 500,000 yuan stone? He not selling. The lowest price is 650,000. Fang Yuan glanced at Shang Yizi before turning his gaze back to the chessboard. Shang Yizi's eyes squinted, walking a few steps to Fang Yuan, and threatened in a low voice, "You two demonic Gu masters, still pretending? I've already investigated your background. This inheritance was snatched from Bai clan, right? I heard you even killed Bai clan's 2 young clan leaders. I advise you to stop while you're ahead and quickly sell it. Let me tell you, these few days, a Thai clan group has already arrived at Shangyang Mountain and are investigating your whereabouts. Tell me, if I tell them you are here, what will happen?" "Oh, then go ahead and tell them." Fang Yuan laughed. "You." Shang Yizi pointed at Fang Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. "Let me tell you, 500,000 yuan stone is enough to show my sincerity. Other than selling it to me, do you have any other choice?" "None. This is my territory. You better understand the situation." Right at this time, a light descended from the sky, turning into a Gu master. This Gu master looked around and slightly bowed, saying to Fang and Bai, "Sirs He Tu and Bai Yin, I am Wei Yang, under orders from clan leader. I invite you two to second inner city for a chat." What? Lord Father wants to meet them." Shang Yizi felt a bolt of lightning striking him. His eyes opened wide, showing a terrified expression. Chapter 268. Shang Yizi turned pale with fright. Suppressing the price was against the rules. If he was found out, he would be severely punished. This was an organization. Once one was in a high position, they had to follow the rules of the organization. The rules of the organization were used to protect the interests of the upper echelons. Even though many organizations claimed to represent the interests of the majority, it was just a gimmick. Thus, the higher one was the more they had to follow the rules. In contrast, the middle and lower echelons could be corrupted. Of course, at the upper echelons, the benefits of the individual and the organization were closely intertwined. Often, the organization's benefits represented their own benefits. Shang Yizi was only a fake upper echelon. He was one of the 10 young masters of Shang clan. He was the center of attention, but his true authority came from his father. Thus, he was just a rootless duckweed. This meant that when he violated the rules, the punishment he would receive would be even harsher, because many people were watching him. Impossible, I had already investigated before coming here, and even spent a lot of yuan stone to buy information on them from Fengyu Manor. These two are demonic gu masters and are wanted. They are stray dogs. Why would Lord Father summon them? Shang Yizi felt this was unthinkable. It was like a tycoon was making things difficult for 2 beggars. Suddenly, the imperial edict came. These 2 beggars were summoned by the emperor. The reason why Shang Yizi dared to suppress Fang Yuan was because he saw that they were alone. He wanted to cover the sky with one hand and do this in secret. No one would know, and it would be foolproof. Of course, there were risks in this, but to protect his young master position, Shang Yizi had to take the risk. These 2 people clearly have no background at all. How did they get involved with Father? Damn it, has the world gone crazy? What should I do? If the 2 of them leak this matter out, my young lord position is definitely finished. Kill them? No, that was courting death. In 3rd Inner City, I have no chance. Now that I have Father's attention, it is even more impossible. Most importantly, these 2 bastards, he is rank 3 peak stage. How can I live like this? In an instant, Shang Yizi's thoughts moved like lightning, trying to think of a solution. His eyes moved around, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time it was too much. Damn it, what else can I do? What else can I do? He roared anxiously in his heart. Shang clan leader is summoning us? What's the reason? Fang Yuan expressed his confusion. Bai Ningbing was even more confused. What was going on? She first suspected that it was Fang Yuan's doing, so she cast a glance at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan's puzzled expression confused her. She couldn't help but think that she and Fang Yuan had always been inseparable. If Fang Yuan wanted to do something, how could he hide it from her? Furthermore, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He stood at the peak of the mortal world. Even with Bai Ningbing's pride, she had to admit Shang Yanfei's power and influence. But why do I feel like something is wrong, as if I have overlooked something? Wei Yang smiled. Don't worry, if Shang clan wanted to harm you, why would they need to go through so much trouble? This is a friendly invitation. The clan leader is very interested in the 2 of you. It is our honor to be summoned by Shang clan leader. We can set off immediately. Fang Yuan threw away the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Shang Yizi was anxious. He quickly said, 650,000 yuan stone, we have a deal. Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I do not intend to sell the recipe. Shang Yizi's face turned pale. His mouth was dry. He looked at Fang Yuan with a pleading gaze. I was too impatient. Please forgive me. The price can be negotiated. After your return, we can discuss in detail. We can have a good talk. Fang Yuan smiled faintly without saying a word. Who would want to talk to you? But temporarily stabilizing this person could prevent him from doing anything out of desperation. It would reduce some trouble. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded. If Shang clan young master is sincere, I will look forward to it. Shang Yizi's expression relaxed, revealing a grateful and joyful expression. It was like a person who was about to fall off a cliff, suddenly grabbing onto a tree on the cliff. All right, I will wait for you, he quickly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yang extended his hand. Please. Following Wei Yang, Fang, and Bai arrived at the 2nd Inner City. Bai Ningbing was looking forward to the luxurious 2nd Inner City, but here she was shocked and disappointed. The 2nd Inner City was mainly made of stone houses, It was extremely simple, even inferior to the fourth inner city. However, she quickly realized something, and her expression became solemn. It had always been. It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Shang clan was as wealthy as a mountain, but abided by simplicity. This was not being stingy, but to maintain the vitality of the entire clan. Wei Yong brought the two to a private residence. Esteemed guests, why don't you have some fruits here? Lord Clan Leader has just come out of closed cultivation and is handling some matters. He will be here soon. This is the clan leader's private residence. Please stay here and do not casually walk around. I will take my leave. There was no one in the private residence. Wei Yang left, leaving Fang and Bai here. The two of them waited here for a full 6 hours, but did not even see the shadow of a ghost. Wei Yang said they could have some fruits, but where were they? There wasn't even tea. For the first hour, Fang Yuan sat on a wooden chair with a wide back. For the second hour, he muttered to himself, gradually unable to sit still, showing an anxious expression. By the 6th hour, he was visibly restless and pacing around the house. Humph, who is this Shang clan leader? He wants us to wait here. Where is he himself? Such arrogance. Fang Yuan paced back and forth, his tone indignant. Can you sit down? My eyes are going blurry. Can't you just cultivate in peace? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. This was not like the usual Fang Yuan. This is strange. Do you think Shang clan leader really wants to see us? Fang Yuan frowned. How would I know? I was the one who wanted to ask you. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, asking suspiciously, did you do something bad and offend Shang clan? Fang Yuan snorted. I have been with you for a long time. You still don't know me? There is no one in this private residence. It makes me feel uneasy. Let's go out and take a look. Bai Ningbing thought about it, standing up. All right. Fang and Bai walked out of the house. This courtyard was not big, and there was nothing strange about it. At the same time in First Inner City. In the study room, colorful smoke coiled and rose in front of Shang Yanfei, showing Fang and Bai's image. Wei Yang, what do you think of these two? Shang Yanfei sat, testing his trusted aide. Wei Yang pondered. From what I can see, these two are demonic Gu masters. According to the information, they are rank 3 peak stage at such a young age. Their talent is unparalleled. Among these two, Heitu is more straightforward and has a strong drive. Bai Yin, on the other hand, has a deep mind and is more shrewd. Heitu, Bai Yin, these names should be fake. Your analysis is good. In that case, you will be in charge of receiving these two in these days. Let's test their skills and probe their background. Shang Yen Fei finished speaking and withdrew the colorful mist. He was only concerned about Shang Xanci and had no interest in Fang and Bai. He already had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of these two people after a little probing just now. Combining with the information he had, Shang Yen Fei had a rough impression of them. Demonic Gu masters were not all crazy people. These two were not bad, maybe because they were young, but one could clearly feel their pride. Usually, people with principles were people with lofty and unyielding character. First impressions were very important. Honestly speaking, Shang Yen Fei had a good impression of Fang and Bai. But he was a cautious person, and people who could sit in his position were all cautious. He was still waiting for the people he sent out to investigate to return, waiting for everything to be confirmed and stable. Deal with it like this, go ahead. Shang Yen Fei waved his hand, and from the tall stack of documents on the table, he took out the top one. He had only been in closed cultivation for half a month, and there were already so many matters piled up. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked around this private residence, and indeed there was no one. The two were hesitating whether to go out and take a look when Wei Yang turned into light and arrived. Both of you, Lord Clan Leader is busy and cannot leave. This meeting can only be cancelled. He apologized with a sincere expression. "What? You want us to come and go as you please?" Fang Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent, not saying anything. Wei Yang smiled. "Both of you are esteemed guests. How could the Shang clan chase our esteemed guests away?" To express his apologies, Lord Clan Leader has specially ordered me to receive you too. I have already booked a banquet at Tian Restaurant. I hope you two esteemed guests will come. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other before Fang Yuan said, "Coincidentally, we are hungry. Let's go fill our stomachs first." Tian Restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Shangclan City, occupying an entire floor of 3rd Inner City. The style was elegant, the dishes were sumptuous, and there were specialized gu masters as chefs, using special gu worms to cook. Thus, the dishes they made were all top-notch delicacies that could not be obtained through ordinary means. The meal lasted for over 4 hours. There were over 100 dishes, each with their own specialties. The wine was exquisite, and the aftertaste was endless. But Bai Ningbing did not eat much, as she was worried about the Shang clan leader's invitation. During the banquet, she tried to probe Wei Yang, but Wei Yang was a cautious person and kept his mouth shut. Instead, Fang Yuan ate until his mouth was full of grease. He drank too much and started to shout loudly, as if he had forgotten all of his anger and dissatisfaction earlier. Wei Yang looked at Fang Yuan drinking wine from a wine jar, and then at Bai Ningbing, who was only drinking water, and immediately felt that the ugly Fang Yuan was more adorable. After the meal, Wei Yang sent the two back to Nanqiu Garden. Chapter 269. On the second day, Wei Yang came to Nanqiu Garden as expected, and invited Fang and Bai to tour Shangclan City. Our Shangclan City is the largest city in the southern border in terms of area. Shangclan has operated here for thousands of years, and the whole Shangliang Mountain has been remodeled. Here, there are tens of thousands of shops, and hundreds of thousands of people live here. You two haven't eaten yet. Let me bring you to a famous breakfast shop first. This way, please. Fang and Bai followed Wei Yang, walking down the stone stairs. After about 3 floors, they came to a shop called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shangclan City is divided into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th inner city and outer city. If we arrange it from top to bottom, it can be divided into many zones, such as food zone, gambling zone, nursing zone, brothel zone, and so on. Wei Yang introduced. This is the food zone. There are many restaurants, and most have gu master chefs. There are countless delicacies here. This is the nursing zone. Many gu masters have too many gu worms, and can place them here to be nurtured. Fees are charged according to the situation. Normally, a rank 1 gu costs 80 yuan stone a month. We are now at the gu fighting zone. This is purely a gu fighting zone. Gu masters cannot fight and can only control their gu worms. If you too have a suitable gu worm, you can give it a try. This is the brothel zone, the place with the most brothels in Shangclan City. Many gu masters come here to relax. The two of you are also traveling merchants, so you must know the immense pressure that comes with traveling. Here, you can find women, men, and even gu masters. Why, are you two not interested? With Wei Yang, the local tyrant, leading them, Bai Ningbing's horizons were broadened. Shangclan City was bustling with activity, making one forget to return home. A day was too short and Shangclan City was too big. Even if the three took a quick tour, they could not even cover 1% of Shangclan City. On the 3rd day, Wei Yang came again to entertain Fang and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. The two are gu masters and naturally know the difficulty of refining gu worms. To us, the biggest fear is encountering stubborn wild gu worms, or gu left behind by famous experts. The higher the rank of the gu, the harder it was to refine. Back then, Empress Wu Ji spent 11 years to refine a rank 5 dragon strength goo. Hence, substitute refining is very necessary, and there has always been a market for it. This is the auction area. Small auctions would be held here every day. Every week or two, there would be a medium-sized auction. At the end of every month, there would be at least one large-scale auction. The items that appear in auctions are usually good stuff. This is the martial arts area. There are more than 80 large and small martial arts arenas. This is always the most lively place. There was a single-person battle stage for goo masters to practice their goo worms. There was a double battle stage for goo masters to spar with each other. There are also many people fighting in the martial arts arena. Just like what Wei Yang said, the battle zone was the liveliest place in Shangclan City. It was noisy here and people were coming and going. Rank 3 goo masters were everywhere. Big Brother Wei, why are you here? A young man in the crowd immediately called out when he saw Wei Yang and quickly walked over. This man was about 27 or 28 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but gave off a strong aura. Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way to 3rd Inner City. Well done. Wei Yang patted the young man's shoulder, encouraging him. Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage, and my battle strength also rose. Speaking of which, I have to thank Big Brother Wei Yang for your guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. The young man thanked sincerely. Your talent is not bad. You can still do it without me. You're not even 30 yet, but you are already rank 3 middle stage. You are much stronger than me back then, haha. Wei Yang laughed. The young man looked at Wei Yang with a gaze of worship. Big Brother Wei Yang, how can I compare to you? Back then, you were only rank 3 middle stage, but you were already a hero in 3rd Inner City. At 25, Lord Clan Leader took a liking to you and recruited you. Now that you are a clan elder, how many external elders are there in Shang Clan? As long as you work hard, you can do it too. Wei Yang encouraged the young man. Next, he turned around and explained to Fong and Bai, the battle zone is a way for Shang Clan to recruit external talents. Back then, I fought my way from 5th Inner City's battle zone to 3rd Inner City and defended the arena for 18 rounds before being recruited by Lord Clan Leader. Back then, Shang Yanfei was not the clan leader yet. Wei Yang was taken in as a confidant, and after Shang Yanfei ascended, he was promoted to an external elder. Bai Ningbing immediately understood. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shang Clan was a huge clan and needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on the clan members, they could not handle the situation. Every generation of Shang Clan young masters would recruit a certain number of demonic goo masters. If this demonic goo master became the clan leader under a young master, then they could be appointed as an external elder and enjoy the treatment of a clan elder. Goo master cultivation required large amounts of resources. Most demonic goo masters did not have the stable resources provided by the clan and lived in poverty. Only by relying on the clan could they have a better life. Wei Yang was a successful example in front of them. In Shang Clan City's battle zone, there were large numbers of demonic goo masters. To rely on Shang Clan and become righteous, to become like Wei Yang, they fought and climbed up. Battle zone, this place is filled with my memories. Gentlemen, are you interested in sparring with me? Wei Yang suddenly suggested. Brother Wei, you want to go? Little Zhao's eyes shone with excitement and joy. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. All right, then let's experience it. Fong Yuan had already expected Shang Clan to probe him, so he went with the flow. Brother Wei, you don't come here often. This place has been renovated. Let me lead the way for you, Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yang nodded. All right. Little Xiao continued. Brother Wei, what kind of place do you want? Forest, mountain, plains, or desert lake? Wei Yang, however, turned around and asked for Fong and Bai's opinion, Esteemed guests, please choose. Some Gu masters specialized in mountain battles, while others specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was a very important factor in the outcome of a battle. We can choose a place here. What kind of places are there? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao saw Wei Yang address Fang and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to be negligent, immediately introducing the places. Third Inner Cities Battle Zone. There were tens of different kinds of places, covering almost all the common battlefields. After Bai Ningbing heard it, he could not help but feel eager. Then let's choose the Flagstone Field. The Flagstone Field was the most common battle zone without wind, snow, rain, sand, or any other environmental factors. Specially made black flagstones covered an area of 100 feet. Look, it's Elder Wei Yang. It's Elder Wei Yang, it's him. Although he only has B-grade aptitude, he managed to walk out of the battle zone. Back then, I even competed with him. Wei Yang seemed to be very popular. His appearance in the battle zone attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yang was a low-profile person. Using his authority as an elder, he temporarily sealed this battle zone, forbidding others from watching. Only little Xiao was left. Wei Yang walked to the center of the field. According to the normal rules, both sides have to declare their cultivation level and measure the treasure light. But we are only casually sparring. There is no need for that. Both of you, please make your move. Listening to his words, he actually wanted to challenge both Fang and Bai by himself. Little Xiao stood outside the field, excitedly clenching his fists. Back then, Brother Wei defeated the strong with his rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Of the 18 matches, almost every match was a classic. Right now, he is already rank 3 peak stage. I need to observe this battle carefully. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and suddenly moved, pouncing towards Wei Yang from both sides. You want to fight in close combat? Wei Yang stood on the spot, not moving. His body shone with a faint golden light, forming into a battle armor that covered his entire body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing charged forward, activating spiral bone spear gu at the same time. Several bone spears rotated rapidly, piercing through the air and shooting towards Wei Yang. What gu is this? Wei Yang was slightly astonished. This was the first time he had seen a bone spear gu. He did not dodge, wanting to test the power of the spiral bone spear, and took 3 hits. The faint golden light armor shook for a while, but managed to hold on. This gu is not bad. It has a penetrating force and is good at breaking through defenses. Wei Yang was not flustered, activating his primeval essence, and the light armor became strong again. Here I come, he shouted, grabbing at the air with both hands, and 2 blades of light condensed in the air, shining brightly. It's here, Brother Wei's blade light gu. Little Xiao saw this and shouted in excitement. Wei Yang grabbed the 2 blades, his gaze sweeping around as he chose to charge towards Fang Yuan. Blade light gu and sword shadow gu are equally famous. They are the rank 3 gu with the strongest attack. Seeing Wei Yang charging over, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Blade light gu might be strong, but he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass grew out of his feet. He stepped on the ground and compressed it to its limit, causing Fang Yuan's speed to increase sharply. Canopy gu, flying bone shield. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of white armor, and at the same time, 3 white bone shields flew out, revolving around his body. Good timing. Wei Yang shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan and slashing with both blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He raised his right fist and punched. Wei Yang's eyes flashed with astonishment, not expecting Fang Yuan to fight so valiantly. 2 blades of light slashed down, and the white bone shields flew up to block. The blades of light cut the white bone shields into 2 and landed on the canopy gu's white armor, causing a dazzling white light to burst out. At the same time, Fang Yuan struck Wei Yang's abdomen. Although it did not break the faint golden light armor, the huge force sent Wei Yang flying. Bai Ningbing arrived just in time, and with a swing of her arm, several spiral-boned spears shot towards Wei Yang. Her attacks were ruthless and decisive, as if she wanted to kill Wei Yang. Chapter 270. Wei Yang was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, and before he could stabilize his body, the spiral-boned spear came crashing down. The spiral-boned spear pierced through the air, emitting a shrill sound as it shot out like lightning. At such a close distance, Wei Yang could even see the spiral carvings on the tip of the bone spear. These spiral bone spears, although their attack is not bad and have drilling power, they're only rank 2 gu after all. There is no need to worry about them. But it is only a rank 2 gu after all. There is no need to worry about it. At that moment, Wei Yang's thoughts moved like lightning. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes were cold as ice. Wei Yang wanting to fight both of them provoked her pride. The spiral-bone spear can only restrain them. I do not have enough gu worms to subdue them. I need to use my fists and legs. She was a genius. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sent Wei Yang flying, although it was only one attack, Bai Ningbing had already seen Wei Yang's weakness. Wei Yang's strength had not been permanently modified by gu worms. He only had the strength of a normal person. This weakness could be exploited to its fullest potential. Bai Ningbing stepped forward, following behind the bone spear, raising her leg and kicking fiercely. Brother Wei, little Xiao, who was observing the scene, could not help but feel nervous at this sight. If Wei Yang was restrained by the bone spear, Bai Ningbing would have a chance. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also rushing over. Wei Yang was at a disadvantage. At the crucial moment, Wei Yang laughed lightly instead, seeing that the spiral bone spear was about to hit him. Suddenly, his body shone with white light, as he turned into a ray of light and escaped. There is indeed such a gu. Fang Yuan squinted. Such speed! Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, feeling shocked. Almost at the next second, the spiral-boned spear pierced through the stone slab, stabbing into the ground. Bai Ningbing could not stop her momentum, and with a loud sound, she smashed the stone slab. Spider web like cracks spread all over the stone slab. Brother Wei's rainbow light gu. I thought he did not have time to use it, but it turns out he was waiting for that moment to escape, causing the enemy to miss. Excellent. This is a psychological blow to the enemy. Little Xiao saw through the trick behind it, seeing that the enemy was about to be heavily injured. But the enemy escaped so easily from hope to disappointment, anyone would feel a huge psychological impact. As the white light dissipated, Wei Yang's true body was revealed. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown 180 feet away. He had already crossed more than half of the martial arts arena and was now facing Fang and Bai. Seeing this speed, Bai Ningbing could not help but hesitate. With this rainbow light gu, Wei Yang could leave and fight whenever he wanted. Without a doubt, he was already in an invincible position. Rainbow light gu was a rank 3 gu. It could allow a gu master to turn into light and escape. Among the rank 3 movement type gu, it was known as the fastest. In contrast between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one only had jumping grass, and the other didn't even have a movement gu. Wei Yang's speed was something they could only look at, but not catch up to. In terms of movement, rainbow light gu gave Wei Yang a huge advantage. Once this gu was used, even though Fang and Bai were working together, they were forced into a passive situation. Gentlemen, this is the rainbow light gu. Although it is only a rank 3 gu in terms of speed, it surpasses many rank 4 gu worms. It was so fast that the gu master using it could not react in time. This is its first weakness. To use it, One needs to use it together with the lightning thoughts goo or a flash of inspiration goo. Otherwise, by the time the goo master reacts, they would have already flown too far away or even crashed into the wall. Wei Yang spoke, actually speaking about the rainbow light goo's weakness. Its second weakness is that it consumes a lot of primeval essence. Among rank 3 goo, this level of consumption was already above average. It has a third weakness. I won't say it, you guys can guess. Is it because strength goo cannot be used to increase strength? Bai Ningbing continued. This time, it was Wei Yang's turn to be surprised. He then showed an expression of praise. Lady Bai Yun is really smart, not bad. If a goo master uses goo worms to change their body, for example to increase their strength, it would be hard to use the rainbow light goo. The primeval essence consumption would increase, and more seriously, the light transformation would fail, destroying the rainbow light goo. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing heard his praise and her expression turned cold. Her gaze was like ice as she stared at Wei Yang with killing intent. Hey, I'm warning you, don't call me lady. Ah, Wei Yang's expression froze. Did I say anything wrong? Don't tell me the term lady is a taboo for her. What a strange taboo. Wei Yang sighed inwardly but said apologetically, Please forgive my offense, Lady Bai Yun. Veins popped out on Bai Ningbing's forehead. She gritted her teeth. Don't call me that either. Oh then, Sir Bai Yun? Wei Yang observed her expression as he carefully chose his words. Bai Ningbing's expression relaxed. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, continuing, Then, sirs, it is my turn to attack. Bring it on. Fang Yuan patted his chest, shouting, scaring Bai Ningbing, who was beside him. Your Excellency He Tu is truly heroic. Take this. Wei Yang praised, and just as he finished speaking, he turned into a white light, charging towards Fang and Bai. Facing such speed, Fang and Bai did not even have time to blink. This rainbow light passed through the gap between them, arriving behind them. The white light dispersed, turning back into Wei Yang. He held 2 blades of light, slashing towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one on the left and one on the right. Before the blade even hit, Bai Ningbing felt her skin tighten. She immediately knew that her ice muscles alone could not block this blade, and quickly retreated. Fang Yuan gave a light shout, not dodging. He activated the sky canopy goo and flying bone shield, punching forward. The blades of light first hit the spinning white bone shield, breaking it. Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan's fist was about to hit his chest, but the difference of a millimeter was like 1,000 li. The streak of light suddenly came to a stop. The whole attack was as fast as lightning. In less than a few seconds, Wei Yang had already moved from one side of the battle stage to the other, crossing a distance of 600 meters. Again, Fang Yuan shouted, the battle intent in his eyes blazing like fire. Wei Yang turned into light again, arriving in front of Fang and Bai in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing could not take it head-on and could only use spiral bone spear, but Wei Yang's speed was too fast, the bone spear missed. Fang Yuan could only take the hits passively, other than the first time. His fists had not hit Wei Yang again. At once, the white rainbows on the battle stage refracted continuously, like pinballs in a sealed box. On the other hand, Fang and Bai could only try their best to resist, completely losing the initiative. This is Big Brother Wei's true strength? Too amazing. Little Xiao could not help but feel dazzled. Wei Yang's speed was astonishing, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. After a few more minutes, he stopped laughing. If you two want to compete in stamina, targeting my rainbow light goo's weakness of expending primeval essence, then I'm afraid you are wrong. I still have a light source goo. It is a support type goo. Its only use is to reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light-type goo worms by half. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan spread his arms. I'm done, I can't beat you. Big Brother Wei Yang, we admit defeat. Wei Yang laughed heartily, cupping his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Little Shao saw that the battle was over, and immediately walked over, excitement still lingering on his face. Big Brother Wei is really amazing, but it is also amazing that you two could last for so long. You two might not know, but my Big Brother Wei might only be rank 3 peak stage, but he has outstanding battle strength. He is the 3rd general under Lord Shan Yanfei. People call him White Light Swordsman. If it were me, I might not even last 20 rounds. A loss is a loss, it is no big deal. Wei Yang, after I have a suitable gu, I will compete with you again. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. Ever since she was young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly. She was naturally feeling gloomy. Little Shao saw that Bai Ningbing called Big Brother Wei Yang by his name, and his expression became slightly unhappy. Fang Yuan stood at the side. Big Brother Wei Yang, you held back, I can feel it. After I buy some useful gu, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am not feeling good. Next time, Big Brother Wei, please use your full strength, don't worry too much. Ha ha ha. Brother He too is a straightforward person. This time it was my fault, next time I will use my full strength. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. That's right, Big Brother Wei Yang. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. I will treat you to wine today. Little Brother Shao, come too. Tell me more about Big Brother Wei's heroic deeds. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan laughed. Little Shao felt that although Fang Yuan was ugly and missing an ear, he was very pleasing to the eye. Compared to that eccentric guy called Bai Yin, he was much more agreeable. Good. Little Shao laughed. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I know a newly opened restaurant. The prices are cheap and the food is good. I cannot let you two treat me. I will treat you. Big Brother Wei, please come. Fang Yuan stared. How can that be? Little Shao is half a host. You two are guests. Let Little Shao treat you. Wei Yang tried to smooth things over. Fang Yuan thought for a while. All right, you treat this time. I will treat you next time. I have no money on hand. After I sell the recipe and have money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, I have just arrived here and have been shocked by the prices in Shangclan City. These words were a bit mischievous, and he was also honest about his lack of money, causing Wei Yang and Little Shao to laugh lightly, feeling that Fang Yuan was a straightforward man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Fang Yuan's acting skills and was already used to it. During the meal, the 3 drank and chatted and introduced themselves, getting closer to each other. Only Bai Ningbing drank the water, doing as she pleased, enjoying herself. Little Zhao's name was Xiao Yan, 27 years old, an expert in fire-type goo-worms. Recently, his cultivation had advanced by a small realm, reaching rank 3 middle stage. That was how he broke through 4th Inner City's battle zone and arrived at 3rd Inner City. He Tu and Bai Yin are just fake names. My real name is Guyue Fangzheng. She is Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan pretended to be drunk, revealing some information. They had Bai Clan's arrest warrant. As long as Shang Clan investigated, this matter could not be hidden. Fang Yuan might as well say it and give a magnanimous impression. Xiao Yan was moved. He and Wei Yang were demonic gu masters. Fang Yuan telling them his real name, this was a heart-to-heart gesture. Chapter 271. Guyue Fangzheng. Hearing Wei Yang's report, Shan Yanfei frowned. Guyue's surname was very special. Shan Yanfei searched his memories and quickly found the origin. Guyue clan, one of the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain, with hundreds of years of history. Qingmao Mountain. Shan Yanfei's eyes brightened, thinking of a piece of information from half a year ago. Qingmao Mountain suffered a mysterious attack, and in one night it turned from a green lake to a land of ice and snow. No one knew what happened on Qingmao Mountain. Even now, the ice and snow covering Qingmao Mountain had not completely melted. But from all sorts of traces, people could see traces of a great battle between Gu masters. Right now, Qingmao Mountain's destruction had become a mysterious event and was widely spread in the southern border. As for the cause of all this, there were many different opinions. But to some people, the traces on Qingmao Mountain were too obvious. The secret of the 10 extreme physiques, to the higher-ups of the Gu master world, was already half public information. The moment Shang Yen Fei got this information, he guessed that this was caused by one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. If so, then Guyue Fangjing's origin can be explained. Mu Bei Mountain's investigation team also sent back a letter. There are no suspicions. Shang Yen Fei quickly drew the outline of the entire event in his mind. Then, there is only one question left. Why did they conceal their identities and hide in the caravan? Shang Yen Fei had already guessed many possibilities, but this matter was still under investigation. Right? You sparred with them. How were their skills? Shang Yen Fei asked. Wei Yang's expression turned solemn, respectfully reporting, "Heavenly talent! In time, these two will definitely surpass me." "Oh, you gave them such a high evaluation?" Shang Yen Fei was a little surprised. Wei Yang nodded, continuing, "Although they used Gu worms to conceal their aura, to be able to last so long in battle, they should at least be rank 3. And from their age, we can deduce that they should have a great aptitude." Shang Yen Fei laughed. "But Wei Yang, you have to know a great aptitude is only a type of talent. It does not represent everything. Wei Yang, you only have B-grade talent, but you are my external elder. All these years, how many A-class people have died in your hands? Hee, you are the best proof." In an ordinary mountain stronghold, it was already an amazing thing to have an A-grade talent. But to Shang clan, a great aptitude was very common. Firstly, it was because the clan was large and had many clansmen. Secondly, he could recruit demonic Gu masters. Demonic Gu masters who could stand out in the battle stage would definitely have good aptitude. Thirdly, Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. They had the ability to purchase aptitude-changing Gu. I am indebted to Lord Patriarch's praise. This subordinate does not dare to accept it. Wei Yang humbly replied, "This subordinate also understands this logic. Because of this, I am even more certain that these two are not ordinary people. The two of them are extremely talented in battle, and they have a natural sensitivity to battle situations. It's as if they were born for battle. Their Gu worms are incomplete, but relying on those 2 or 3 Gu worms, they managed to persist for so long. It is truly surprising. In terms of temperament, the two of them are very resilient, even in a disadvantageous situation. They were not discouraged. Under the pressure I exerted, they were able to break through and adjust themselves. Their coordination became better. Their footing became more stable. Their improvement was extremely obvious. Specifically, there is a difference between the two. Guyue Fangjing has a straightforward nature, peerless courage. He can charge head-on and has an innate spirit. As for Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted, always planning before making a move, and has been trying to find my weakness during the battle. Her gaze is sharp, especially Guyue Fangjing. After I said that I have the light source Gu, he admitted defeat calmly, his magnanimity far surpassing ordinary people. Lord Patriarch, these two are like young tigers in Pingyang Hill and young dragons in Shallow Beach. One yang and one yin, one fierce and domineering, the other soft and scheming. They're a perfect combination, shining like twin stars, reflecting off each other. If we can recruit them and make them work for Shang clan, it would be a great thing. Shang Yen Fei was moved. Earlier, he did not put Fang and Bai in his eyes, but after hearing Wei Yang's words, his interest rose. Wei Yang, you have followed me for so many years. I trust your foresight. But you do not need to belittle yourself. Even if they grow up in the future, they might not be able to match you. You are restricted by your aptitude, otherwise, with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. You do not need to worry about it. If there is a rebirth gu, I will help you keep it. Shang Yanfei said. Rebirth bone could raise a gu master's aptitude. It was extremely precious and had great value. Wei Yang was so moved his eyes turned red. This subordinate will never forget tribe leader's kindness in nurturing me. I, Shang Yanfei, will not mistreat anyone who follows me loyally. You can go now, continue to entertain them these few days, probe their thoughts toward Shang clan, and see if we can recruit them. Yes, this subordinate understands. 3 days later, Nan Chiu Garden. In the guest hall, Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi sat facing each other. Fang Yuan was leisurely enjoying his tea, while Shang Yizi's expression was ugly. These few days, I have come to find you with sincerity, but the price you offer is actually getting higher and higher. Originally, it was only 65 yuan stone, increasing by tens of thousands every day. But today, you are asking for 800,000. Are you toying with me? Treating it as entertainment? Shang Yizi felt extremely stifled, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If it was before, he would have already lost his temper and smashed the cup in his hand on Fang Yuan's face. But not now. Why? Because this guy can reach the heavens. I wonder what their relationship with Lord Father is. These few days, Wei Yang had been entertaining these two, accompanying them as they strolled around the city. Who was Wei Yang? He was known as the Third General, and was Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions, most of the time, did not represent himself, but Shang Yanfei's inclination and will. But why were these two fellows who had popped out of nowhere treated so courteously by Lord Father? Shang Yizi could not understand. After the incident, he started investigating crazily, but it was useless. He was just a young master. His influence was limited to Shang Clan City. He did not have as much influence as Shang Yanfei. Without any results, Shang Yizi could only guess. Why did Lord Father express goodwill to them? Was it because of the inheritance in their hands? No, an inheritance could revitalize an ordinary clan, but Shang Clan was different. Unless it was a rank 6 Gu Immortal's inheritance, it was just icing on the cake. Or was it because they were talents? No, there were so many loyal demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. They wanted to join Shang Clan, and they were all good fighters. Even Father did not like them. Why would he like them? Anyway, Shang Yizi could not see anything. After the two guesses were eliminated, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that one of them was Father's illegitimate son? That Shang Tuahai, the current young clan leader, wasn't he Father's illegitimate son? But when Shang Yizi thought about it, he felt something was wrong. The bloodline was extremely important. Once Shang Tuahai was discovered, he was protected. Unlike these two in front of him, Shang Yizi thought hard but made no progress. Because of this, he was even more wary of Fang and Bai. Often, the unknown was the scariest. Fang Yuan sensed that these days, this young master Shang Yizi was getting more and more restless and impatient. This was what he wanted to see. Every time he increased the price, he did it on purpose. If he increased it from 650,000 to 800,000, the negotiations would definitely collapse. But by increasing it by tens of thousands, it would wear down Shang Yizi's resolute opposition. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan put down the teacup in his hand, smiling. Every item has its value. To others, this is just a Gu master inheritance. But to you, it is the last hope to protect your young master position. Since it is so, then the price should be higher. As the assessment gets closer, the value of this inheritance will increase. Thus, I increase the price every other day. Isn't that something I should do? Now that the price is too low, how can I live up to this last hope? How can I live up to the important position of Shang Clan young master? After all, Only Shang clan young masters can compete for the young clan leader position. When Shang Yizi heard this, his eyes twitched in anger. Fang Yuan was threatening him. He was raising the price. How could he be so shameless? Shang Yizi wanted to chop Fang Yuan into pieces. But when he thought of the position of young master, he finally forced himself to endure it. You have a good plan. If I spend 800,000 to buy it, it will be a loss and my valuation will be lowered. The elders in charge of the assessment are not fools. Thus, I cannot buy it at this price. Fang Yuan had expected Shang Yizi to say this. His lips curled up into a smile. So I have a good idea. On the surface, I will sell it to you for 650,000, but in reality, you will give me 800,000. You will keep your young master position, and I will sell it at a good price. Isn't that a win-win situation? Shang Yizi's expression changed, staring at Fang Yuan. You want me to fake the accounts? Absolutely not. If I am found out, no matter when, my young master position will be revoked, and I will be severely punished. Fang Yuan frowned. You can't say that. Who said it is fake? I sold you the recipe. That is the same thing. But you are kind and generous. You think I am an upright person. So you gave me some yuan stone as a gift. These two matters are not related at all. At once, Shang Yizi looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, not knowing what to say. Chapter 272. Shang Yizi left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he told Fang Yuan that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it carefully. As long as he was considering, it meant that he was close to success. Fang Yuan had already seen through this person. He knew that the deal was done. At that time, he could even increase the price. Of course, he was hesitating now. He could not increase the price to provoke him. Once he had made up his mind, it would be a piece of cake for him to increase the price. 2 days later, Shang Yizi appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a haggard face. I agree. We will do as you said. We have a deal. He gritted his teeth, hesitating for a long time before saying this. Trust me, you will remember this decision in the future. Come, let's drink. Fang Yuan smiled, pouring a cup of wine for Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi raised his cup and drank it all. What kind of lousy wine is this? After drinking, he frowned and cursed. This is the cheapest rice wine. Young master, I do not have the money to buy good wine. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You will have the money soon. Huff! Shang Yizi breathed out heavily. When he was considering he was in a dilemma, it was very painful. But after he made the decision, he relaxed completely. All right, I have prepared the contract. Take a look. Fang Yuan handed over a document. Shang Yizi took a look and stared angrily at Fang Yuan, slamming the table and shouting, 950,000! You actually raised the price again. Last time, you said 800,000. It has only been a few days, and you raised it by 150,000. You think I am rich enough to rival a country? Bastard! Do you think I stole my primordial stones? Fang Yuan was calm. He smiled. It has been 3 days. The price will naturally rise. It is not like you don't know. Shang Yizi's veins were bulging. He jumped up from his seat. You think I am easy to bully? I do not have that much money. You're asking for 950,000 for a mere inheritance. You really dare to demand an exorbitant price. Don't be impatient. Extreme anger is harmful to the body. Young master, this is not a small inheritance. It concerns your position as a young master. Think about it. Every year, a young lord would be eliminated. How many people are waiting anxiously down there? Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried. Hearing about the position of young master, the furious Shang Yizi immediately lost his composure. Looking at his expression, Fang Yuan also knew that this figure of 950,000 was probably too much for him to bear. Thus, he took a step back and said, all right, then 900,000 yuan stone it is. I'll take it that I'm afraid of you. Shang Yizi slowly sat down. He had only been in office for a year, and he also had to take care of the evaluation. The amount of yuan stone he had actually pocketed was no more than 400,000. Without a doubt, after this transaction, his 1 year of hard work would go down the drain. It wasn't easy for him to earn a small fortune, but it was all gone. But this concerned the position of young master. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. He was silent for a while before nodding. Then 900,000 yuan stone it is. But I don't trust a paper agreement. We need to make a poison Vaogu. Fang Yuan showed hesitation on his face. What are you afraid? Without the poison Vaogu, how can I be sure you won't run away with the money? This must be done. There is no room for discussion. Shang Yizi's attitude was firm. Fang Yuan had actually expected such a situation. Since that is the case, I will go first. Fang Yuan stretched out his left hand. Shang Yizi revealed a smile, summoning the poison Vaogu. The poison Vaogu was a purplish-red worm, only the size of a finger. It had a menacing mouth and was a rank 3 consumable goo. It flew to Fang Yuan's left index finger and bit it. Immediately, a heart-piercing pain assaulted Fang Yuan's nerves. Fang Yuan endured the pain and started to read the contents of the document. After he finished, the poison Vaogu doubled in size from the size of a finger, absorbing a large amount of Fang Yuan's heart blood. Next, the poison Vaogu flew to Shang Yizi's fingertip and started to suck blood. Shang Yizi held the document, using a trembling voice to read the contents. The poison Vaogu doubled in size again. His face was pale from the pain. He grimaced in pain as he breathed in. This damned agreement, why are there so many words? Can't you write less? You don't have anything else to add? Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Yizi's lips curled up, showing a smile. But his face was twisted, making his smile look sinister. Bam! The poison Vaogu that was filled with blood suddenly exploded. But there was no blood splattering. Instead, it turned into countless red light spots. The light spots flew towards Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi, like raindrops falling into a lake, entering their bodies. This meant the poison vow was in effect. If the contents they read did not match their true intentions, the poison Vaogu would self-detonate and turn into a pool of blood. In such a situation, it meant that one or both of them had broken the vow, causing the poison Vaogu to fail. Seeing this, Shang Yizi's smile became even wider. He looked at Fang Yuan. We have already sworn the poison vow. If you change your mind in the future and do something that goes against the vow, then you will turn into a pool of blood and die. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, only asking, "Where is Yuan stone?" Shang Yizi shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry. How would I dare to go against the poison vow? Here." He took out a goo. This goo was like a ball, like it was made of crystal, translucent and palm-sized. There were clouds in the ball, as if they were sealing white clouds. This white cloud had a peculiar shape, like an old man with a walking stick and a hunched back. The old man's white hair drooped down. He had a sage-like aura. The wrinkles on his face were vivid, and he was smiling kindly. This was a primeval elder goo. It was specially used to store yuan stone. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialties. The primeval elder goo was only a rank 3 goo, but it could store 1,000,000 yuan stone. There are only 870,000 yuan stone in here. I will find some time to gather the remaining 30,000 yuan stone for you. Shang Yizi showed extreme reluctance as he handed the primeval elder goo to Fang Yuan. Inside, there were 600,000 from the merchant's payment. The remaining 270,000 were almost all of Shang Yizi's personal assets. After Fang Yuan received it, he cooperated with Fang Yuan's refinement. The primeval elder goo changed owners, and the cloud in the ball immediately changed. The old man inside was originally facing Shang Yizi, but now he changed his direction and started smiling at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan moved the primeval elder Gu casually. As long as he changed directions, the cloud in the ball would change, and the old man would always be smiling at Fang Yuan. Actually, this primeval elder Gu was quite interesting. If the yuan stone inside was low, the old man would frown. If the storage was moderate, the old man would be expressionless. The more yuan stone there was, the happier the old man would be. Shan Yizi saw Fang Yuan fiddling with the primeval elder Gu, and understood that Fang Yuan knew how to use this Gu. He snorted, "This primeval elder Gu is worth a lot. I cannot give it to you for free. I got this primeval elder Gu from the auction. It cost me 6,600 yuan stone." Fang Yuan nodded. Rank 3 Gu were priced in the thousands in the market, and the primeval elder Gu was rare. It was definitely worth this price. He immediately took out the yuan stone and gave it to Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi used an ordinary storage Gu to store these yuan stone, and felt very unhappy. These were supposed to be his yuan stone. "Forget it. As long as I can keep my young master position, everything is possible. I will earn back the yuan stone, and this guy who raised the price and threatened me will die a horrible death." Shang Yizi was not a magnanimous person to begin with. Fang Yuan took all his money, and the remaining 30,000 yuan stone he had to borrow money from all over the place. White Bone Recipe's normal price was 600,000, but Fang Yuan sold it to him for 900,000. Shang Yizi pinched his nose. After suffering such a huge loss, he hated Fang Yuan to the core. "The remaining 50,000 yuan stone, I will give it to you in 3 days. You and I will know about this. We cannot let a third party know. Even your companion cannot. You better not try to take advantage of this loophole. It is useless." Shang Yizi stood up to leave. He could not take it any longer. Looking at Fang Yuan's ugly face for a second longer, the anger in his heart would accumulate a bit more. "There are no loopholes in the agreement. You saw it too, didn't you?" Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. Shang Yizi snorted coldly. He was born in Shang clan, and was influenced from a young age, and had been in charge of the shop for a year. Even if there were loopholes, they could not hide from his eyes. "I don't think you dare to go against the oath." He sneered in disdain, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan did not take it to heart. He knew Shang Yizi's mood right now and could understand. As for the poison oath, he did not intend to go against it. The poison oath Gu's restriction was very strong. Otherwise, it would not be widely used by Gu masters. It could not be leaked to an unknown third party. That was a definite no. Any loopholes, it was a joke with one's life. Just like earlier, Fang Yuan gave Shang Yizi 6,600 yuan stone. It seemed like this was an unnecessary action. It could have been deducted from the remaining 30,000 yuan stone. But he could not. The poison oath stipulated 900,000. So Shang Yizi had to take out 900,000 yuan stone and give it to Fang Yuan. This was the hard and fast rule. 3 days later, Shang Yizi collected 30,000 yuan stone and gave it to Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan also gave him the recipe. Of course, the most valuable bone-flesh unity, Gu's recipe, could not be sold. Shang Yizi only knew about the bone spear Gu, spiral bone spear Gu, and others. After looking at the recipe, he found many other recipes used the bone spear Gu as the foundation. He was satisfied with this, and his mood became slightly better. Fang Yuan then sold the bone spear Gu, spiral bone spear Gu, and bone spike Gu to him. According to the original selling price, it was 40,620 yuan stone. As such, the result of this transaction was that Fang Yuan's wealth increased by 934,020 yuan stone. Adding on his previous savings, he had a total of 945,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan stored most of the yuan stone in the primeval elder Gu. Of course, to prevent accidents, he also stored some on him and in the Tusita flower. At this time in my previous life, I was still in a caravan. I had 50 to 60 yuan stone at most. but now I have close to 1,000,000. Fang Yuan compared it to his memories and could see the huge advantage of rebirth. Of course, he was taking a huge risk. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Giving does not mean you will get something, but to get something, you need to give something. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shang clan's investigation ended, and Wei Yang brought Shang Yan Fei's invitation. Esteemed guests, my Lord Clan leader has arranged a family banquet and ordered me to invite you. Family banquet? This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 273. This small courtyard was where Shang Yan Fei had set up the family banquet. It was an open-air banquet, and because it was inside the mountain, there was no need to worry about wind or rain. The courtyard was not luxurious or elegant. It was even slightly run down. There were more than 10 tables in the courtyard, forming a circle. It was already starting to feel crowded. There were some fruits and snacks on the tables. There was also a sign indicating whose seat this was. 3 people had already arrived and sat down. Big brother, why did Lord Father gather us this time? Shang Chao Feng threw a red fruit into his mouth as he asked vaguely. The eldest Shang Qiu was sitting upright with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he opened his eyes slightly, saying in a low voice, Lord Father just came out of closed-door cultivation and thought of us, so he held a family banquet. What is so strange about that? Big brother's words are reasonable. But when did Lord Father hold a family banquet without any important matters? Don't you feel that there are too many tables here today? Shang Pulao added. Shang Chao Feng snickered, but Shang Qiu closed his eyes again. Shang Pulao's eyes flashed. He was in charge of the brothels. He was the most well-informed. Actually, he had already faintly heard the news. He was about to continue speaking when his ears moved. Someone is coming. The 3's gazes turned to the door of the courtyard. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and 3 people walked in. Wei Yang was in front, followed by Fang and Bai. Fang and Bai had been to this courtyard before. It was the private residence that they had been summoned to. This private residence belonged to clan leader back then, when he was still a young master. He was suppressed by the other young masters. Lord Clan leader retreated in order to advance. He gave up the young master position and became an ordinary clansman. When he was in dire straits, he lived here. After clan leader succeeded, to remind himself and the younger generation, he preserved this place. The family banquets have always been held here. Wei Yang opened the door as he introduced. Next, he noticed the 3 people in the courtyard. Oh, so the 3 young masters have arrived. Shang Qiu, Shang Chao Feng, and Shang Pu Lao all stood up, cupping their fists towards Wei Yang. Elder Wei Yang, greetings. Wei Yang was one of Shang Yan Fei's 5 generals, an important official of Shang clan. As long as the young master wanted to compete for the young clan leader position, he would have to go through Wei Yang's evaluation. Greetings, young masters. These 2 are the honored guests invited by the patriarch today. Wei Yang cupped his hands, his expression calm. He was an elder, and his status was even higher than the young master. He was also an important official, so he wouldn't try to curry favor with these young masters. Please sit here. Wei Yang led Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to their seats. Shang Qiu and the other 2 looked at each other, and they noticed the surprise, bewilderment, astonishment, and curiosity in each other's eyes. This was a family banquet. When had they ever invited strangers? Who exactly were these 2 people? His seat was even closer to Lord Father's main seat than ours. Wei Yang also sat down, smiling as he continued. Let me introduce, this is Shang Qiu, clan leader's eldest son, currently in charge of Shang clan's care farm. This was the 4th son of the clan leader, Shang Chao Feng. He was in charge of all the Gu battle arenas in Shang clan city. This is Shang Paleo. He's in charge of all the brothels in the Romance district. Shang Qiunyou had a strong physique and a deep voice. It was obvious that he was a calm person. He was the oldest, close to 30 years old. Shang Qiaofeng had messy hair and a high nose bridge, giving off a wild aura. Shang Paleo was the most delicate and pretty. He had a thin body and a pale complexion. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a romantic bearing. He was clearly a playboy. Qiu Niu greets the two esteemed guests. Shang Qiunyou cupped his fists and greeted. Wei Yang did not introduce Fang and Bai. The three young masters were astute people. They naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. The three young masters are right. I am He Tu. This is my companion Bai Yin. Fang Yuan introduced. These two names were clearly fake. This made the three young masters even more uncertain of Fang and Bai's origins. They could only laugh it off and gloss over the situation. As the banquet approached, more young masters arrived. There was Shang Paixiu, who was in charge of the gambling stone, Shang Suni, who was in charge of the silk shop, Shang Fuxi, who was in charge of the auction house, and Shang Baishi, who was in charge of the substitute training division. There was also Shang Yizi, whom Fang Yuan was already familiar with. Wei Yang introduced them to Fang and Bai. When these young masters saw Fang and Bai, they all showed strange expressions. They sat down. The more people there were, the more they talked, the more lively the small courtyard became. When the banquet was about to start, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a young master rushed in. This person was tall and thin. He had thick eyebrows and fierce eyes. He was Shang Baishi, in charge of Shang Clan City's city guards. The city guards handled disputes, mediated conflicts, maintained order. They were the busiest. After exchanging some pleasantries with Fang and Bai, before Shang Baishi sat down, a flame flashed on the main seat, and Shang Yanfei appeared. Shang Yanfei wore a white robe this time. The corners of his sleeves were embroidered with gold. His blood-red hair spread out recklessly, reaching his waist. Coupled with his extremely handsome face, it formed a unique aura and charm. We greet Lord Father. The young masters stood up and half knelt on the ground, greeting in unison. Lord Tribe Leader. Wei Yang stood up. At the same time, Fang and Bai also stood up and paid their respects. Sit. Shang Yanfei reclined on the wide-back chair, casually waving his hand. Immediately, a dazzling rainbow-colored light spread out, resembling raindrops or clouds. The light landed on everyone's table, turning into exquisite delicacies. The fragrance of the dishes permeated the entire courtyard. Fang Yuan immediately recognized this as gourmet food box goo. Shang Yanfei's unique rank 5 goo, used to store delicacies. The state of the delicacies when placed inside would be the same state when taken out. Fang Yuan had worked hard in a caravan in his previous life. After Guya village was destroyed, he had no one to rely on. At that time, Yitian Mountain suddenly rose up. Demonic Path Gu masters formed an alliance. Their momentum was huge, touching the bottom line of the righteous path. All the large clans allied and attacked Yitian Mountain. One of the leaders of the alliance, Shang Yanfei, used this gourmet food box goo to reward the army. With just a wave of his sleeves, tens of thousands of people were rewarded with delicacies, greatly raising the morale of the alliance army. From then on, gourmet food box goo became a symbol of Shang Yanfei, becoming an interesting topic of discussion among the people. At that time, Fang Yuan relied on his advantage as a transmigrator to become a small leader, joining a caravan and being in charge of escorting supplies to the Righteous Path Alliance army. He personally saw Shang Yanfei use the gourmet food box goo. The sky was filled with rainbow-colored light. It was dazzling and dazzling, illuminating the heaven and earth. It was a grand sight. To think that in this life I could see this gourmet food box goo years in advance, and at the same time I became a guest of Shang Clan. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. There was a sharp contrast between his previous life and this life. This was the huge advantage of rebirth. And this advantage of rebirth came from spring-autumn cicada. It was the accumulation and result of his previous life's hard work. Shang Yan-fei laid out the dishes and said to the children, "Today we have 2 esteemed guests here. All of you have to go up and toast them. Chionyo, you are the eldest," said an example. Lord Father had personally instructed them. Although the Shang clan young masters were suspicious, no one dared to delay. Shang Chionyo immediately stood up and raised his wine cup, saying in a deep voice, "Chionyo toasts the 2 esteemed guests." The moment he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Fang Yuan accompanied him with a cup of wine, but Bai Ningbing still only drank water. Among these young masters, Chionyo was the oldest. He was close to 30, and his appearance was quite mature. At first glance, one would think he was 40. In contrast, his father Shang Yan-fei was like a young man in his 20s. If father and son stood side by side, it would be an interesting scene. Before the banquet started, I had already chatted with the 2 esteemed guests. This is the first time we met, and we had a pleasant conversation. If the 2 esteemed guests have time, you can come to my place to play. Gu battles are definitely interesting. Shang Chaofeng also stood up. Fang Yuan smiled. Although this was the first time they met, he had a good understanding of Shang Chaofeng. This person loved to fight and win, and his personality was also a little sinister. In his previous life, he almost became a Shang clan young master, and had once been Shang Xanxi's greatest hindrance. 4th brothers' Gu battles are too bloody. It's better for beauties to dance and dance. Shang Pu Lao retorted, and then toasted Fang Bai, his peach blossom eyes shining. This junior would like to invite the 2 esteemed guests to have a good chat. If we have time, we will. Fang Yuan said these polite words and drank with a smile. This banquet, in his eyes, was a celebrity banquet. Most of these Shang clan young masters would have their own performances in Southern Border in the future. Shang Yan-fei had many children. These people were able to stand out in the fierce competition. They naturally had outstanding abilities. They could be called dragons and phoenixes among men, beautiful jades among rocks. Moreover, they all had different personalities and styles of doing things. Right now, they were gathered together, like bright pearls, emitting bright and dark radiance, reflecting each other's beauty. Eldest son Shang Chionyo, 2nd son Shang Baizi, 4th son Shang Chaofeng, and 8th son Shang Pulao. 9th son Shang Baishi had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. He seemed to be using some goo worm. Every time he breathed, 2 puffs of pale yellow smoke would come out of his nose, lingering around him. 10th son Shang Baishi had a short and fat body and did not seem to be eye-catching. But Fang Yuan knew that his body contained great strength. But in terms of strength, he was several times stronger than him. 12th son Shang Baishi later married into Tai clan and became the publicly recognized second divine investigator after Tai Shuoleng. 13th son Shang Fushi was quite intelligent, and when the Righteous Alliance attacked Yitian Mountain, he offered many plans, causing the demonic Gu masters to suffer greatly. And 21st son Shang Paixiu, he was the youngest, a late bloomer. Many years later, Shang clan declined, and he joined the demonic path, becoming a notorious demon in Southern Border. "Father, sorry I came late." While toasting, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a young girl walked in. She was Shang Chi-wen, ranked 16th, and was in charge of the battle stage. Her eyes were lively, her face was like a peach blossom, and she had a lively nature. She was a beautiful woman. Seeing that everyone had toasted, Shang Yan-fei also raised his cup, facing Fang and Bai. "Thank you both for protecting XNCI along the way, allowing me to have a new daughter." Chapter 274. Daughter. The group of young masters all revealed shocked expressions as they looked at each other. Shang Yi came to a realization, slapping his forehead, so it was like this. Because of this, Father treated these two with respect. The mysterious veil was removed, and Shang Yi looked at Fang Yuan with deep hatred. He was no longer afraid. Now that I know your background, I will slowly deal with you two bastards after I get through this assessment and catch my breath. At once, the courtyard was silent. Shang Yanfei smiled, looking around, giving everyone time to accept the news. Fang Yuan cooperated, showing shock, realization, and suspicion, muttering, "Don't tell me?" "That's right." Shang Yanfei looked at him, nodding. "It is the Zhang clan's young lady who protected you too on the journey. She is my daughter. From the moment she stepped into Shang clan city, I sensed her bloodline, and now we have reunited." "Zhang Xianci," by Ning Bing blurted out. Shang Yanfei laughed heartily. "Hee. She is no longer surnamed Zhang, but Shang. You too saved my daughter's life. You are our Shang clan's benefactors. Thus, you are worthy to toast to our family." Just as they spoke, the courtyard door was pushed open. The young female Gu Master Tianlan was dressed like a servant after opening the door. She returned to Shang Xianci's side. "Missy." Xiao Dai looked at the courtyard full of people, feeling timid. "Let's go in." Shang Xianci let out a breath of turbid air. Under everyone's gaze, she walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. She saw Fang and Bai. "It really is her." The moment she saw Shang Xianci, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was completely shocked. In the entire place, no one could understand the shock in her heart. The shock in Bai Ningbing's heart was not from Shang Xianci, but towards Fang Yuan. She was extremely intelligent, and the moment Shang Xianci appeared, she came to a realization, finally realizing Fang Yuan's true motive. Zhang Xianci was Shang Xianci, thus he had been protecting her. How did he know her identity? Was this all part of his scheme? At once, Bai Ningbing's thoughts surged. Waves of shock rose in her heart. "Brother He Tu, Sister Bai Yin, why are you here?" Shang Xianci stared at Fang Yuan, her eyes shining. "Sire, I said I would give you a surprise, right?" Shang Yan Fei smiled warmly. Shang Xianci bowed. "Thank you, Father. This is the happiest day since I came to Shang clan." After these days of confusion, she had already accepted that Shang Yanfei was her father. After these days, she accepted that Shang Yanfei was her father. Even though Shang Xianci still had resentment and hatred towards Shang Yanfei, the deep bond of kinship was something that the kind-hearted her could never sever. Shang Tian like. Shang Xianci was, Tian is of God. Xian Tian is father one, and is. Shang Xianci turned around and explained to Fang Yuan with a panicked expression. "Brother He Tu, I did not lie to you on purpose. Before," she said, "she other, and other than tu, Mother had asked me before. I only understood her painstaking efforts after meeting you." These words struck Bai Ningbing's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her blue eyes narrowed into a line. Her heart was filled with extreme shock and doubt. Even Shang Xianci doesn't know her identity? Why? Why does Fang Yuan know so clearly? Originally, Fang Yuan was shrouded in a layer of fog in her heart. She could not see him clearly. Now, the fog in Bai Ningbing's heart deepened. Fang Yuan became even more mysterious and unfathomable. So that's why I was wondering why Shang clan treated me so well. So that's why. Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, then slowly shook his head, sighing. To think that you are Shang clan leader's daughter. Brother He Tu, can you forgive me? Shang Xianci clenched her fists, asking nervously. Shang Yan Fei frowned slightly. from his daughter's tone and expression. This kid seemed to be important in her heart. Fong Yuan laughed. "It's all right. Why would I blame you? Those who do not know are innocent. In fact, I lied to you too." "What?" Shang Xianci was stunned. Fong Yuan rubbed his nose. "Heitu and Bai Yun are just aliases." Shang Xianci immediately smiled, saying softly, "I guessed this long ago." Fong Yuan purposely hesitated for a moment, but still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. "I am ashamed to say this. My real name is Guo Fengzheng. This is my companion by Ningbing." Guo Fengzheng. Shang Xianci muttered this name for a long time, remembering it in her heart. Shan Yan Fei's smile became wider. He admired Fong Yuan's honesty. In fact, he had already investigated in detail. Although the Guiyue village was destroyed, Shan clan's influence was immense. They still obtained a lot of information from Jia clan. The Guiyue village indeed had a person called Guiyue Fengzheng, and this youngster had a great aptitude. He was being nurtured as a young clan leader by Guiyue clan. Similarly, there was also Bai Ningbing, who was already designated as the young clan leader of Bai clan. Both of them were known as geniuses. As for why they disguised themselves and infiltrated the caravan, this was easier to investigate. Because of an inheritance from Baigu Mountain, the only two young masters of Bai clan died in the hands of Fong and Bai. At the same time, they took away most of the inheritance. The arrest warrant issued by the Bai clan was the best proof of this. So it was like that, to speak the truth. I was just thinking about it. Shang Pulao laughed. "This child congratulates Lord Father." "Shang Bai," she said, "if there's any trouble, tell Big Brother." Shang Qiuniu looked at Shang Xianci. "This is great. I have another sister. Coming to this clan banquet was worth it." Shang Qi said with a smile. The young masters recovered from their shock and offered their congratulations. "This is a joyous matter for everyone, because you have gained another sister." Shan Yan Fei's gaze swept over his children. He was very clear about their mental state. Shang Xianci's appearance is undoubtedly a threat. From now on, there is one more person competing for the position of young master. Back then, wasn't Shang Tua High Father's illegitimate son? Right now, he is Shang clan's young clan leader. Actually, there is no need to worry. Zhang clan is a vassal of Wu clan and has a feud with Shang clan. Shang Xianci has no foundation. She is easy to deal with. The young masters had smiles on their faces, but they had different thoughts in their minds. There was no familial love in the royal family. The throne involved supreme interests, and even kinship would be defeated by these interests. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border. Whoever ascended to the position of clan leader would be one of the few decision-makers of the entire southern border. Having a high position and authority, reaching the peak of the mortal world, the benefits were naturally huge. Which generation of Shang clan leader did not rise to the position of clan leader after a fierce battle of wills? Shan Yan Fei was an experienced person. He knew the inside story. Thus, he felt even more pity for Shang Xianci. Now that Shang Xianci's identity was revealed, although it was to protect her, it also caused her to fall into a struggle. "Come, sire, sit beside me." Shang Yan Fei patted the seat below him and said, "Yes." Shang Xianci answered, looking deeply at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled and nodded at her. Shang Xianci walked over and sat beside Shang Yanfei. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai, the two servant girls, stood behind them. This scene was seen by the children. They all had different expressions. They had never seen their father love a child so much in their lives. Even the illegitimate son Shang Tua Hai did not receive such treatment. "All right, sit down." Shang Yan Fei waved his hand, looking at Fong and Bai. He spoke. "Guiyue Fengzheng by Ningbing, you too saved my daughter and escorted her here. Our family is very grateful for this. Tell me what you want. As the clan leader of Shang clan, I will do my best to satisfy you." The young masters couldn't help but cast envious gazes towards Fang and Bai. This was the gratitude of Shang clan leader, the promise of one of Southern Border's overlords. It was as important as a mountain. But Fang Yuan shook his head. "Lord clan leader, we only protected young Lady Shang XNCI because of her kindness. That kindness has been repaid, we are even." When he said this, everyone showed a surprised expression. "Shang Fu," she quickly reacted, squinting his eyes as he praised the ingenuity of this answer. Fang and Bai saved Shang Yanfei's daughter. Shang Yanfei would definitely reward them handsomely. If such a contribution was not rewarded, how would outsiders evaluate Shang clan? If Shang clan young masters were in danger in the future, who would save them? Shang XNCI saw that Fang Yuan did not want the reward. She became anxious and said to Shang Yanfei, "Lord Father, actually Big Brother He too lost a lot of wealth during this journey." Shang Yanfei was an astute person. Before Shang XNCI finished, he understood his daughter's intention. She was asking for money for Fang and Bai. He nodded. "Since you two are Gu masters, I will give you 1,000,000 yuan stone to express my gratitude." Hearing this, many young masters almost drooled. Although they controlled many businesses in Shang Clan City, under the watchful eyes of the public and with the annual assessment, they could not fill their pockets. Shang Yizi had talent, but he was too greedy, causing his business performance to be in danger. Fang Yuan shook his head again. "To speak the truth, I once pulled a tooth out of a tiger's mouth and snatched an inheritance. Now that I sold the recipe, I do not lack yuan stone." "Oh, is that so?" Shang Yanfei looked at Shang Yizi with deep meaning. Shang Yizi's heart skipped a beat in fright. His mouth was dry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. How could Shang Yanfei not know about Shang Yizi's matters? Even if the accounts were fake, he could guess some clues. But Shang Yizi was his son, although he violated Shang Clan's rules. As long as he did not expose it, it could be considered his ability. At his level, he had already understood. Obeying the rules was not an ability. True ability was to break the rules and enjoy the benefits, but not get punished. True ability was to break the old order and create new rules, enjoying the benefits all the time. Shang Yanfei took the chance to give Shang Yizi a warning, and then he suggested another reward. Shang XNCI only heard half of it, but her eyes shined brightly. "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."